Good afternoon, Natasha McFarlane with ABC News. Sexual crime squad detectives have charged a man over an alleged violent sexual assault in Melbourne's West 2 days ago. Yvette Gray reports.
A 39-year-old man from Williams Landing is due to appear in the Melbourne Magistrates Court today, charged with 2 counts of rape, as well as aggravated burglary and making a threat to kill. It follows an incident around 11:30 on Thursday morning, where a man allegedly armed with a knife broke into a property at Hoppers Crossing and sexually assaulted a woman. Police arrested the man yesterday. Meanwhile, sexual crime squad detectives are also investigating an alleged sexual assault at a primary school in Hoppers Crossing yesterday morning after a man followed a woman into the school building and attacked her shortly before 7 a.m.
Labor MP Ed Husic says he's disappointed there'll be no debate on Middle East policy at the party's national conference. National Affairs correspondent Jane Norman reports.
Labor's national platform has been updated to include tougher language on Israel, but former Cabinet Minister Ed Husic planned to move a motion going further, committing Labor to establishing diplomatic ties with the state of Palestine and adding a clause describing Israel's actions in Gaza as genocide. But both the left and right factions refused to endorse the motion, prompting Mr Husic to withdraw it.
I have to say I have been surprised at the extraordinary amount of energy that has been applied to stop this as opposed to talking about this.
Labor's platform was endorsed by delegates without debate. Jane Norman, ABC News, Adelaide.
A One Nation executive says the party won't be announcing candidates or policies until closer to the Victorian state election, off the back of its success in South Australia earlier this year. The ABC followed opposition leader Jess Wilson on her visit through the state's Latrobe Valley this week, where the coalition could face its toughest contests against a resurgent One Nation. Baw Baw Shire councillor and One Nation member Ben Lucas says he's putting up his hand to represent Gippsland in the state's east. He says he's confident the party will pick up all 4 lower house Gippsland seats with a short and sharp campaign strategy.
In South Australia, they didn't need too long. They got their 7 seats pretty comfortably. And it was a real effective short, sharp campaign. And I reckon we'll do the same here.
US President Donald Trump has given a speech at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, starting with thanks to the officer who tackled the gunman who interrupted the original event in April. Guests at the rescheduled event arrived to markedly tighter security and expectations of a confrontational presidential speech teased by his press secretary as unifying yet vicious. Mr. Trump has told the room full of journalists the Secret Service agent Victor Gonzalez deserves praise.
So to Officer Gonzalez, Secret Service, Metropolitan Police, law enforcement generally, and even all of the military surround us in the room tonight, we salute you and we thank you with all of our hearts. Thank you very much. Great job. Great job.
Iran is warning neighbouring countries it may attack non-military buildings being used by US forces. Ali Crew has the details.
The warning comes 2 weeks after the collapse of an interim truce meant to end the war. The US has carried out 13 straight days of bombings while Iran has hit American bases and threatened shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. It comes as US President Donald Trump leaves the door open to a diplomatic solution, despite threatening in recent days to target Iranian bridges and power plants. Mr. Trump says he thinks Tehran is being serious about making a deal. Meanwhile, the US military has hit a civilian ship it says was trying to run its blockade of Iranian ports. It's the second commercial ship attacked by the US since the collapse of the ceasefire agreement.
Spanish authorities say the emergency services do not have the capacity to contain a huge wildfire raging near Madrid, and forest fires are also burning in southwest France, where the flames are now heading towards the city of Bordeaux. And in sport, Australia's swim team has enjoyed a dream start to competition at the 2026 Commonwealth Games, claiming 6 gold medals on the opening night in Glasgow. To the weather, there's a strong wind warning for the Central Coast, Central Gippsland Coast and East Gippsland Coast. For the state, mostly cloudy with scattered showers over southern and mountain districts. Isolated light showers developing over the northern plains. For Melbourne, cloudy, a high chance of showers becoming less likely in the late afternoon and evening, heading for a top of 15 degrees. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, 16. Right now it's 14 in the city. ABC News.
What's loaded with fun for the whole family? ABC iView. Bring it! From the investigators and caper crew to Andy Lee's Do Not Watch This show.
You can keep watching.
Find it all on ABC iView.
Get ready for a year of Test cricket like you've never heard before.
Hits him hard and high, straight back down the ground for 6.
That's an amazing shot. 12 months, 20 Test matches. New Zealand at home over summer. The 3 most iconic overseas tours. The 150th anniversary Test under lights at the MCG. And it all begins August 13 with Australia versus Bangladesh on ABC Listen.
ABC Sport.
This is AFL Saturday with Corbin Middlemass.
McDonald takes it, plays on, goals! Game changer!
AFL coaching record holder.
Mr. Mick Malthouse.
The man's about to coach a team for the 715th occasion.
Premiership player.
Number 12, Luke Ball.
Finals pressure. Luke Ball from 45 metres out directly from goal. Score the level.
AFL Saturday with Corbin, Mick and Paulie. AFL Saturday. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
Cats' top 6 aspirations are alive. So are their premiership hopes back on too? The D's failed the primetime test. What is their ceiling in 2026? Speaking of, the Crows freeze on the big stage. Are their big game performances becoming a worry? And what do we make of the Pies? What are they capable of in 2026? Isaac Quaynor booed again by the Crows fans. So what should the game do about it? Fremantle paint the West purple. Is Murphy Reid putting together an All-Australian season in year 2? And John Longmire's out of the coaching race. Ken Hinckley's going to steer the Devils. So who coaches the Blues and the Bombers? All of that to come today on the award-winning AFL Saturday through ABC Sport.
But the Cats win minus a couple of their superstars in Cameron and Holmes, and they snap the D's, unbeaten run at the G and leap into 8.
And the Dockers claim their 17th win of 2026. Derby 63 belongs to Fremantle. 63 derbies and a 70-point winning margin. Fremantle too good for the Eagles, and the Cats. Huge shake-up to the order of things in the competition with a big victory over the D's last night. AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Your thoughts, by the way, throughout on 1300 558 222 is the talkback number. The Premiership player Luke Ball in the house. Hello, Bally.
Hello, Corby. Hello, everyone. Good to be under the roof, actually. Spent a couple of hours this morning standing out in the rain at Auskick. Kids running around and getting wet and loving it. And we haven't had too many days like that. And brought back some memories. Not as enjoyable when you're standing there as a parent, if I'm being perfectly honest, but no, good fun. And yeah, a couple of, three good games to talk about. Or not good games, but they had their moments, didn't they? But it's almost, every game's got, most if not every game now has got serious repercussions, doesn't it, as you said off the top. So looking forward to chatting about them.
We talked a bit about this last night with it is the one benefit of the wildcard concept. I know, Mick, you weren't a big believer at the start, and clearly, more teams than less make the postseason after 24 weeks of qualification. 10 of the 18 sides qualify for the finals, but it does mean that we got 6 of the 9 games this weekend that have ramifications on the top 10. Whereas if we only had a top 8 system, there'd only be 3 of the top 9 that would have some kind of implication on that. The coaching icon himself, the man who's coached more games than anyone else in VFL, AFL history, Mick Malthouse. Hello, Mick.
G'day, Corby, Bawley, and got Ben in the studio and all our wonderful listeners. It's, we're coming down to the pointy end, and we're seeing some signs that sides are very familiar with playing in September. They know how to go about it. And there's others that get stage fright, and unfortunately, nothing has really changed.
Are you coming around to the wildcard concept?
No,
you beat me to it.
It matters not. That's one of the. It's just bad luck. Bad luck. You're in. How would you like to be part of the EPL where it's you might be the only 2 clubs going for the premiership? No, or I guess there's breaking down. You can play in Europe. No, I'm certainly not. It rewards mediocrity. We're seeing so many sides that are just horrible at the moment. One that both of us played for, Bawley. and they're in the running for it, and they're, quite frankly, their form and everything else about them is quite horrible. That's St Kilda.
Yeah.
And I hate saying that because I've got a real soft spot for the Saints.
Yep. What it does do is it breaks down really the top 6 and the top 10. So there's almost 2 different levels of qualification, isn't there? If you finish top 6, you get the week off and the advantages that come with it. And for Geelong, it was a huge win for them last night. It certainly keeps them in that picture. They've got a soft run to end the season. So they've got Collingwood next, which is a mouth-watering game on Thursday
Ripping
night.
game.
The 2 winners already in round 20, and we're looking forward to that before the rest of this round's even been completed. But then after that, I think they finish with a real soft touch. They've got Essendon, Richmond and North in the last 3. So if the Cats can win that 50-50 game on Thursday night, they could be on a 6-game percentage.
Let's try this question then. Who is the best Victorian-based side?
Hawthorn, I think, pretty clearly. Hawthorn.
Well, they snuck over. They drew with Collingwood, didn't they? No, it's only just snuck over Geelong from memory, so I don't know whether that's... When you say clearly, Bally, why clearly?
I just think they're... and there's... And all that even run injury and with their best players playing, and they're starting to get them back.
Yeah,
I think a bit too. And I know you were down at Launceston, and maybe you're a little bit scarred by that. And they were horrible in that first.
Oh
half.
no,
but I think we can watch
the first half.
That's right.
Second
there was
half,
no Watson and no key defenders. I think they're well served across the field again with a full complement.
You wouldn't say Geelong like that?
Who's that?
Geelong with their seconds are on top of the ladder, and you can tell because when they bring players in, they are ready to play.
Yeah, really well coached. I think that was the really, really good coaching performance last night, just to arrest what was happening in that first quarter. Melbourne looked like they had their game going, didn't they? They were carving them up.
You can't survive that game, though, Bully.
No, it's hard. That's right.
You cannot do that for 4 quarters.
Yeah, that's right. So I thought they adjusted really well. I think the thing with Geelong now is like Shannon Neal, can he really grab that forward line by the throat? So, and he has to be. I'm the man now. So if they get Cameron back as a bonus, let's just say they probably won't, or he's not going to be anywhere near his best.
All right.
Can Shannon Neal go on with it? I mean, he kicked 5 last night. He probably could have kicked 7 or 8.
So you're talking 2 teams. You're not flipping Collingwood into there?
Let's see after.
They've won 6 in a row.
I know. Yeah, they can't do much more. Yeah,
they can't do any more. They tore a home side away. And they just throttled them.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't... Look, I think Melbourne are off it, but full credit to Melbourne. But I wouldn't discount any of those 3 sides for going to the last week in September.
Third highest scoring team in the last month, Collingwood, and only Fremantle more likely to put a defensive half turnover on the scoreboard than them. Who'd have thought that with Collingwood going back to the start of the season? So if you turn the ball over in your front half, the Pies are not only getting it, they're putting it on the board at the other end.
Yeah, it's been a great... Again, great coaching performance. I mean, they're really well led on the field as well. That was you just saw that the other night, didn't you? Just when it looked like the Crows were all over them in that little crucial 10-minute period before half-time. And it was Pendlebury, it was Howe, Dacos does his thing, obviously. Yeah. So, they've got that luxury, as long as those guys are out there, to be able to just turn the course of a game as it's happening. Well, hang on, the momentum's against us here. We've got to stop it. So let's just let's play a bit of keepings off for a bit. Take the sting out of it.
Smart players.
And then they go. They're really smart.
Just on that, we've just heard. I know I'm probably jumping a bit here with Paddy Dangerfield being re-signed. You'd suspect on Thursday night when you look at Pendlebury, who took complete control. He was the one that turned the game in that 5 minutes. He was able to get hand passes out and kick the goal. The other one he's been patchy this year. But he also had a great game, the Steel Sidebottom. Yeah. So I just hope that these players don't look at their age and make a decision. I hope they look at their form and do they want to keep going.
I'm with you, Mick, for whatever it's worth. I feel like Geelong are still the best of the Victorian contenders, and maybe that's unfair on Hawthorn for what they've done. But even Geelong's losses, like they lost 5 out of 7 games in that stretch. Greatest loss was 22 points. They were in
the game right through.
They were in most games. I feel like if they can just get those pieces back, and that's a big if, obviously, with Cameron and Holmes laid up at the moment, I wouldn't want to be playing them in September. They're going to be as tough around as there is in the competition. So can they still win it, Geelong? Is there a premiership team in there somewhere in 2026?
I honestly believe those 3 Melbourne-based clubs I just mentioned, if it runs into the right form, 5th or 6th is going to be a bonus this year. Make no mistake about it, because of the system. It could take you a long way. See, I know the top 4 is important, but if you don't finish in the top 4, the likelihood is that Geelong or Collingwood Hawthorn will probably finish top 4, but Collingwood and Geelong maybe finish 5th and 6th. Yeah. Oh, by hell, I tell you what, you would not want to be playing them in that final series.
Who do you trust more on prelim night, Sydney or Geelong?
Yeah.
Oh, well, you know who it is. It's got, you know, it's
1300 558 222 is the talkback number. That's 1300 558 222. The other side of it last night, before we chat to Patrick Dangerfield, who's going to be our feature guest in just a moment here on AFL Saturday. The D's. So it was a failure of the primetime test for them. They were ahead early in the game and then really were never able to close the gap in the second half. They never got it back to single digits. Stephen King was asked about what hurt them last night, the D's coach.
I think it was 101 points we gave them from turnover. So, yeah, played it hard to get any flow in the game when we, hand them that much ascendancy and roll out the red carpet the other way. In a game of footy, the style of game we want to play, I know there's risks associated with that, but a few of them tonight looked, I'm not sure if it was Geelong's pressure at times, but some of our decisions and execution just was pretty poor from a fundamental perspective.
So perfect record at the G comes to a close. They're 9-1 there this year. Feels like with Melbourne, the conversation the whole way through has been, hey, it's really admirable, but we don't quite think that they're a premiership team in 2026. And some people will be thinking, that's a bit harsh given perfect record until now at the MCG. Did it say a bit about them last night in the way that they performed?
They are twice as many wins, same period last year. It's been an amazing performance losing Petrarca, Oliver, Viney hasn't played, new coach, new system coming through, has to be implemented, players want to jump on board. I've seen enough evidence to suggest that there's player growth, and that's how you test coaches.
Yeah.
And when you see Pickett, I know he didn't have a lot of... He's the most exciting football going around, make no mistake about it. Max Gawn hasn't lowered his colours at all. In fact, that's something I'd like to talk about a bit later on. But they've got players at both ends. They didn't have Turner. And Geelong, let's forget who Geelong had out, because they had a lot out. But they need Turner back in the back half. Yeah. Melbourne have done an extraordinary job to get where they've got. I don't think that they're in the top 4. They're tops. If they get in the bottom 4 of the 8, that will serve them well. That'll be a great launching pad for next year.
If that matchup repeats on semi-final night, though, who are you tipping?
Geelong.
Oh, you go Geelong every day of the week.
AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Your calls on 1300 558 222. I'm pleased to say that the Brownlow medalist, premiership player, he's a Gary Ayres medalist. He's done it all in the game. Former president of the Players Association. He's the captain of Geelong. Patrick Dangerfield joins us on ABC Sport across the country. Patrick, congratulations on the win last night.
G'day, boys. Thanks for having me.
First of all, how's the body? We saw you getting some work done on the calf and looked like you'd hurt your groin on the run. How'd you pull up this morning?
A little bit sore this morning, so icing up at home, overlooking Nick's holiday home, actually. Just
of course you are.
Out just beautifully.
You don't get over into the drink, Paddy? You don't get over into the drink? Come on, mate.
Of course he does. He gets in the water pretty quick, don't you, Paddy?
I will be, Lukey. No, certainly that's been this morning already. Normally it's a mixture of sauna and beach, but a little bit ginger today, so leave the heat out of it.
Will you play on Thursday night?
Not sure. See how Monday goes, Corbin. I think there's one thing to play, there's another thing to make sure you perform and and execute. You need to do that against a team like Collingwood, who are obviously playing exceptional footy at the moment. So I'll get scans Monday and then have a better picture on sort of where my duck is at and go from there.
Paddy, just a couple of two questions. One is about the future, and we might come back to that in your re-signing. The second one is, and we're quite used to this with Geelong, is that you may have been, I don't know whether you're taken by surprise, but Melbourne's speed and everything about them in the first quarter, but it didn't take long, and I wouldn't have thought that Chris Scott needed to say a great deal outside of the fact that you, as captain, would say a lot to your player group in regard to then you put them into the trench and they couldn't get out, and then you just absolutely strangled them. Is that be fair to say?
Yeah, it was interesting, Nick. So they started really well, and I remember, I reckon it might have been the 4 or 5 minute mark. I said to Mark Blitzarves, and we're really fortunate. We've got a lot of experienced players that understand scenario based really quite well. And we were talking about after those first 2. I said to Mark, if they kick the next one, we might pull the trigger, and if they don't like it from the box, they can just change it. We might put you behind the ball. What do you think? Just to try and stem this avalanche of movement, because they look pretty menacing early. I think one of the things that we haven't executed, probably in that middle block for us where we lost 5 of 6, I think it was, when teams had the momentum, they really put scoreboard ascendancy on. And I felt like Melbourne had the ascendancy, but we were able to wrestle the scoreboard momentum back to within a manageable margin.
Yeah. And the newer players coming in, we know that Cameron and we know that Holmes and these sort of players are vital, but given the state of your seconds that are sitting on top of that, I think he only lost 1 or 2 games. Clearly, you've got players to pick from, and to be able to pick some of those young players, they seem to slot in very well.
Yeah, they do, Mick. I think, and I'm sure the coaches would elaborate if they were asked around, there's different mechanisms to pull when you don't have the Cameron mechanism or the Holmes mechanism. It does become more system-based. And every team is reliant upon their best players, but when you don't have, 2 of the very best, it does double down on the importance of system. And we've had some players come in that have really had to bide their time in the VFL. Jai Clark's a really good example, and the last 2 weeks, he's really helped our ground balls across half back. Which
can I just jump in there? He's also got a very, very good solid nose when the rib cage is open too. That's one of the best tackles you've seen in that.
He does. Queenscliff boy. They breed him tough down there. And you need to be, you need to be that dogged intensity down there. And when there's a good tackle to be made, you've got to make it. So he's one example, but there's others that have come in the team and really performed. And we've just got to get the next bit right, and that's win the next game and set ourselves up as best we can in the back end.
So you mentioned system there, Paddy, and by virtue of having those players who probably have a bit more freedom, like you mentioned out, I want to ask, there's been a lot of commentary this week about system versus identifying a tag or a run-with player, and you guys are lucky that you've got, I think, the best run-with player in the competition. What's your view on that? I mean, there's someone who's been tagged for a high proportion of his career as well. Tell us about the balance there around system versus Oishin just locking someone away, and clearly with an eye to next Thursday night. Tell us about that balance.
Yeah, well, it is a balance, Luke. I think you've got to have the players to be able to execute it. So sometimes I think, if it's system-based, it's like, well, we could run someone with player X, but they just may not be capable of really executing it to a high standard. So we're going to lose someone in our formation that may not actually get the job done in nullifying. So what are they to the team? We're really fortunate. We feel like we've got a few players that can do that role. But, in particularly Oishin, who's playing some outstanding footy. I think he'd be going quite well in a best and fairest at the moment. And he's quite unique because he's boxy in his build, but he runs exceptionally well. He's got great acceleration. So if you were trying to design the ultimate athlete to take on a player like Cozzy Pickett, who is just, I think Nick mentioned it off the top of the intro, my God, he is frightening. So trying to quell someone's influence like that, you're never totally going to nullify it, but I thought Osh did a pretty damn good job.
He did a pretty good job.
So, I was speaking about athletes at the other end of the scale. Is it Shannon Neal's time to shine? Has he got 4 weeks and then hopefully another 4 now? I mean, I just thought he was too good for them last night and probably left a few out there. I think it was a career high, 5 goals. But is it... and I'm sure you've been spending a fair bit of time with him, playing a bit more forward this year without Jezza. Is it his time to shine?
I think so. I think we've been pretty bullish on the fact that it's because Jez roams at various stages. Like he's the go-to. He's the man down there that spends the vast majority of time, and he's a phenomenal athlete first and foremost. And I think his footy is really starting to improve rapidly, and he's such a diligent player, almost to his own detriment at times, because he came into our side and had trained with Tom Hawkins, who was the master architect of setting up our structure as a forward line, and Shannon has seen that as, I'm going to be I'm going to really help the forward line in that capacity. So he puts the team almost above himself at various stages. And I suppose there's been a little bit of, mate, you can just launch at the ball. Like, the structure can be right sometimes, it can be wrong sometimes. Just attack it. And when he does that, my God, he's a pretty special player. We're fortunate to have him.
Patrick Dangerfield with us on ABC Sport across the country. Patrick, you signed a deal seemingly during the week. At least it was announced leading into the game last night when we learnt about it. So you'll play on into a 20th season in 2027. What's the motivation for you in going on? And obviously the 400 games off there in the distance, is that part of it?
And is it a coincidence that it fell on the same day that LeBron's announced that he's going to go?
400 has genuinely zero to do with it. I just love the game. I love turning up to training and even the bad games where you played poorly and you lost. It's still, I think, the best job in the world. And I think there's more wins to be gotten, and that's sort of how I see it. So, I love the building. I've loved my entire journey. I laugh listening to Mick now. I remember being interviewed by Mick in 2007 at draft camp. Like, it's just, footy's such an amazing thing. And I think, it's obviously provided you with a hell of a lot, Luke, and Mick being in the game an incredible long time. So, it provides different things for different people. I'm sure it's better than stacking shelves, Corbin. Like, we're all fortunate to be involved in the industry.
Absolutely. Patrick Dangerfield, the Geelong captain, with us on ABC Sport. Curly one for you, Patrick, with your AFLPA hat on. And I know you've put that to one side now as the former president of the Players Association.
I'm out, mate. I am out.
No comment. Have you got any... see if you've got an answer for me on this front, because it is an important issue for the game. Obviously, the episode that happened with Isaac Quaynor back on Thursday night at Adelaide Oval, and Andrew Dillon has made it really part of his brief that he is clearly handing out public sanctions for players that use homophobic slurs on field. I guess, what would you tell a player that receives a homophobic slur on the field right now? Because seemingly, from the evidence that's in front of us, a guy that is on the receiving end of one of those is treated like that by a crowd in Adelaide. So what would you tell a player that receives a homophobic slur?
Look, I think it's a tough one in terms of, I think you've got to, the right thing is always the right thing, as uncomfortable as it may be. Now, the game relies on the passion of the fans, and that is a critical part of why the game is so great. And most crowds and supporter bases are quite parochial, regardless of, what the incident has been, whether it's been reporting of a homophobic slur, whether it's a suspension in a tackle like that. They will defend their own to the hilt. And I understand the disappointment, but I also think we have to sit ourselves in the seat of a supporter, and for many, that is their release. And I'm not saying booing a player is the right way to go about it, but, I still think we want to make sure it's a supportive environment, but, people are entitled to support and cheer on their teams as well. So it's a bit of a funny one, I think.
Patrick, congratulations on the win last night on the 1 year extension into a 20th season. We get to watch you go around again and play footy for another year in 2027. Appreciate your time as always on ABC Sport.
Good, Pat.
Good, you guys. Thanks for having me.
Big Paddy.
Patrick Dangerfield with us there, the captain of Geelong. It's a hell of a run, 20 years in the system.
And the way, when I think also the way that he plays and has played over 20, that to me, and I'm not...
He doesn't dodge the pack, he doesn't dodge the tackle, he doesn't dodge the hit. Like even last night, that was a big hit at centre.
That's what I mean. Without being disrespectful or too flippant, if he gets to 400... It's the hardest 400 games out of any of them. You think about, they're all amazing players, freak players, and clearly Scotty's a nice comp, isn't he? He's a couple of years older, but when you compare the way, just purely physically, the amount of hits and the way that Scott's played his 400 to Patrick, it's
but there's not a player like him in the form.
No, and he's you always say, Mick, blessed with good parents, blessed genetically, Paddy, built. If you talk about Mullen, if you're going to create out of a lab the perfect AFL footballer. Paddy's not far off it.
No, exactly.
He's an unbelievable athlete himself. But
and remembering back last year's prelim, what he did there
it was unbelievable.
The end of his 18th season, if he's still
he won the game from.
Amazing.
Yeah.
1300 558 222, the talkback number. We've got a boatload of topics to get through, but let's hit the phones. Chris is in Adelaide. Chris, appreciate you waiting online. What have you got for us?
It's a pleasure, fellas. Look, I just want to pass a quick comment for Patrick Dangerfield. I'm a Crow supporter, and I loved his contribution to the Crows when he was younger, and I was sad that we probably should have given him the captaincy for 2 years and $1 million a year, and we might have got a grand final out of him. But he's been a marvellous player, and he speaks so well on the radio, so I wish him well for next year.
Yeah, that's a good call.
The reason I rang switching play, I always cringe when I see the Crows do it, and I thought last night Melbourne's switching a play at times was horrendous. It made them look terribly in their decision-making because some of those switches didn't even hit a target. And what do you generally think, how often, sometimes it works, but I just cringe when teams want to switch play, and I'm saying, no, go down. The goals are down the other way, and sometimes it works well, but what do you think generally about switching play?
Yeah, I think, Mick, and I'll handball to you as a coach. I'm a bit like, if it's not to release a player who can then go forward and take space and play on, I'm with the call there. I think it's, at times, and the poor teams do it as well, they put themselves under more pressure by conceding ground, conceding yards, so then someone who has to go back and kick it down the line, perhaps. So I think it can be used. The good teams use it as a tool to open up the ground and then pick their way through the opposition's team defence. But yeah, you're right, Larson. I mean, you heard Stephen King say it, a diabolical number of points conceded from turnover. Some of it was direct Geelong pressure, which they dialed up after quarter time. Others, it was just unforced error and perceived pressure, or just poor decisions or poor execution. So the challenge for Stephen King this week, Mick, and you were there, is, do you overreact to that, or was that just an event and we wipe that and show the good stuff? The first quarter, they moved the ball well, didn't they? They did go around Geelong where they went through them when it was time to do that. So, interesting week from a review point of view for the new coach this week.
He won't change it because that's his modus operandi. What you would like to think would take place is dissecting the ones that were unnecessary. And I'm not talking about lateral ball. I thought the lateral ball's fine. Because you've got to look, and let me clarify that. It's fine if you're playing chess, not if you're doing Chinese checkers, because it's just too predictable. Chess can be a little bit less predictable, so therefore you go wide. If the opposition picks you off and you go wide and you're all of a sudden running into a wall, it's a waste of time. You're better off chipping it through the 45 or even taking a 20-metre kick and taking some time off. He will stick to the same game plan, and under pressure, he's going to work out that good sides will come at you. So therefore, your decision-making's got to be either sharper or less predictable, with hand pass to a bloke who's just going to get nailed. And once they're nailed, they lose possession of the foot. And that's what Geelong hunted them down last night, magnificently.
1300 558 222, the talkback number. Chris, appreciate your call. To Colin, who's in Ballarat. Hello, Colin.
Hi there, guys. On the coaching thing, there's all the usual suspects throw their name up for coaching, and this week we heard Murray Davies from Adelaide. He's got his head in the ring. I want to know what you guys know about a guy called Jamie Cassidy McNamara. Evidently he spent a couple of years under Nathan Buckley at Collingwood, went to Chelsea in England and was with them, came back, coached a VAFA side, took them from cellar dwellers to contend for a premiership. And then he went to Coburg. In 3 years at Coburg, first year, no wins. Last year, just missed the finals. This year, they're in the contention for the finals. They're actually in the running at the moment.
Wow. It's a left field one. Yeah, I like it. It's a left field one, and I think let's take the Carlton process.
Was he there in your time?
No, I can't. I don't remember if he was. Now that was a while ago, but. One thing I do know, just having been a small part of that Collingwood process, and I'm sure Graham Wright is heading down the same path, is the funnel started really wide. So his name will be, was literally start with every senior coach, or assistant coach, not just in the AFL system. So it's a left field one, but it's a good shout. I'm sure if there's a coach out there not in the currently in the system who's progressing like that they'd be absolutely. Their name would be the next, maybe not for the senior job, but hey, is there someone that we can bring into the program with outside ideas? Did he say he went to Chelsea over?
Yeah.
So, good on him if he's done that, because I think the more ideas you can bring from outside of the system. And Craig McRae spent 7 years at the Melbourne Storm. Different code, yes, but worked under Craig Bellamy, widely considered as a brilliant coach. So bringing ideas from outside the system can't hurt their chances either.
So we learned during the week that John Longmire's out of the coaching race. He was on AFL 360 last week speaking about that and the fact that he won't be in the running for these jobs.
I certainly explored it. I went down the path. I looked at it seriously. There's no question with that. But I'm really fortunate. I was helped start a business up here 18 months ago that I'm really jumping into and enjoying. There's plenty that we've done, but plenty to do. Some great potential in that, some great growth. I'm going to get into that. Really looking forward to that with some people here at the Sydney Swans. And I'm going to do a bit of travel. I haven't done any travel yet. Looking forward to that and watching my kids play sport. But I'm really looking forward to the next stage of my business career up here in Sydney, which I'm enjoying.
So just to be clear, did that take you out of any consideration for Carlton and Essendon?
Yes, Jared. Yeah, I'll be staying here in Sydney and focused on the business that we're building here. That's going really well and got great potential. So I'm looking forward to that.
So it was John Longmire on Fox Footy during the week. We know Ken Hinckley's going to steer the Devils. So the Bombers and the Blues. The reporting around the Carlton job is that it's seemingly down to 4. Josh Fraser's still in the mix, but that count will be kicked down the road until later in the year. And then the other 3 highly credentialed assistant coaches, Jamie Graham, James Kelly and Corey Enright, who is seemingly the favourite at this particular
stage. So Bucks
stage.
is not in that?
No, and he said
because he doesn't want to be part of it, right?
He's also said during the week he's not part of those 2 jobs. And the Bombers one is fascinating too. But as I mentioned during the week, Paul, I broke the story that Murray Davis is part of that coaching search. And to be honest, when you bring these things to the table, you often don't really analyse it. You just say, hey, here's the news. And then on the show that I was on Midweek Tackle on Fox with Lauren Wood and John Ralph, they kicked it around and talked about what that fit would look like. And the more you think about it, the more you think, I can understand why the Bombers would interview someone like that. So he's coached his own team to success in the NEFL, coached the NT Thunder to a premiership there, then joined the Brisbane Lions in 2012. Think about what the Lions were like in 2012. So they were right down the bottom. He had development roles, strategy, defence, forward line, and then sees them all the way through to playing in a grand final, winning a premiership. Then he leaves, goes to Adelaide. He's the director of coaching there. Year 1 gets to Adelaide. They're the minor premiers at the end of the season. So I can understand a lot of teams wanting that Brisbane IP, given they're the team that everyone's chasing. I still feel like, as it sits here at the moment, though, that Mark McVeigh is probably the name that looms large in this particular conversation. So he's an Essendon person, yes. He's got great IP, having been up there in Sydney in successful programs for both the Swans and the Giants. I wouldn't be surprised if there's somehow a way that the Essendon people are involved. I still just don't think that is with James Hird as the figurehead as it stands.
So where's he
today.
fallen out? Where's Hird fallen out, given the fact that it was such a big push there at one stage and he wants the job? And all of a sudden it's gone cold. So what's jumped up? Is it because there's such a division at Essendon to say some want him and some don't? There's no grey at all?
Yeah, I think the other thing is too, like he's got 10 years where he's rarely been part of the system. So I feel like the media storm at the start was just that, whereas the club, to their credit, has very few leaks on the way through. I got the sense that they would have loved to give it to Dean Solomon, but when he's come in and taken over this team and the results necessarily haven't backed that up, they had a win on the weekend.
Ordinary side injured side. They're an ordinary side that's injured.
I could see a world where all 3 of them are involved.
And they're all close, aren't they?
So they get hurt as an assistant.
I mean, Solomon's already said that he'll be there. He's contracted, so he'll be there in any shape or form next year. So that's interesting, Corp. That I haven't heard you say that strongly about Mark McVeigh. But
that's where if I was framing a market today, and obviously things can change and everything else, I would have him as my favourite today.
And a good lad.
And with the Carlton, I was pretty confident from the start that with Graham Wright running the process, that they would go down the path of the best,
particularly where they are
first timer. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I get that.
1300 558 222 is the talkback number. Stephen from Parkdale is the next of our callers. Hello, Stephen.
G'day, Corbin. Look, I'm just ringing up about the Quainer thing. I'm from England. I've followed the EPL and European soccer all my life. And really big clubs like Barcelona and Real Madrid, when encouraged to behave like that, whether it's racial or homophobic slurs or just bad behaviour, they just lock them out. They just ban fans from going for a game or two if they reoffend. And they seem to learn. And I watched that game on Thursday, and you could say, oh, it's punishing everyone. But I don't think there were too many people in that crowd who weren't booing him.
Who weren't, yeah.
Stephen, I appreciate your call. I might let that stand as comment. That people I've spoken to at the ground feel like it was not a majority, that they feel like there were pockets of booing, and clearly it was obvious on the TV, but people that were there basically said, hey, we didn't notice it as much at the venue. It's an interesting flashpoint for the game here, because the game has great energy when it comes to the players in trying to stamp out homophobia, right? They slug players into VFL who have said a homophobic slur for 6 weeks and everything else. Are they going to have that same energy when it comes to the fans? And when it comes to positions of leadership on this, really there's 3 questions, right? Is there an injustice taking place? Can I see it? Can I identify it? Secondly, am I willing to do anything to change it, right? And clearly the game is, at some level they're trying to change issues when it comes to homophobia. And the third thing is, am I willing to make sacrifices in order to get the change that I want to get? And I feel like at the moment we've got a yes to the first one, we've got a yes to the second one, and on the third one, I'm not quite sure we're willing to make too many sacrifices yet when it comes to telling people, hey, we don't want your money, we want you to stay away if you're going to conduct yourself like that. And unfortunately, that sits at the feet of Andrew Dillon and Tim Silvers as the CEO of the Adelaide Crows to decide what do they want it to be.
I just think, too, we're just living in a world at the moment where the more you, and this is, certain codes, the more you tell people not to do something, the more they're going to do it.
I'm in Paddy Dangerfield's court. I just think, it's going to be very hard to stamp out everything that you want stamped out, particularly when they pay at the gate to come in. And you know what? I just think it'll dissipate. I really do. I know, Corby. It's probably, it's something different again. But I just feel that. I know with the goods thing, it manifests itself into something that was just horrible, and it kept on going for some reason or another. I mean, we're all.
Well, that's my point, because people don't like being told what to do at the moment.
That's it.
Yeah, it's an element of that, and they feel like because they've got a phone and they've got power that they never previously had. But if you surveyed most of the people that were there, or half the people there that were booing, why are you doing it?
They wouldn't know. They wouldn't know
because he is, and because we've been told not to. Yeah. And no one tells me what. Yeah. There's an element of that. So
isn't that a moment for introspection too, though?
Yeah, well, it is. Yeah, but you're talking about sacrifice and action. I'm with you. I just don't know what it looks like. I don't know what it looks like.
So we're worried about what message it says to the gay community. Basically, there's 10% of the population that feels like they've been ostracised from the game for a long period of time and everything else. If they're sitting there the other night and they're listening to that the only reason people are booing Isaac Quaynor is because of the fact that he was the victim of a homophobic slur. So he stood up and he called it out, essentially, and then he becomes the target of this particular behaviour. Yeah. Well, what does it say to them if they're sitting there alongside, listening to someone boo and?
But I don't know what it says to them.
That action.
See, I don't know what it says to them.
Yeah,
because 90% of people would know what they're saying. No.
But I'd forgotten before Thursday night's game until it was spoken about on Tuesday. So why? There's an element of that. Why did we need to talk about it? In the lead up to the game? I get you have to create a bit of but in this issue, let's talk about the fact that Collingwood ended. Adelaide's who finished on top last year. Then we've got to throw this on top of it. Oh, that might be a bit of extra spice.
Yep.
And then the Crows supporters go, oh, you know what? It is a bit of extra spice. Yeah. Of course. So I'm going to jump on that.
I just think it
shouldn't have been mentioned during the week.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep. But and that's where. How does the game control its media partners on that front? Do they send something out basically saying, hey guys, can you do us a favour here? This is what's happening.
Yeah.
I mean, there are some levers of the game. There are some levers the game can pull, and what they never did in the goods case, which perhaps they could do here. Imagine if a leader of the footy club got on the microphone and said, hey guys, we're not happy with that kind of presentation. So we can, an Adelaide Crows representative, whether it's the CEO, the senior coach, the captain, Rankin himself, whoever it is, someone gets up there and says, guys, we don't want that. I've seen it in the NBA. Greg Popovich famously did it, where he got on the mic and said, hey, we don't boo here, and to a returning player.
You can't do that with a player
that came home.
You cannot have a player involved in that, because it too much pressure on the player. Can't have a coach doing it. It says something else about the game. The game's the game. Maybe a club official, maybe an AFL official. If an AFL official do it, they'll go out of their way to boo.
Yeah.
They'll go out of
100%.
If it's a club official, maybe.
But players have
certainly not players. No player, no coach should get involved.
Players throughout history have led the way when it comes to social change, and not since the 1960s. Like, we're going back a long way now when we've had a player that's been willing to do that. But that is a way to get effective change. The other thing the league could do is, how about they just don't schedule Collingwood and Adelaide for a year or for a couple of years or whatever it turns out to be? I mean, and then that'll really hurt Adelaide's bottom line because they don't get the Pies in town. Collingwood can go there and play Port Adelaide, and it's a way to kick the problem down the road in 2 years. And then hopefully by then, as you said, it's a little further back in people's memories. It's less present. The other thing is now, and I loved the energy that Craig McRae had the other night in addressing it. I hope he's got that same energy when Adelaide come to town next time, because you know what's going to happen when Isaac Rankin runs out to play for the Crows against the Pies at the MCG next time, and it's going to become this reverse thing that is ongoing. So that's something that the Pies are going to have to manage when it comes back the other way. Owen is the next of our callers. 1300 558 222, the talkback number. Hello, Owen.
How you going?
We're well, thanks.
The game last night, and I think, Mick, you were commentating it.
Yes.
What did you think of the umpiring decisions?
In which case?
Mainly in the ruck.
Well, if you can hold that for a couple of seconds, Corby, or are we coming on to that, because that's what I want to talk about. So I'll hold back on that for a couple of seconds, and I'll give you exactly what I think about that.
Craig's got his finger on the button. He's ready to go. It's one of our favourite segments here.
Thanks, Owen.
On AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. It's time for Mixed Messages.
On AFL Saturday.
What do they reckon? They come to play marbles or football, or think they sat in their cars waiting for the game to start and go out there?
This is Mixed Messages.
I have a very simple message for Greg Swan. I love Swan. He's a good bloke. I just cannot believe that rules changes are done at the time they've been done. And this rule here with the ruck, we've got one of the greatest ruckmen that's ever played the game, and he is a totally frustrated man that when I'm looking at the circle now, when they put their back foot on the line of the circle and run at each other and jump and land on the opposite side of the line, which is inevitable. It's going to be very rare that both ruckmen hit the line and land on their own side. Max Gawn landed 3 times, I think it was, on the opposite side by maybe a half a metre, and was free kicked for eyes on the ball, trying to do what he does best as a tap ruckman, and in some instances punch the ball out, and was free kicked on those occasions. It is totally wrong. Totally wrong. Add to that, when some players balk the other ruckman, it's inevitable that when you've got that momentum over 2 or 3 paces that your body is going to land over the line and cause a free kick. The rule is wrong. I get what we want. We don't want to have ruckmen smashing knees against one another. You've taken the bounce out. We know where the ball is. It's predictable. But it's inevitable that a player will end up on the other side of the line. That is absolute nonsense that a player should be free kicked for attacking the ball.
No, a lot of those in isolation, I couldn't agree more with. I'm just trying to think of how to play devil's advocate. Is it one of those ones where you say, let's not let perfect get in the way of progress? So the objective of the new rule, 85-90% of it this year has worked, and then you're going to get some and you go, oh, how is that a free kick? And
that's exactly right.
I did a pre-season game, Swans and Giants, and Brodie Grundy did it, where essentially he balked, the guy ran over the line, and then they gave away the free kick. My understanding was Greg Swan came out, I think it was the next time he was on 360, and essentially clarified and said, we've told the umpires that we don't want that paid in that particular fashion. And then it feels like every 6 to 8 weeks it creeps back in. We see a sequence of them paid, and then it goes away again, and then it creeps back in, and we saw it multiple times last night.
Shocking last night.
It's totally against this. It almost feels like if the other ruck doesn't fly, that the rule should be null and
But they did fly. And the good thing about last night was that the Geelong ruckman still did fly, but Gawn got a little bit higher, and weight, he might be a couple of kilos heavier, and where he landed was on the opposite side. If we judge that rule in conjunction with other rules, then Max should have been penalised 50 metres on every occasion because he was, what would we say about the umpires? You're not allowed to give lip to the umpires, right? So he did on 3 or 4 occasions. And then he got to the stage where he argued all the way back, because I think Geelong kicked goals from each one of them. So he argued all the way back. You cannot have one of your premier ruckmen that frustrated because of a rule change that was introduced very late for a start-up and takes away... We've already taken away the bounce. Please don't take away the competitiveness.
That's right. It was brought in because we didn't like the two ruckmen standing next to each other on the line and wrestling and grabbing. So I think that's a good common sense adjustment or application. If they fly, doesn't matter.
Yep.
You know, the old rock rule applies if it's a indiscriminate attempt at a jump. But if they're both jumping and one of them gets over the line, let it err on the side of letting it go.
Well, don't let the bloke who's balked you get a cheap free kick.
What I mean.
Yeah.
What does Razor tell us all the time? If it's not a hell yeah, it's a big no.
It's a no.
Good on him.
1300 558 222, the talkback number. Owen, appreciate your call. So we've got time to take a few more calls here. There's no late change ahead of Carlton and Gold Coast. We got our double dipper today at Dockland. So the first game is Carlton up against Gold Coast, and then later tonight the Western Bulldogs play Richmond. So you'll hear them all here on ABC Sport. In the middle we got a double header. So the Giants are hosting Sydney in the Sydney Derby. They've got a horrid record, the Giants, in recent times, but they've also got this weird thing where they play better against the top 6 than they do the bottom 5. So they got a top 6 opponent today in the Swans. We'll see how they go there. Meanwhile, over at the MCG, 3 games in Melbourne today. Incredible fixturing. So MCG in the middle, Docklands either side. Hawthorn take on Essendon. The two arch rivals go at it across town. A couple of other talking points out of the weekend. So the Crows, and you were strong on this last night, Mick. You used that dreaded word that no one likes to hear in footy to describe their performance. What did you see from Adelaide on Thursday night?
I saw a side that can't handle pressure. I saw a side that has got a lot of good talent within the side. I believe that they are 1 or 2 good midfielders shy of being a great side. Too many players turn their toes up. Too many players, when it's free running, lead out in the open, take good marks and go back and kick their goals, don't defend the football under pressure. And then when they get caught out on the retreat, they get cut apart by better sides. And for one reason or another, they can be in a winning position and lose it very quickly in the space of, let's say, 5 minutes. I won't say 2 or 3 minutes. 5 minutes where the opposition kicked 2 or 3 quick goals. They do not have the capacity as a team to be able to halt the run and then regather their forces to get back in the game.
You said last night too many players?
Oh, well, I reckon they're soft. I reckon they are horribly soft.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because up until last Thursday night, they've been the number one team at applying pressure. The number one tackle team.
But that's okay, Paul. This is not to do with the tackling. This is to do with the opposition coming at you when the scoreboard looks like you've got it sewn up, and all of a sudden they get 1, they get 2, they retreat. They are very, very poor at stopping a side coming at them, and they retreat and they become what I would call very soft in the competition, in the contest.
Yeah. I think in review the selection came back to bite them a little bit.
Why?
They were too tall. They didn't have an impact. The tools that they brought in, and I think the reasoning was to shoulder the load in the ruck. I mean, Darcy Cameron just monstered McAndrew, didn't he? And McAndrew is sore from all reports, so they thought, can we share the load a bit with Maley, who looked okay early. We took Amar, kicked the goal, and Murray, but in the end, they were rendered. As the game wore on and Collingwood got that pressure and that hunt and that run going, they were left too tall on the bench. So there's an element of that. You're right. They just didn't get enough. They didn't get enough a contribution across the board.
No, not at all. But Paulie, that's not just 1 week. If it was 1 week, I'd look at Melbourne and say, they caved in under Geelong's pressure. No, I've seen Melbourne this year, and I've seen enough to suggest that they can recover from it. I've seen too much of Adelaide, particularly when they finish on top of the ladder, and there wasn't a yelp.
So you're giving up on you're putting a line through?
Oh, I'm putting a total line through because I just reckon when they get on the big stage, their big stage last year.
Pretty good against Sydney.
They're big. Well, Sydney, don't talk about Sydney. They can't beat anyone near them. So last year, They lost the 2 finals at home.
Yeah.
I mean, how bad's that?
Lost the showdown. All eyes on them.
Yeah.
In the state of South Australia, and then last night, same thing. Thursday night, prime time slot. Couldn't get it done.
Yeah, and think about it. If they come away, have to get on a plane and play at the MCG. If they can't handle their own crowd and that own pressure, what are they going to be like at the MCG when the time comes?
I didn't realise the temperature was that hot around Matthew Nicks too. But looking at some of the reaction from Adelaide fans for a guy that's won a lot of home and away games in the last couple of years, it felt like the temperature was pretty spicy there. Just on Nick Dacos, by the way, and I know the listeners out there go, oh, the media, what do the kids say? Glazing, they love Nick Dacos, blah blah blah. Like the only conversation around Nick Dacos and the Brownlow medal this year for me is, does he break?
How far?
Does he break the record?
I feel like that's stopped a bit, hasn't it, over recent weeks?
The record's 45 votes that Patrick Cripps got, 39 last year for Matt Rao. I think he's going over 45. I think this is going to be a ridiculous vote-getting year for him.
He's one of the greatest players that's ever played the game at a young age. He wouldn't be 23, would he?
23.
He's 23.
Yeah.
It is a remarkable performance. And for those that want to go, he doesn't get the hard ball, I reckon he gets some cheap stuff now because he's so good with the football. But if he has to go and get it, he gets it. If he has to run past, and so guts is also how hard you run at the end of the game. Yeah. So people go, what are his guts? He's still running top pace at the 29-minute mark of the last quarter when the team needs him, as he does in the first quarter. And the first quarter, he doesn't always get a lot of the football because they're at him, but he breaks them. I have utmost respect for that player. I think that he thoroughly deserves it.
He's polled 34 with us with 4 to go. I feel like we, if anything, in the media and the media analysts grade him harsher than what the umpires will. I feel like he'll get more votes with them than what he's got with us. Something you've been big on, Bally. We did our mock All-Australian teams last week, and the conversation has heated up overnight, clearly, on the back of Murphy Reid's performance. He won the Glendinning Allen Medal. Justin Longmuir last night was asked about his performance being best of field in Freo's big win in the West.
He's performed pretty well in most games he's played. He's got a good bunch of more senior players around him that help him certain aspects of his game. But I thought he got to work at the right times tonight, and clearly when he gets the ball in his hands, something special usually happens. So I thought his work rate was strong, and he's maybe you can't teach some players the stuff he does with his vision and his ability to weight kicks and do what the game needs.
Is he in your team, Bally?
Did I have him in last? I jotted it down. Did I have him? Yeah, well, he's a lot. He's in. Yeah, yep. He's in the 23. Yeah, whether it's a bench spot, maybe it is a bench spot. We know that the mids and flank positions are pretty hotly contested, aren't they? But I think this is going to be a team that finishes on top of the ladder by 2 or 3 games. And he's performed so consistently across the year. He's got a good support cast, as his coach said then. But you're right, some of the stuff he does just belies his age and experience. So he's in. I think if there's 50-50s, line ball decisions in the team, that being part of a team that's been so dominant should get him the nod over. I don't know, there's going to be other players. I think Bolton's got to be in there as well, to be honest. I think it's interesting this year, their mainstays are probably going to miss out. Brayshaw, Sarong. Now, you need to dig into it a bit, but I'd imagine that they'll poll pretty high in their best and fairest. They haven't been as prolific as they have in recent years, but it's been Bolton, I think, and Murphy Reid that's taken them to the next level through the middle part of the ground.
Or Jackson.
Exactly, off the back of Jackson as well. Yep.
Would you have 3 rucks in your All-Australian team?
Still got him in. Yep. Well, Grundy's the watch now. He can't. He's got to finish off strong. He's got to have a good month here for the Swans and get them back on track.
Early days. No, I haven't. Gawn's a walk-up start in my.
Grundy's first half of the year was unbelievable.
Yeah,
I realise that, but that's where Sydney are at the moment because they get beaten like that. Cameron's been in outstanding form.
Been good.
But Jackson, he's different again, so he might squeeze in as a ruckman come forward.
But you got no Grundy.
I haven't got Grundy right now because I reckon he's dropped off.
It's interesting. I know they're debating that, the All-Australian selectors, as you can understand, and they do their progress teams as it goes. And my understanding was in their progress team they had the 3 rucks in, which is controversial. I know we whinge about there's so many midfielders and everything else that goes on into it. So it'll be interesting as we get to that last quarter of the year. And the last quarter I feel like is really important. If you're in people's
recency bias,
if you're in the consciousness And particularly with those, it's just a question of whether all three can make it in a team of 23. Final minute, we've got a hot out here before, obviously, the start of the Blues and the Suns, our broadcast game coming up. Hawks and the Dons in the twilight spot, and then it's GWS in Sydney, and later tonight, the Bulldogs and the Tigers. Very quickly, Mick, Ben King, the reports that he's going to Hawthorn on a long-term deal.
Well, that's really interesting, given that they've just signed Lewis.
Does him and Gunston?
They've re-signed
Gunston's not going to last forever.
I think I would presume that they're thinking he's just a natural Gunston replacement.
Yeah, well, that's probably...
But they re-signed Gunston too.
Yeah. Great hit out, Mick. Appreciate your time as always.
Been a pleasure.
Mick.
Ballie's sticking around for the footy. The full Saturday slate coming up, starting with Carlton and Gold Coast. If you want to hear this full episode back, ABC AFL Daily, wherever you get your podcasts, the home of your footy combo.
Beneath the heat and dust lies gemstones, secrets and murder.
This is homicide.
Nothing stays buried forever. The suspenseful new crime drama, Treasure and Dirt. Streaming now on ABC iView.
ABC Sport.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
The well-trodden path. Lockett, Hall, Franklin, and now Curnow. The grass is greener at the SCG.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. Don't get better than this.
On his left, he couldn't bang through a third, can he? You bet he can.
It's from 45 on the run. And they've made it 6 in a row.
What a goal.
Nick Dacos takes the advantage, eyes the goals, and kicks it. DNA doesn't lie. Want it down. Socket off the ground by Will Ashcroft.
He's a freak. That
is just that. Freakish.
Welcome to the 2026 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport. On radio, on digital, and ABC Listen.
You take a seat, because it don't get better than this.
The Fraser freight train has just run out of a little steam after a 7-0 start to his caretaker role. They have dropped to their last 2 games. Can he get it back on the tracks today up against the Gold Coast Suns and keep their quest for a wildcard spot alive? Well, the Suns, they are in free fall. They're 7-11, and if you look at the wildcard picture and the ladder, you would say they're still in contention. But this is a team that has lost their last 8 straight. They've got a lot to try and put back together with 5 games left in the home and away season. Great to have you with us. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass and Ben Cameron for the call. Ben, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Corbin. You've told me that there are 6 games this week instead of 3 that have potential finals implications, given we've got the wild card. This is one of those 6. So the winner today should have to play some pretty good footy to get over their opposition. I'm looking forward to it.
No late changes here at Docklands. So we saw Ethan Reid doing the warm-up. But I think just because he missed out on the VFL, he was there getting loose. And as a result, he's not going to play. He didn't make the final 23. So no Ethan Reid for the Suns. Adam Ramanauskas is here, the youngest Essendon Premiership player on planet Earth. Hello, Ram.
Good afternoon to all. I'm looking forward to this one. I think it's a great test for Carlton, as you mentioned, Corb, on the back of 2 losses. But also, what have Gold Coast got left, I think, is what I'm more interested in now. They've been terrible. Let's be perfectly honest and brutal. They've been terrible the last 2 months. So can they make a push? And it has to start today.
They made one change to the team that lost to the Western Bulldogs. Charlie Ballard takes the place of Oscar Adams. This is an interesting story, by the way. So Charlie Ballard comes in. He turned 27 yesterday. Oscar Adams turned 23 yesterday. They share a birthday, and one goes in, one goes out. So happy birthday for Charlie Ballard, and not a great result for poor Oscar Adams, who loses his place. Luke Ball's here, as always, the Premiership Pie. Hello, Bally.
Corby, hi everyone again. And Rami, I agree. Looking forward to this one. I'm not sure what we're going to get. I feel like they have to break this complete slump at some stage, the Suns. Is it today, under the roof, against a Carlton team whose bubbles burst a little bit over the last couple of weeks, haven't they? And midfield matchup, critical today. I feel like that's where, even though this much vaulted Gold Coast midfield have been well down on their output from last year, do they sniff an opportunity today just to arrest the slide? And then if they win today, all of a sudden they can, that's the beauty of the wild card, Ben, as you mentioned. They can refocus and have a decent run over the next month, and you never know. So Yeah, I'm not sure what will happen today. I'm not sure. Still not sure I'm going to tip, to be honest. Maybe the home team still, but...
The two greatest single-season vote getters in Brownlow medal history, Patrick Cripps and Matt Rowell, both on the ground today. Ray Chamberlain's left us. He's subbed out of Saturday afternoon footy. He's into the twilight slot, so controversy brewing as part of the ABC Sport crew.
And worse than that, he blamed it on his EA.
Amazing.
Which is incredible. I mean, to have an EA for beginners is a question mark.
He's going to be sitting out in the rain at the MCG. I hope it pours down for him.
Long forgotten. He's been replaced by a more than suitable replacement. Tim Morgan is with us on the boundary this afternoon. Tim, good afternoon to you.
Very much a next man up philosophy here at the ABC. Hopefully I can fill the shoes of the great man. So the Suns have won the toss. They'll kick to the southern end of the ground. That'll be the right of your dial. Just over 30,000 expected in the house. They'll be happy to be under the lid here at Docklands, given it's been pretty drizzly around Melbourne today. No late changes. Going to be a good one in the race for the wild card.
Here we go. The Suns and the Blues, who will stay alive in the race for the 10. You're with Ben Cameron on ABC Sport.
Neither ruck decisive as we get underway. Jagger Smith onto it, as he so often is with those loose balls. Gets his handball out. And then a strong tackle applied coming in from Frankie Evans, and he'll win the free kick as well.
Oh, geez, that was hot, isn't it?
Hot whistle.
Well, there's the standard, isn't it, for prior opportunity?
Yeah. Oh, Adensall just finding out how hot it is as Evans moves it on to Chera. So Chera at high half forward, pokes it into the pocket for the Blues. Cripps spoils it down. Jagger Smith out to Walsh, flying shot on goal. Floats it on target. Doesn't quite get it there in the end, and with the headband on, Zeke Hewland marks on the last line for the Gold Coast Suns.
The kick goes out to Lombard, who collects. Hand pass meant for Rioli, left it behind, fumbled it out of play. In fact, no, he didn't. It's the last disposal out of play. The hand pass from Lombard, so free kick for the Blues. And Ainsworth takes it. First game for him against his old team. Goes short to Cottrell. Between wing and half forward. Dabs it into the forward pocket. To the lead-up player in Kemp. No mark. Spills down to Walsh. Walsh off the left. Curls a kick to full forward. Pittonet's down there. Knocked away from him. Cripps wrestling on for it with Ballard. In the end, it's knocked through for a rush behind. That's the first score of the game. It comes 70 seconds in. One behind for Carlton. Gold Coast Suns yet to go forward. This is Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, so no Harry Mackay today to find their goals from elsewhere. Mitch McGovern, leading goal kicker actually for the Blues this year, 28.
Bodie Hewland with the kick into Sam Collins, who misses power with the handball. He manages to get it onto Anderson. Hoofs it high along the wing. Flying King through his hands out the back. There to mop up quickly is Moyle. He gets it on to a teammate running by him. Patterson kicks inside 50. And Walter marks 47 metres out, 45-degree angle, 50-metre penalty. Harry Dean didn't stand or overstepped, and Jed Walter will be taken to the goal line where he will kick on goal.
Well, I wonder if that is against Harry Dean or Dirksen.
Walter, with no one on the mark, thumps it into the third tier. And the Gold Coast Suns land the first blow. One straight 6 to one behind. We'll play 2 minutes opening term. Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas.
Well, the mark was taken, and there was no blue within 10 metres, 15 metres of the Gold Coast player who marked the ball. So what happened then is Harry Dean rushes to get to the mark, but Dirksen's...
I think it's against Dirksen.
Yeah, I think it's against Dirksen. The umpire said for Dirksen to stand, and Harry Dean has stood, and that's where Walter's been awarded the 50-metre penalty.
He was too close to Dirksen. You could see what he was trying to do. Yeah, and that's where that natural thought of a defender is. I've got to hightail it, get to the mark, and make him kick over hands. But yeah, that's an interpretation of the new stand rule. Cost them a goal.
Back in the middle, Pittonet and Moyle go at it. Ball hits the deck. Clean takeaway in the end for Anderson. Gave it to Petrarca. Kick smothered. Smith with the 1%er. Ball spills to the wing, and Atensall locked up in the tackle. Ball up.
Big day, isn't it, for the guns of the Gold Coast midfield. They're all in there. I like that. Start them in there. Petrarca, Rowell, Anderson.
Moyle and Pittonet, as it will be for most of the day. Pittonet swats it clear of the stoppage. Petrarca, little fumble, gathers eventually. Gives it back to Anderson. Anderson, the Sun skipper. Just a high contest kick down the wing. Moyle's in the pack. Leaps up, no mark. Spills to Newman. Blues with it. Chera, Haynes, all by hand. Back to Dirksen. Kicks laterally and finds Cowan on the back flank. So a 5-point lead early for the Suns.
Cowan bites off the kick into the middle. Chopped off by Bodie Hewland. Quickly inside 50 for the Suns. And Humphreys on the end of it. 45 out directly in front.
Well, it's terrific by Hewland. Pushing up there in defence. Take the risk.
Good sign, isn't it?
Yeah.
Good sign that he's on his toes. They're hunting forward half intercepts. They've been too easy to score against in their last 6 or 7 weeks of footy, the Gold Coast. Turned it around a little bit last week, I thought. They had, their tackle pressure was pretty good against the Dogs. Didn't quite get the result, but that's a really good early sign. Front half turnover.
Boot to ball from 50. Thumps it on target.
Okay.
Humphrey B is not quite to start this game. 2 straight 12 plays, 1 behind. 4 minutes into the opening term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
How long you practiced that one?
I don't practice.
It's a great start, though, isn't it? When it just it
rolled off,
it?
Just rolled off the tongue there.
But the opportunity just presents in the first 5 minutes. He's had that one loaded in the gun, and Humphrey B just went. Yeah, what a kick it was. And yeah, front half turnovers of the game, isn't it? I think we've seen that over the last month of footy. The run and gun style. Teams become aware of that. You've got to have a second string to your bow, and
when it's your opportunity to push up and press, you've got to take that opportunity.
He's had a good year, Yulen.
He's had a terrific year. Very underrated player in the competition.
Both he and his younger brother now just starting to ease into his work, isn't he? Zeke's had a good couple of weeks of footy too.
Suns by 11 points. Early start by a few minutes or so with the double header today, or the double dipper at Docklands. Out of the middle, Rao kicks inside the forward 50. Humphrey trying to reel it in, not quite. Hits the deck. Humphrey still on it. Collects. Tackled. Lost it. Ball comes out. Akers took on the tackle. Got a hand pass away towards Wilson, who feeds it back to Haynes. Kicks out of defence. Anderson intercepts. High half forward. Hand pass away for Rao. Rao dabs the kick inside 50 for the Suns, but Cowan picks it off at half back. An 11-point lead for the Suns. They've kicked the first 2 goals in the opening 6 minutes.
Both of these teams have won 7 opening terms this year. Cowan goes back to Dirksen, kicks up the pipe, and Haynes drops the mark. Turnover. Gathered by Patterson for the Suns. Kicks them back inside 50. King launching at it. Getting in his way, Petrarca. Paid the mark in the end. I think Petrarca had a hand on it on the way through. The umpire was unsighted. King paid the mark, 47 metres out, better than a 45-degree angle.
Good strong mark by Ben King. Not sort of renowned really for that real contested marking side of the game for him, but that was a good start. Harry Dean, big job again. Incredible that he gets to play on these opponents at 18 years old.
3 Brownlow votes the last time these two teams met. Going the way of Ben King, booted 6 on that occasion. Out to the left here with his shot. Going back, Dirksen. Defensive mark at fullback. Right at the top of his defensive goal square. Suns lead by 11.
Hands it to Akers, who kicks in the back pocket up to half-back. Kemp's got a few to beat. Hits the deck. And Ainsworth got a hand pass away for the Blues. Back to Kemp. Handball out of bounds. Says Lasso. Free kick for the Suns.
Pressure again. Another front half turnover. King wasn't able to capitalise, but this is good early signs from the Suns. Playing the game in their forward half.
Bodie Yulen arcs out to his right, lays it up to the top of the goal square. King flies forward again, can't quite come down with it. Ball hits the deck. Pack forms, ball eventually squirts out. Trying to hack it forward, Newman missed it. Fresh air shot. Taken by Humphrey. Hand pass meant for Zeke Yulen. Collects eventually. Was he taken high? No. Dispossessed of the footy, and Wilson with a get out of here kick up to the wing for the Blues.
And going back, Collins marks, so the Suns take it back. The Blues have barely gone over halfway to begin this game.
Had the first 2 inside 50, Suns the last 6.
Yeah, since then they've just controlled it. The short kick goes inside 50 from Rioli, and Patterson takes the mark, 45 out.
Well, we spoke about Bodie Yulen earlier around being on his toes and proactive in his defence. Carlton are the complete opposite at the moment. That's 7 inside 50s now in a row for the Suns over a 5-minute period. But Carlton's defenders are very, very reactive, allowing Gold Coast basically whatever they want inside 50 at the moment.
Pick 5 last year out of the Suns Academy. Dylan Patterson from right on 50. He's got it. His 3rd goal in AFL footy. And the Gold Coast Suns have started like they've been shot out of a cannon. 3 straight 18 to 1 behind, 8 minutes in. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Tim Morgan before Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas.
Yeah, another problem for the Blues here. Nick Newman, very slow to come off the ground, went straight down into the room. So looking like a fair bit of an issue there for him.
Well, that could be an issue for a team that's already showing signs of struggling to exit the ball from their defensive 50. So we'll keep a watch on that. But, Damien Hardwick, you're right, apart from that first inside 50 to Carlton, couldn't have hoped for a better start. This is it's much more like the Suns that we really have expected over the last 8 weeks. So Moyle starting in the ruck too. He's jumping up high. Big job for Pitnet here.
He's one of 5 teenagers in the Suns team. Dylan Patterson, the youngest of them out there today, as Moyle leaps up, palms it down. Hewitt, first possession for the Blues, but a turnover. Handball to Murray. His hand pass back to Walsh, who sits on top of it. Tackled by Petrarca. And the umpire eventually says, I'll have that. No late change coming in. A 17-point lead for the Suns. They've kicked the first 3.
Looks good, Patterson, doesn't he?
He's going to be a very good player.
Ruckshare down. Miller emerges with it. Suns going forward again. Handball to Anderson. Handball to Humphrey. Through centre half forward. Spots King. Hits him on the chest in the forward pocket. And it is all coming up red at the moment. The Gold Coast Suns running on top of the ground.
Yeah, red alert. Red alert. What are we calling the outside of the boot? The Nick Dacos, Wanganeen Miller special.
Yeah, that was one of those, wasn't it? They can all do it now.
Yeah.
Slice, I don't know what we're calling it.
No need for a left foot anymore.
Slider.
Slider, yeah.
You're still coaching your youngsters to lose their left foot, though? You're going to need it.
Well, you're going to need it,
yeah.
Ben King moves in. Misses. Flips the post on the way through, but it was looking like it was right the whole way. 3-1 to 1 behind, 10 minutes into the opening term. He's better than that, Bally?
Well, he's got to be kicking those. We know that he's a mark and kick and goal kicking forward. Not a lot else happens, so when he gets those opportunities, he's got to take them.
Florent taking the kick in. Bodie Hewlin flying at it. Down in front, Jagger Smith for the Blues. Gets it out to Pitnet, who gets it back from Hayward. He gives it to Walsh. Gathers on the bounce. On the wing. Floats the kick to half forward. Powers down there. Ainsworth 2 against the old mob. McAndrew cleans it up. Centre half back for the Suns. Away to Noble. To Bodie Hewlin. Sweeps it out wide. Finds Moyle. Moyle can thump it inside 50. Here's King again in a one-on-one. Rids himself with Dean and marks. No, the push. He gave away the push. It was a fair old shove on the 18-year-old Harry Dean.
It's too much. When he had him cold, he didn't need to exert that sort of force. And even then, there wasn't a heap in it.
And protect the space. You can't create the space. We know from our man Ray.
Dean to Cowan. Hand pass to Florent. Kicks for Akers, who marks. Stabs the kick down to halfway. And this is Ben Ainsworth with it. First game against his old side. Comes late in the season. Short kick to McGovern. McGovern inside the forward 50. A lead-up target, Burns, spills the mark, but there's Blues running by. One of them, Hewitt, collects, misses on the run. And behind, 3-1 to 2 behinds, a 17-point lead for the Suns. A dozen minutes in. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. And then your mate from the Woolworths car park, George Hewitt, just maybe that hip flexor still causing him a few issues.
Still flaring up. He was flexing it for anyone who didn't hear when I saw him at the shops. He was good to play that week, though.
By the way, they've never met. They don't know each other, but Ben just thought he'd just engage in a bit of conversation with George Hewitt.
Just saw the Newman incident. He looks like he's done a hammy. Really pulled up short.
Milestone game as well, so that is a real blow for him in game 150. The Blues win it back on the wing. Wilson chips it up to Byrne. Half forward, takes the mark. Nothing he likes initially. Then he goes short and finds a leading Ainsworth against the old team. Marks it 45 metres out, just a slight angle to the left.
He's had a good year, hasn't he, Ben Ainsworth? Took a little while to get going, as did, well, to be fair, as did most of the Carlton players, but he's been one of the real reasons behind this resurgence under Josh Fraser, and he'll be keen to hit the scoreboard here against his old team.
Yeah, pick 4 back in 2016 to the Gold Coast Suns. 158 games for them over the journey. Starts it out to the right. Can't bring it back enough. Or make that 3 behinds to begin for Carlton. Suns 3-1-19. They lead by 16 points. 13 travelled opening term.
Maybe Carlton fans were awake to this. I know the Suns aren't much of a draw, but there's not many here for a Carlton home game. Usually one of the best drawing clubs in the comp as Bodie Hewlin exits defence and Haynes takes the intercept mark on the wing. Low trajectory kick inside 50. Byrne collects the half volley. Dabs it further afield. Not the required range. Hayward's got it. Told to play on. No problems. Hooks it over his shoulder from 40 out. And Hayward kicks the Daggers' first goal of the afternoon. 3-1-19 to 1-3-9. They've given up a head start, spotting the Suns the first 3 goals. The Blues in business now, 14 minutes in. It's a 10-point game. Saturday footy on ABC Sport, our premiership pair, Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball.
Well, much better by the Blues. A bit of field position for a couple of minutes where they're able to lock the ball inside their front half of the ground. Now, Taylor Byrne, who I've been impressed with this season involved there, just with a little short kick to Hayward. But it was really all Suns for the first sort of 10 minutes of this game. It was really the ball locked in the Suns' front half of the ground, creating multiple opportunities. Carlton have just steadied now, just started, as I mentioned, get a little bit of field position, lock the ball in, a couple of repeat inside forward 50s, and they're able to create a goal.
Up it goes in the middle. Andrew in the ruck, taps it down to Rao, who manages to feed it out to Miller. Suns ball, his kick partially smothered, ricochets away, Cripps takes it, dumps it on the boot, hurries it inside 50, bouncing ball, Hayward out after it, Collins beats him to it, and the Suns defend well, gives it to Murray, exiting kick, and it's out wide for the leading Patterson.
I think, Corb, if you're comparing crowds, the Essendon...
Patterson's kick dangerous, overshoots Mac Andrews, but there to mop it up beautifully is Ezekiel, and handball to Collins sets a task, and the Blues pressure wins out as he gives it to Ainsworth, kicks inside 50, looking for McGovern, spoiled away down there, out of play, throw in right forward pocket here for the Blues, attacking the Lockett end of the ground in this first quarter. Suns by 10 points.
In the Essendon GWS game last week's a fair comparison. There's a lot more people here.
Yeah, but in fairness, the Bombers hadn't won since the Ice Age, and Blues are playing for a wildcard spot. As Lewis Young grabs it out of the ruck, hand pass away to Ainsworth, tumbles a kick across the goal mouth. Suns settle it down. Collins gives it to Ballard, and here's this modern trend where there's no pressure on the last line. Ballard's got to try and clear, turns it over. Cowan takes the intercept mark. Cowan hits the leading player in Byrne. Again, not the required range. Turns and goals. Well, that takes the pressure off the set shot. Told to keep it moving for a second moment in a row, second instance inside the forward 50. And no problems for Hayward, no problems for Byrne. Turns and bangs it through. It's a 4-point game. Gold Coast 3-1-19, Carlton 2-3-15. 16 minutes into the opening term, and the Blues are back in this.
Well, the Blues turn for a bit of front half pressure now, repeat entries. And it's just a win, wasn't it? One-on-one win. Lockie Cowan, who just outbodied Young, Dylan Patterson here at half forward, and then looking at that, the defenders there, just they went to sleep. No, I mean, that's high alert when a player's got the ball 55, 60 metres out from goal. Suns defenders rather, just standing around guarding space, and a clever player, isn't he, Byrne? Another great addition to the team this year. He's just got a happy knack of bobbing up and kicking goals.
Gold Coast kicked the first 3 goals in the opening 8 minutes. The Blues have kicked the last 2 in a 3-minute patch, and they've got it again on the wing. Chera feeding forward a handball. Off towards Young, who gives it back to Jagger Smith, who goes to Cowan. Now Jagger Smith again. He can send a high ball into the pocket. Run and jump it at McGovern. Lewis in front of him. McGovern goes again. Then Kemp at ground level. Wins the footy. Shrugs the tackle. Goes back to Smith. 45 out. Dinks it short. Onto the chest of Evans. 30 out. And he'll go back and kick for goal to try and hand the Blues their first lead of the game after the opening behind of the match.
Just when you thought it started well, Gold Coast, in the last 5 minutes, they've just
sleep.
They've just been back on their heels.
The job's done.
A few missed tackles too. There's another one there, Brody Kemp. Jagger Smith's got plenty of space out there at the moment, and that's just, I mean, that should not be the amount of players inside 50. That shouldn't be able to be spotted up 30 metres out directly in front.
Frankie Evans on the runway, swings the lead of this game, and momentum has swung wildly. Carlton by 2 points, 3-3-21 plays 3-1-19, 18 in. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
And as Paulie mentioned, they just, it's the little errors. I feel where the Suns' biggest problem is they don't respect the little things in the game well enough anymore. And you look there, that's
what are some of those things?
Missed tackle, simple. That's got to be nailed. Manning up.
They're all
there's 6 players around where Evans marked the ball. They're all just standing there.
Yep.
It's not my responsibility.
You think Dimmer needs to give them the old John Wooden speech? Put the sock on properly, attention to detail?
I do. I think it's the little things that are really letting them down.
But it reeks of a lack of confidence, only worrying about they're in their own head. Not when they're confident, you're looking around, you're you're directing, you're pointing. They're all just playing in their, in silos at the moment, the Suns.
Hitting it down to Cripps, gets the centre clearance, whacked away by Collins, but straight to Byrne. Hand pass goes back, meant for Lord. Ricochets out of bounds, and the umpire says, OK, boundary throw in, half forward for the Blues.
And it's two ways. It's either, a lack of confidence or over-arrogance. We don't have to do the little things anymore to win a game of football.
Suns kick the first 3, Blues the last 3. Nick Newman out of the game with a suspected hamstring injury, so there's that to keep in mind from the boundary throw-in. Rucks virtually miss it. Cripps scoops it up, taps it inside 50. Target there is Byrne, one-on-one with Zeke Hewlin. Ball hits the deck, but still scrapping for it. Knocked out of play. Umpire says, insufficient intent. It's against Byrne, who knocked it close to the boundary line, and the Suns are going to get the free kick, and taken quickly by Anderson. Ball short to Miller. Miller goes laterally. Put Bodie Hewlin under pressure. Knocked it back to Andrew. Andrew hand pass meant for Hewlin. Hewlin keeps it alive, but the Blues steal it. Evans handball to Akers. Kicks straight into Noble. And it ricochets off Noble's body and over the boundary line, and the umpire says, spin it in. Boundary throw in. Forward pocket for the Blues. They're up by 2 points after 20 minutes.
Saturday footy on ABC Sport. 4:50 stoppage here for the Blues. Pitnet lays it down in front. Evans buzzing through. Can't take the footy. Fed out by Noah Anderson at the bottom of the pack to his great mate Rowell, who has nowhere to go. Blues pressure good. Another ball up. 35 out from their goal. Umpire puts it aloft. Both rucks miss it. Coming through Rowell. Eventually, it spits out to Adensel. He gets it to Noble. Clearing handball beyond the defensive arc for the Suns. Akers takes it back, though. Hurries a kick, goes 2 metres to Rowell. And now he can clear to the wing. Looking for Moyle. In a one-on-one with Haynes. Neither can mark. Down at ground level, Haynes goes again. Does well to win it and hurry a kick to half forward.
Finds Evans, who collects, still at high half forward, 70 out, low trajectory kick again. Awkward half volley pick up for Cripps. Got a hand pass out anyway to Walsh. He gives it to Akers. Akers, some indecision. Eventually has to kick off the left anyway. Didn't want to. Back to the hot spot. Blues work it out. Walsh got a hand pass to a dangerous spot. Comes to Cottrell. Got it to McGovern, to Hewitt, all by hand. Now to Hayward. They're under all sorts of pressure. Ballard had it. He's tackled. Suns get it out of the defence somehow, and Lombard goes darting away. Takes 2 bounces. Hand pass to Moyle. Extra handball to Jeffrey. Middle of Docklands. Kicks out the right half forward. Walter the target. Collects on the bounce. Closed down by Haynes. Got a problem. He wrestles free of the tackle, but the ump says holding the ball.
He holding for long enough? I'm not sure about that.
It was a frantic passage of play, but the Blues eventually get it back. They lead by 2 points. They've kicked the last 3 goals. We're in time on in this opening term. Carlton with the footy. This is Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Has been frantic, hasn't it? Wilson at centre-half back for the Blues. Kicks into the middle of the ground. An awkward kick there for Young. Can't trap it. Walsh comes in to help out. Slaps it out towards Stewart. His handball back into the mark. Going after it, Zeke Hewlin. And eventually they all pile on. Looks a little bit like the Karate Kid with his headband. Zeke Hewlin. It's not quite as thick as that, but sort of the blonde mullet out the back. Who's the bad guy in Karate Kid? Kind of looks like him.
Johnny Lawrence.
Yeah. Looks a little bit like Johnny Lawrence. Another ball upcoming. I should have remembered that from
incredible movies, but also
Cobra Kai.
Cobra Kai is an outstanding series.
He also made a cameo in How I Met Your Mother.
How I Met Your Mother, yeah.
Hung out with Barney for a bit there as part of that.
Ball up on the wing and still no action. So we've gone from frantic to pretty settled here. Repeated ball ups on the wing. Carlton by a couple of points.
Saturday footy on ABC Sport from the restart. Hewitt, first possession, hand pass away towards Walsh. He gives it to Lord, works his way through some tight confines, short kick to McGovern, who marks 70 metres out. McGovern rolls and then decides just to dab a short kick to Wilson. Middle of the ground, Blues going forward again. Suns on the back foot. 23 minutes into the opening term. Stabs that kick, honours the lead of Kemp, missed him. And Andrew able to settle it down. Takes the intercept mark at fullback. For Gold Coast, they're all in red, their home strip, the red shorts, the yellow numbers on the back, and Carlton all in navy with the lifted white monogram that has returned in 2026.
That sort of felt feeling to it. As Zeke Hewlin, a.k.a. Johnny Lawrence, kicks up towards the wing off the hands of the pack down in front. The Blues have the numbers through Young. Back to Billy Wilson, who moves it to Cottrell. They're retreating here. His kick to the defensive edge of the bullseye, marked by Florent, gives it off to Haynes. High kick towards the attacking arc. Up they go. Ballard had a lot of it, not paid the mark. Anderson comes careening through, takes the footy with him, and he's taken to ground by a couple of Blues. A ball up, 40 out from the attacking goal for Carlton at the Lockett end. They're 2 points to the good, 24 into the first.
I was going to say Noah Anderson's been quiet in this first quarter. He's had 9 possessions.
Pitternet wins it down to Cripps, sweeps a handball to centre half forward. Cottrell kicks to the goal square. Collins is back, takes the intercept mark.
Just dominating the contest, Carlton. Just winning all the 50-50s, plus 10 contested footy. I would hazard a guess that's all been in the last 10 minutes.
Collins, Rioli, Adensall, and now Andrew, all out of defence, kicks to the wing, and Lewis Young takes the intercept mark. So he played a game, came back for his first match since round 7, got concussed, unfortunately, in that, Louis Young, and spent last week in the protocols. Straight back in. Oh, this is a dangerous kick. All the way back towards Haynes. Walters did very well to try and break it up. It was Cooper Lord who picked off the risky option. It could cost the Blues. Walter wins it. Handball out in front of Lombard. He runs right by Cowan. Cowan in the end knocks it through for a rush behind and crashes into the turnbuckle. And that being the base of the goalpost. The minor score will stand. It's a 1-point game. 3-2 the Suns. Carlton out in front 3-3. 25 minutes into the opening term.
Florent brings it into Haynes, who goes short to Lord, comes back to Walsh, who gives it to Florent, kicks into the middle of the ground. This could open it all up for the Blues. Ainsworth, he'll get a 50. Somebody ran through the protected area.
I think no one stood the mark so far. It was Noble who was in the area. He had to stand. He didn't. And given he was in the 5-metre radius, that's pretty clear cut. It's 50.
I feel like we've gone past the 5 this week.
The average for the weekend?
I've been defending the stand rule, but I feel like we've gone past the 5. Average 5 per week, as Corbin mentioned, over the course of the season. So 30 out, directly in front. Ben Ainsworth, as I mentioned, 158 games for the Gold Coast Suns. Now in his new colours, this is right.
Felt a bit guilty.
Carlton by 3 points, 26 minutes into the first.
I understand the rule, but I don't understand why you have to stand on the mark if you don't want to.
Yeah, if you're not there, if you're not on the mark and then decide to leave, I feel like that one can be just play on. Let it go.
Rioli, long out to half-back. Moyle punches it away from Pitternet. There's a free kick here for a hold. And it's going to go to the Blues.
What's that for?
Is it Akers who's going to get this? There was a pack of around 5 or 6 players. It's coming back to Pitternet. Had his arm dragged down by Moyle. So the Blues are going to go inside 50 again. It's the 17th time they've done it in the quarter. He lays it up in the Kemp general direction, and Andrew able to run and leap at it. Uncontested, takes the mark. Another intercept mark for him at full-back. There's no Mackay today, and Kemp's really the lone key target down there. Got some feedback about that on the SMS from Rob, which I'll get to in just a moment. Short kick to Anderson. Possession 10 for him. Is a hot handball back to Andrew. And then he fumbles. Kemp closes him down. There's no exits here for the Suns. And in the end, Mac Andrews is going to have to bang it long to the wing.
So that's what he does. Wade Dirksen comes up and puts his fist through it. Bouncing ball. Cottrell back feeds a handball back to Dirksen, who comes infield to Jagger Smith. He'll complete the switch out to the wing for Akers. The kick's behind him. So Akers has to track it, gather it. Handball back to Dean, who steps his man King. Now puts it on the left slipper. Kicks up to half forward. Power with the run and jump in the long sleeves. He takes the mark. Half-back flank for the Gold Coast Suns and kicks out wide to Jai Murray. Carlton by a couple of points. Approaching quarter time. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Murray kicks around the wing. Up towards King and Dean. They both go for it. Off the knuckles there.
Holding.
Dean, a holding free kick. Only Florent tackles Leo Lombard down to ground. It'll come back and be a free kick to King and the Suns on the wing.
So much high-end talent in this Gold Coast outfit as King's going to go inside the forward 50. Walter runs underneath it. Off his fingertips, Dirksen collects. Dangerous handball. Anderson intercepts centre half forward. Handball to Humphrey. Handball to Noble. Noble squeezes out a shot at goal. It won't have the trip, and Haynes marks on the goal line. The defensive effort fullback for the Blues. Goes short to Dirksen. A 2-point advantage for Carlton. 29 minutes played in this opening quarter. Short to Lord. Just repeating, Nick Newman, a suspected hamstring. We haven't seen him back on the bench after walking off in the opening moments. Long contest kick to the wing does it, and that is the first quarter in the books. So Carlton, after trailing in that opening term by as many as 17 points, they lead it at quarter time. It is the Blues 3-4-22, Gold Coast 3-2-20. So a 2-point advantage for the home team. The goal kickers, Hayward, Byrne and Evans, all with one. Meanwhile, for the Gold Coast Suns, Humphrey, Patterson and Walter kicked the first of the game. Rob in Greensboro off the SMS, 0437 774 774. Can anyone tell me who's an upcoming tall forward at Carlton? Because Brodie Kemp is not our answer. We've already seen today he can clunk a mark only inconsistently, and his goal kicking is very poor for a player in his position. Is it Ashton Moyer? And if so, why is he not playing? From Rob.
Well, Ashton Moyer is only he's not a key forward. He's only 188. And that's not the challenge that Kemp has as well. I mean, he's listed at 192, but he's not a big key forward, is he? He's more of a third mobile forward. So what have they got? Anything waiting in the wings?
No, I'm just having a bit of a look myself, to be honest with you.
Yep. It's I mean, they're hard to find, aren't they? I mean,
yeah, they are a bit light on for key forwards.
Tim Morgan is on the boundary. We'll check in to see what's happening down there. Tim.
Yeah, just confirmation of I think what we all expected. Nick Newman's 150th game is done. It is a hamstring injury for him.
Awesome. Appreciate the update. It's not awesome. Not awesome. It's definitely not awesome. But appreciate the update. I thought that wasn't the
great update. Bad news. Yeah.
Thank you. That's the far more appropriate response. Off the SMS, never knew Humphrey Bear came from the best town in Victoria.
I think he's from Moe, isn't he? Right. Our man Bailey Humphrey. Yep. So that must be a text from someone down that neck of the woods.
0437 774 774. Hamstring injury for Nick Newman out of the game. The Blues by 2 points at quarter time. All right, back with the thoughts of Rammer and Bawley in just a moment. This is Saturday Footy on ABC Sport.
Okay, let's do it. The ABC Listen app now has a space just for kids and families. Ooh. The only place for new episodes of Bluey Listen Along. Radio, podcasts and routines. I love it. Everything families need anytime on the ABC Listen app.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Cowan bites off the kick into the middle, chopped off by Bodie Hewlin. Quickly inside 50 for the Suns, and Humphreys on the end of it. 45 out, directly in front. Boots the ball from 50, thumps it on target. Humphrey B is not quite to start this game.
Haynes takes the intercept mark on the wing. Low trajectory kick inside 50. Byrne collects the half volley, dabs it further afield, not the required range. Hayward's got it, told to play on, no problems. Hooks it over his shoulder from 40 out. And Hayward kicks the Daggers' first goal of the afternoon. Collins gives it to Ballard, and here's this modern trend where there's no pressure on the last line. Ballard's got to try and clear, turns it over. Cowan takes the intercept mark. Cowan hits the leading player in Byrne, again not the required range, turns and goals. Well, that takes the pressure off the set shot.
Jagger Smith again. He can send a high ball into the pocket, run and jump it at McGovern. Lewis in front of him, McGovern goes again, then Kemp at ground level, wins the footing, shrugs the tackle, goes back to Smith, 45 out, thinks it's short, onto the chest of Evans. Frankie Evans on the runway, swings the lead of this game, and momentum has swung wildly.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Sounds here from the opening term. Suns, the first 3 goals, Blues the last 3. It's a 2-point lead for Carlton. First of 4 games, Saturday Footy in round 20. Still to come, the Bombers take on the Hawks in the Twilight Zone while GWS play Sydney. And then later tonight, it is the Bulldogs and the Tigers back here at Docklands. Luke Paul, Adam Ramanauskas through 1. It is the Blues by 2.
Well, you just said it then, Corby. The Suns, the first 3, and they look really good. It was really encouraging. They were on their toes. They were coming forward to intercept and create front half turnovers. Think of Bodie Hewlin coming off his man and being really proactive that led to the goal and you know, for that sort of 10-minute period, Damien Hardwick would have been really happy with how things were going. But it's almost like they stopped working to an extent, and Carlton got a bit of a sniff and got going. And you mentioned it, Ramo. that's the challenge for the Gold Coast at the moment. So when they're playing, they're good is good, but then too many lapses where it seems like it's almost, I'm going to retreat inside myself and not worry about, from a defender's point of view, not worry about setting up with teammates or calling someone over to man up. And, Carlton's goals were far too easy. Those and they're not big players, small players taking far too easy marks inside 50 just from, near enough's good enough. I'm a defender. I'm standing in the back half. I'm guarding space, but the ball's coming this way. Well, that's danger time. So go and get your arm across an opponent, or cut off that sort of space. So that's the disappointing thing after that first 10 or 15 minutes from the Gold Coast point of view, and then Carlton go on, and they have 18 inside 50s to 11. And really, they're probably lucky to only be 2 points behind the Gold Coast. They're going to have to try and conjure up a bit of a score. I mean, Ben Ainsworth will missed a couple of easy opportunities he'd like back, so they're going to have to just make do with a bit of a smaller makeshift forward line, the Blues. Whereas you look at the other end with King and Walter, you hope and want them to play with some more presence. Had a couple of opportunities, King, that he didn't take, but if they can get the ball down there, you feel like that looms. But they just stopped working, the Suns. They went back onto their heels, and that's reflected in the numbers. So it was 40 more possessions from the Blues, both inside and out. So they're plus 11 contests, but then they're getting out as well. And the Suns, that sort of near enough is good enough mentality is not going to cut it today. So interesting to see. They started well. You mentioned Anderson. He had 11 possessions, so he's trying hard. He's working hard. Can the others jump on board around him? Looking at Rowell and Petrarca, Tookmiller, Humphrey's the other one who kicked a lovely goal, but not much else. So can they maintain that work rate and that proactive pressure and intensity for longer this quarter? The Suns.
Carlton by 2 points. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Pitternet swats it down, but straight to Anderson, who runs it out the front door of the centre square and then hits up King, who marks in the right forward pocket, beats Dean in a one-on-one. And that's about as straightforward as you can get out of the middle.
That's one way to do it, isn't it? Ruckman down to the rover, kick long to the full forward.
He's doing a little bit of a number on Harry Dean at the moment. Ben King hasn't kicked straight just yet, but in marking contests where Harry Dean's been so good this year, Ben King looks a lot more dominant.
Third shot at goal. He's kicked one behind. The other one didn't quite get there. As King, from virtually straight in front, knocks it through. Suns hit the front in the opening 40 seconds of the second term, and Ben King adds to his goal-scoring streak. So 4-point lead for the Suns, 4-2-26. They lead Carlton 3-4-22. And Ben King, along with Aaron Norton, one of only two players who have kicked a goal in every possible game this year, all 19. So that run continues for him.
Really like what I'm seeing from Moyle runner in this ruck rule. He's launching at the footy, and it's an opportunity for the Gold Coast. I mean, Pitternet, we said, back into the team. He's going to have to find a way to nullify these centre bounces, because the Gold Coast can really get proactive and on the move there. And that time, just they're losing their structure, losing that sweeper. And Noah Anderson out the front of the stoppage. That was him at his best last year, wasn't it? Nice penetrating kick, and that time King good enough to go back and kick it. So perfect start, Suns, second quarter.
I mentioned 6 goals in the last meeting between these two sides for King, and earned himself the 3 Brownlow votes there. Anderson with another clearance sends the Suns up to half forward. Walter coming out, can't take the mark, gathers at ground level, gets it out to Jeffrey outside of the boot. Can't quite bend it back enough. A minor score, but one-way traffic out of the middle to start this second term. Suns by 5.
No left foot there, Joel Jeffrey. A highly skilled player, but actually had a little bit more time too. He could have run and steadied, so missed opportunity.
Dean's gone on a little stroll from the kick out, has no clear option, and in the end kicks to the back pocket, finds Cowan. Cowan short further afield to Cottrell. Left half back for the Blues, kicking towards the Coventry end, or the southern end of the stadium in this second term. Down the boundary line, finds Hayward, takes a nice one-on-one contested grab. Hayward up to the wing, finds Louis Young, who marks, lays a handball back to Cottrell. Second touch in the chain, down to half forward, horrid kick. Turns it straight over. Andrew with the intercept play. Gets it away to Collins. Collins tried to give it back to him. Broken up by Cripps on the way through. Close to the boundary line, they wrestle for it. Cripps' handball into the shins of Matt Rowell and over the boundary line, and that's the last disposal free. And I think we're going to have a little conference before the footy's going to be handed to Patrick Cripps, but he knew right on the spot that that was a free.
Shins or knee with a call here. Sure,
maybe it is knee. So Peter Bales must have got the call from the arc, and he's here.
Yeah.
The field umpire says, no, we're going to throw that in.
Flush off the patella. Benny.
Right call.
Throw it in.
Boundary throwing 3 minutes into the second term on that City wing. It is the Suns by 5.
Umpire flings it in. Moyle slaps it down to Humphrey. He gets a handball moving forward. Anderson runs onto it. Kicks the Suns to half forward. Up goes Long. And he's got it 48 out. Wants to move it on. Straight to Jeffrey. Run down. Francis Evans got him holding the ball. And the Blues, the defensive pressure holds up as he flares his kick out wide to Cottrell on the back flank.
Cottrell goes short with the kick to Hayward. Defensive side of the wing.
Just like a composure there, wasn't it, for Ben Long? Just got a bit carried away, a bit excited. Should have gone back and taken his shot.
Short to Wilson. Billy Wilson playing his 11th consecutive game. 10 of those under Josh Fraser. Came in for Michael Voss's last game against the Lions. Back to Haynes. Kicks to the wing for Dirksen. Handball away to Hewitt in all of that. Kick smothered by Rao. Now he's got an issue. Rao comes at him. Hewitt wins it back. Got it away to Ainsworth. Kicks down the boundary line. Akers running forward. Takes the mark. 70 metres out. Turns in that launch pad. Kicks it deep forward. The target's Kemp. In from the side comes Cottrell. No mark. Spills to Kemp. Handball away to McGovern. Great smother in all of that. Affects the shot at goal. Evans scoops up the loose ball. Gives it away by hand to Hayward. He swings it goalward. Right to the line and knocked away. Was it kept out? Did it go through? Are we going to check?
No. Shot bounced on the line and then gone sideways.
So it didn't quite get there. So we're going to have a boundary throw-in.
It's a real offie, isn't it?
That was the wrong one, I think.
Was it?
Yeah.
Somehow cleared the pack. Looked like it was going through for all money. And
I was nearly marking in my book call.
Yeah. Pitched and spun sharply to the right. It's out of bounds. Boundary throwing deep forward for the Blues.
Moyle and Pitnet share it. Down in front, Tuke Miller coming through. He's tackled high. Free kick. As it had fullback for the Gold Coast Suns. 5 minutes into their second term. The Suns lead by 5. Miller shorts it. Just finds his target in Jai Murray. He takes on the corridor. Kick good for Anderson.
Yeah, well done, Miller.
Anderson releases the run of Tuke Miller. He kicks into the middle of the ground. And Bailey Humphrey, who's been busy, he marks low down. Edge of the centre square. Sends his kick like a bullet up to Jeffrey at half forward. Now the Suns look inside 50. Leading target, Patterson through his hands out the back. King, handball back to Humphrey. He gets the handball away to Jeffrey. Jeffrey puts it on the boot. Centering kick, looking for a marker. Moyle. Sport away. Coming through Murray. His handball to the Blues, who are back on the last line. And Akers away to Haynes. And now the clearing kick. It comes from Cottrell on his best kick. Turnover taken back by Noble.
Noble gives it away to Anderson. Anderson trying to run the gauntlet. He does extremely well. Shakes and tackles.
What a goal.
Noah Anderson kicks it on the run. What a superstar he is. He's the reigning goal of the year winner. And he's got a contender in 2026. Anderson knocks it through on the run and the Suns lead by 11. 5-3-33. Carlton 3-4-22. It's an 11-point break for the Suns.
Surprised himself, didn't he, with the celebration? I mean,
it's just individual brilliance.
It is, isn't it? This is the skipper. He's absolutely working his backside off there. Sometimes no one else is going to do it for you. You just take the
two
bit
bounces,
in the mouth and do it by yourself, and that was
bounces,
just magic.
2 broken tackles.
Yep.
And a goal on the run.
If you want it done, do it yourself.
Do it yourself. That's it. Well, let's see if some of his teammates can jump on board here. That's inspiring stuff.
We just timestamped the 6-minute mark in the second quarter. Remember, and I've got something to get back to. I don't know if Peter Bales, the umpire involved in that. I think we just had a little clanger.
Anderson with the clearance to follow up his goal, but Haynes sprawling takes a defensive mark. Carlton ball again, shorts it to Walsh, releases the runner Wilson. Here he goes, darting off the back flank. Kicks into the middle of the ground, and the mark taken by Byrne. He'll wheel onto his left, look deep inside 50. Hayward's down there, up he goes, hands to it, doesn't quite drag in the mark. Evans comes through, squeezes the shot, misses left.
So Suns player takes the mark on the 50.
Yep.
Carlton player's right there, backs out.
But he's on the mark. He's on the mark, and then he backs out.
And the umpire's right there on the spot.
I noticed that at the time and didn't put two and two together, that no one was on the mark.
That was last year, the pre-stand rule. As the kick out here is a dangerous one, broken up and knocked out of play. So that was Rioli going short to the pocket, Noble the target, and a nice 1%er there from Byrne. But yeah, it should have been 50, should have been marched to the goal line instead as play continued on. Which I can understand with the stand rule. I'm a big defender of the stand rule, but I can understand that's where the frustration creeps in. And the boundary throw-in, the ruck share it down. Akers for the Blues. Got a hand pass away to Walsh. His hand pass knocked down by Anderson. Handball away to Petrarca. Gives it to Noble. Crunched in the tackle from Akers. Ball comes back to Petrarca. Handball inside the defensive arc for the Suns. Power gave it to Miller. He's moved down. Taylor Byrne with the huge chase down tackle. And the young man will get a shot at goal here. 25 out right half forward.
This is the reason he continues to get games. So you won't have big stats. So he's had this will be possession number 6 that he's coming up for, and it should be goal number 2. But it's his forward pressure, inside forward 50, absolute gold when you can do that as a young player and respect that side of the game. A lot of young players, particularly smaller forwards, they only respect hitting the scoreboard. He's got a heavy respect for defence, this young man.
He's the youngest Blue out there. He is 1 day younger than Harry Dean. Taylor Byrne, the 18-year-old, moves in. Drop punt is pure. Straight through it goes. And a big goal for the Blues as they trim the deficit to 4. Their first of the second term, 5-3 to 4-5. And the defensive act rewarded. 10 minutes gone in the second term. Suns by 4 points.
And it's the easiest clip to show during the week to other young players within your football club. Well, this is why this kid is getting a game week in, week out, because of acts of desperation like this, creating a goal. Now, whether the ball spills out and somebody else kicks a goal, on this occasion, he gets the reward for a bully.
Yeah, Corbin Middlemass on midweek tackle had the story around Hussein El Ashkar and his tackling pressure. Yep. Also had a nice scoop. Led the show with Murray Davis interviewing for the Essendon gig.
I can tell you tonight.
Yeah. He didn't roll out the line. I was disappointed with that.
Wasn't just his belief either. I think it's a fact.
So this is happening.
Give it another week.
Restart in the middle and Moyle following up his own work with nowhere to go. Suns lead by 4. Start again. Diving over the top of it. Big Paddy Cripps. Can't extract it. Anderson can. Feeds it back towards Miller. He kicks the Suns to their half-forward flank. Bouncing ball off the point. Tracks inside 50 and Wilson able to gather it for the Blues. Back pocket to Haynes. Runs the gauntlet. Gets rid of it away to Dirksen. Off towards Florent. A kick up to the wing. Cripps goes early. Audacious. Too audacious. Free kick going the way of Ballard and the Suns, or Bodie Hewland will be the recipient.
You need to come up with your own sort of catch cry, Bob.
Yeah.
Bodie Hewland.
Just racking my brain at the moment.
Thumps it into the pocket. And Mark Pitnet. He's back there to take the mark in the back pocket for the Blues and switch it across the goal mouth. Suns by 4, Blues deep in their back pocket. 11 played second term.
I mean, for like breaking news.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Long kick up to the wing. Ball spills down towards Hayward. His hand pass inboard, a turnover. Petrarca intercepts. High half forward. Gives it to Miller. Long kick into the pocket. Haynes takes a neat one-on-one mark.
He's having a really good half of football.
You're tearing your hair out if you're Damien Hardwick. That's just got to come to ground. Twice outmarked in their forward 50, the Suns.
Short to Dirksen. Dirksen kicks out a defence. Running through a bunch of bodies there was Walsh. Able to get it out to Cripps. Sweeping Polyfarmer hand pass away to Akers. Handball up to Smith. Smith calling for someone to come at him. In the end, he retreats back to Cripps. Cripps plays on immediately. Kicks wide to half forward. McGovern the target. Ball slides past he and Ballard and out of play.
But Noah Anderson is putting the Gold Coast Suns on his back. He's had 19 possessions and a goal. The next closest Sun is Petrarca with 9.
He's also had 3 clearances.
Yeah.
All 3 of those from the centre bounce as well, or centre ball up.
6 score involvements, 5 inside 50s.
Forward 50 stoppage for the Suns. Pitnet and Moyle, they both share it. Coming through Ainsworth, able to gather it. Gives it off to Jagger Smith, who kicks back infield. Can't find a target. Rioli breaks it up. He'll give it away to Humphrey. And now the Suns on their back flank. Humphrey sweeps the handball out to Petrarca. It tumbles out. Lasso free kick. Chera to take it. Finished last week on the bench with hamstring tightness. Adam Chera.
I mentioned Nick Haynes. 13 possessions and 6 marks he's taken.
Chera goes inside 50, but Mac Andrew peels off his man. Intercept marks. Immediately likes the look of the switch and sends it across the goal mouth to Bo Attensul. Pick 18 back in 2025, so last year.
Short kick finds Anderson. He's been busy. Possession 20. Out to Ballard. Lays it off to Rioli. He kicks up to the halfway. Caleb Lewis, the target, and the one-on-one with Haynes is getting a free for having his arms chopped. So Caleb Lewis, who was drafted as a forward out of Dingley, spent most of the year down back in the VFL. He's played both back and forward in his short AFL career so far, which is only 6 quarters old. And even today, he started down back, then he was up forward. Long kick down to half forward, he turns it over, and Cowan with the intercept mark. And goes short to Walsh. Walsh swings the kick from one back flank to the other to Akers. Handball away to Chera. Chera gives it back to Akers.
Gives it back.
Doesn't want to go down the line, and so as a result hands it back to Chera. They come corridor. Kick finds Walsh. This is better from the Blues. Short kick to Smith. He marks inside the centre square. Handball to Walsh. Mowed down. Murray like a beeline just straight at Walsh. Got him. Wins the footy back for the Suns. And Jai Murray with the defensive act. 14 minutes into the second term. Suns by 4.
Short to Anderson. Disposal number 21 coming up. Kicks it up to half forward. Moyle sticks out a hand. I'm going to slap it down. Going in Humphrey. Ball spits out to Leo Lombard. Runs a J-curve. Hooks a kick inside 50. Petrarca can't trap it. Rao burrows in. Walsh 2. Petrarca goes again. Gets it out. Akers shoves him to ground.
Oh, hold him, man.
And a free kick. Overzealous there, Blake Akers. And the free kick going to Christian Petrarca.
He'll back himself in here.
And the mark 51 out.
It's just so labour intensive, isn't it? The Suns, there's no fluency with their game. Kicks just missing, handballs just missing their target. It's hard work at the moment for them. Just got to keep at it though, keep presenting, keep working. As you said, Rammer, follow the lead of their skipper at the moment.
Put it on the boot from, you would imagine, just about the attacking edge of the square. He veers out slightly, thumps it, it's out to the right. Distance not a problem, accuracy more so. Suns by 5, quarter-hour mark of the second term. We've just entered a little arm wrestle phase after goals were flying freely.
Florent. Kick finds Akers. He's got it at half-back. Short kick to Dean. Against the boundary line. Suns by 5 points. 16 gone in the second term. 5-4 to 4-5. Dean just steps his way around Patterson on the mark and then goes short inboard to Chera. Chera one back flank to the other. All the way out to Haynes, who marks, and again comes corridor as is the Blues want. Turns it over. Noble with the intercept mark. Now the Suns are on downhill. Kicks out wide for Long. Didn't call his name a heap. This is going to be his first kick from half forward. Puts it to the top of the goal square. Dean beats King to it.
Great anticipation there by Harry Dean.
Saves the day, doesn't he? Yeah. Gold Coast players everywhere. Again, just such hard work. That should be an easy mark inside 50 goal.
Short to Cowan. Cowan to Ainsworth. Back to Cowan, who heads out wide with the kick, and it gets to Burn on the hop.
He flicks a handball over the top. McGovern steps his man, kicks up towards half forward, and Evans accepts it. 60 from home. Comes infield for Hewitt. Hewitt can poke it into the pocket. He's got McGovern in space, who's just spilt the mark, fluffed his lines. He's able to get it back to Lord, but his handball errant. Anderson there to work it out for the Suns. Handball to Ballard, tackled quickly. And a ball up, 40 out from the attacking goal for the Blues.
They made an absolute meal of that, the Blues. Had a couple of chances. McGovern first off should have just taken the mark.
Do we get towards record watch? Like Anderson's on 22. If he keeps up this pace, he's on track for 54 plus as Sam Walsh centres his kick from the restart, and underneath it, Louis Young claims it. 25 out directly in front.
Well, I wouldn't mind a quick shot of Damien Harvick in the box. That's how was Lewis Young, one of the tallest players on the ground. That was a sky ball, hit the roof, that ball that came in. from the forward pocket. Again, plenty of red jumpers standing around.
Virtually takes an uncontested mark.
Yeah, not doing anything.
Has not kicked a goal this year, Louis Young. Comes in here and changes that. Blues back in front. Fourth lead change of the afternoon. 5-5-35 plays 5-4-34. 18 travelled second term, our premiership pair, Luke Ball and Adam Ramanaskas.
Well, it's probably the key forward we've been looking for with Carlton. Now, he hasn't had too many involvements, I wouldn't say today. Louis Young, he had 2 kicks, 4 handballs, and he's taken 3 marks. But they just need an anchor point, really, the Blues. Because as mentioned, Brody Kemp's he's not a natural tall forward. He's more that third tall. Haywood will play down there and pinch hit a little bit, but they do need someone to kick to down the line and long. And it looks like it's going to be Louis Young today, who's now going into the ruck.
Tim Morgan on the boundary. Tim.
Yeah, a short time ago, Nick Newman just emerged from the rooms for the first time. Club hoodie on. He's going to watch the rest of the game from the bench, as we mentioned. That hamstring injury ruling him out of this one early in the first quarter.
Mac Andrew with a little stint in the ruck, wins the hit out, but straight to Cripps. Handball away to Florent. Kicks the Blues up the halfway. Burn marks. Plays on. Gives a handball away to Hewitt. Hewitt decides to go for home and knocks it through. Straight out the centre bounce and on the scoreboard for the Blues. Up to 7 points their advantage. 6-5 to 5-4. We are 19 minutes into the second term. It's a 7-point buffer for Carlton. Saturday footy on ABC Sport with Rammer and Ball.
Oh, I love Andrew on the ruck, Rammer. Yeah. But please get around your midfielders and tell them where you're going to hit it. That was just a clean, long hit. But there was no one there into space. And Paddy Cripps was the one that was onto it. And again, it's just symptomatic of where the Suns are at the moment. They're not in lockstep. There's not a lot of communication or understanding of what a teammate's going to do. And
just individual.
Yeah, that's right. And Moyle comes back in the ruck now. I do like Andrew in the ruck, though. I feel like they need to release him there a bit. But when you've got an advantage, you've got to capitalise on it. So 2 in a row for the Blues. The Suns need to respond here.
Quarters have followed a pattern as Moyle wins the tap down. Walsh steals it. Tumbles a kick inside 50 for Carlton. Mac Andrew. Intercept marks, 40 out from his defensive goal for the Suns. Carlton lead by 7 points. 4 lead changes in the match. Mac Andrew looks out to the wing in the Joel Jeffrey direction. Does well, outpoints Wilson. Marks on the wing. Waits a kick for Walter. Up he goes, hands to it. Young just nudges him underneath it. Gathers at ground level, sells some candy. Now Young kicks the Blues around the dockside wing. Coming up, Kemp. There's a whistle on the play. Free kick will go the way of the Gold Coast Suns. It'll go to Mac Andrew. Frankie Evans overzealous in keeping him out of the contest.
Where they're struggling from here. They're winning the ball back pretty well. It's just a 2 in a row from Andrew. Well, that's a better kick.
Into the middle of the ground for Noble. Thought about the handball, some indecision, and now decides just to kick it to a pack inside the forward 50. Flying for it, Moyle, no mark, spills to his opposing ruckman, pitted it, has 2 goes at clearing it. Got it away to Smith, to Lord. Slick handball for the Blues, finds Florent, nothing up ahead. Full 360 and then kicks laterally away to Wilson. Hand pass to Walsh, back edge of the centre square. Kicks over halfway. Smith hugs it to his chest. Looks inside 50. They're out here, the Blues. They've got 2 deep options and Haywood marks. Bangs bodies with Bodie Hewlin after doing so. The umpire forgiving there, and from 25 out, Haywood will have a look just left of centre.
Just lazy, really, from the Gold Coast. So the ball turns over at Gold Coast half forward.
Another turnover goal coming up. Haywood hooks it through. That's his second of the day. And the Blues are out by 13 points. That is their biggest advantage today. 22 gone in the second term. Carlton 7-5-47. The Gold Coast Suns 5-4-34. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
And then what you look for, Ball, is the transition running. And I'm looking inside Carlton's forward 50. They've got 3 players that are free, but then there's 5 Gold Coast Suns just jogging. Just jogging, not really wanting to get back. Like, I'll make it look like I'm defensively running, but it's just not. It's not quick enough. They're not reacting quick enough on turnover there. So they have plenty of time to transition back. Where, as I mentioned, they turned the ball over at their half-forward flank. and the ball come in the middle, come wide. So there was 3 or 4 passages of play where they could have got back to it.
Yeah, the part of the problem, defend at the source.
Yeah.
They cannot find a winner in the air or on the ground inside 50 at the moment. The Suns getting opportunity. It's coming back at a rate of knots.
Rao with the clearance, left foot kick, a shallow inside 50 for the Suns, but the Blues rebound quickly as Young gives it away towards Chera. He gives it off to Walsh on the wing, very wide out, carries it out of play.
It's another example there. And look, they're Young at the fall of the ball, but where's Ben Long? Where's Ben Long putting pressure on? Where's he at the crumb? They're pretty young. Patterson's down there. Okay, Lombard's down there. But you mentioned Byrne at the other end. Where's the intent to hunt and chase and kick the ball inside 50?
Moyle brings it down in front. Spits out to Rao, who gives it to Petrarca. Suns with it on the wing to Lombard, to the runner Rioli, to Zeke Hewlin. Sweeping handball. Trying to get it to Patterson, who's set upon immediately. Has to retrieve with his handball back to Hewlin. He knocks it on to Lombard. Now Rao goes back with his kick. Dangerous. Haywood comes to chop it off, but can only knock it out to Miller. Suns work it out on their back flank again. Away to Andrew.
Gives it to Bodie Hewland. Long kick across the centre square, one side to the other for Noble. Noble looks inside the forward 50. He's got plenty of options. Jeffrey marks uncontested, right half forward.
Oh, well, got there in the end. It's a hard watch at the moment, isn't it? It was good work rate though, wasn't it? And in the end, it was a nice bit of vision by Hewlin to spot John Noble out in plenty of space on the open side. And he was able to spot Jeffrey inside 50. Runner's pocket.
Thrown forward last week, Joel Jeffrey had 6 inside 50s. He's got a look here. He's in that dreaded triangle in the dead pocket here at Docklands. Worse than a 45-degree angle, right half forward, 45 out. Oh, he brings it to life. Knocks it through from out there, and the Suns hang in the contest. Breaks a run of 4 straight Carlton goals. 24.5 played in the second term. Carlton 7-5-47. The Gold Coast 6-4-40. This is Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Let's kick it down to the boundary. Tim Morgan.
Yeah, Bailey Humphrey just got a kick to the hand. He was in a fair amount of discomfort. Tried to stay on the ground, but eventually came off. He's been in the hands of doctors for the last couple of minutes, getting a bit of tape applied to his left wrist.
Well, they just needed that, the Suns. Carlton just having a real period of dominance. Probably the last 15 minutes was all Carlton. In that period, they kicked 4 goals. So it's really a goal against the flow and the run of play. But it was messy. It was messy again. And they tried to come back through the middle, and the ball goes along the ground. So, look, Hewlin's been a really good player for him today as a defender, and he was involved again.
Moyle taps it down from the restart. There's a whistle again. Everyone stands around and says, what for? It'll go to Jagger Smith. So Blues ball in the middle. Carlton by 7. 4 goals to 3 the way of the Baggers in this second term. Kicks out wide to Wilson, who bullets a pass to Cripps. He then dinks a kick out wide, and the mark taken by Akers. Right on the arc of 50. He'll look into the pocket and find a target. And Louis Young providing an option up forward. He's got it 40 out, acute angle. 15 metres in from the boundary line, left forward pocket.
Jen from Bridgetown off the SMS. The stand rule is a mess. If no players need to mark it, should we play on? The 50-metre penalty is too severe and should be scrapped.
Agree. Beautiful part of the world, Bridgetown. Southwest of WA.
But the game was horrid before we had it, though. Like it was too. Like the ball has flowed much better, and with the scoring's gone up, transitions up since it's come in.
Louis Young trying to reinvent himself. Hooks this left.
I think I saw Greg Swan during the week on one of the TV shows showing what the game looked like without it. Now, very good examples that he showed.
Yeah.
Obviously to back up his point, but I'm no issue with the stand rule.
Power to Ballard, who takes the mark, lays off a handball. The kick from Miller comes up the wing, and Lewis the target. He's outpointed there by Dirksen, though. Takes the intercept mark for the Blues, comes back corridor, eventually got to Hayward. Handball away to Smith. Smith wants to dish it off again. Does so to Lord, kicks laterally, finds Chera, takes the mark and off his knees, gives a handball away to Florent. Florent works it further forward to Hewitt. He can swing a long hand pass out wide for Wilson. Wilson gets back on his right side, kicks straight up the middle, slipping over at the most inopportune time, and all of that was Cripps. Ball still inside the forward 50 for the Blues. Kent collects. Andrews got him, taken high. And Brody Kent's going to get a look at it. 35 metres out, just left of centre. Blues already on top by 8 points. A chance to put it back to double digits before half-time.
It's got lower there, Brody Kemp. Like Andrew didn't want to get low. No, I was going to say, he's not snapping it from there.
Oh, I don't think for a second they listened to me, but I did say on the ABC AFL Daily podcast a few weeks ago about, like, they never explain or communicate why they have the rules a certain way to free the ball up. And it was the first time I've actually seen them do that with Greg Swan on Wednesday night. Try and communicate as to why the rule is in place to make a better spectacle.
So here's Kemp with the finish. Misses. That's been the knock on his game. So 25 goals, 21 now for the season. Brody Kemp, Carlton by 9.
By the way, ABC AFL Daily, up and to the right. Wherever you get your podcast, 5 drops a week. Noble exiting defensive 50 for the Suns, tumbling a punt up towards the wing. Gathered there by Wilson. Blues ball again. Back to Chera. Retreats to Haynes. Defensive point of the square. Carlton leading by 9 points. Haynes wants to take the game on. Kicks towards half forward. Hayward sticky fingers. Not quite though. Smith. He gathers. Handball back towards Tuke Miller. Knocks it out to Anderson. And the Suns can rebound off half-back. Off to Lombard. Driving kick inside 50. One-on-one. Dean and King. Haynes comes to help out. King
give it there.
Takes a bounce. Gets a Shepherd. And goals. He's got a couple. And it's back to 3 points. 25 minutes into the second, 7-7-49 Carlton. Gold Coast, 7-4-46. Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas.
He's lucky, Ben King. Very, very lucky.
Not only did he not handball, he took a bounce. Yeah. I mean, good on him. He made the contest, brought the ball to ground, picked up the ground ball, but he had Ben Long just riding shotgun a couple of metres ahead of him that would have run into an open goal. The bounce said, no, Ben, I got this. You shepherd for me, please. And you're right, he almost invited the pressure from Harry Dean.
That's the old, I get paid to kick goals.
Yeah. To be honest, though, and I don't want to overplay it, but it's also a bit indicative of the Suns' footy at the moment. Yep. I reckon when they're going well, you just give that, and you're as happy setting up a teammate as you are kicking the goal yourself.
3-point game, Blues on top. This is Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Suns going inside 50 again. Dean hits up, meets it at half-back. Got a handball away towards Akers. Handball to Haynes. His hand pass out wide to Hewitt, who's tackled right on the bell, and that'll do us. So it is half-time here at Docklands. That is the correct score. I think the clock stopped on our computers.
Which is interesting because they've had so many issues with the clocks this year, the timekeepers, all manner of issues there. So it did say, I said 25 minutes because that's what our clock showed. It was 29 minutes when that goal was kicked, and we had 3.5 minutes left on the clock. Siren sounded shortly after the goal. So I hope there were no further issues like we have had throughout the season, Corb.
Gremlins in the system, Corb.
Yes, as we love to say in the broadcast game. 7-7 to 7-4, the score at half-time. So it's a 3-point lead for Carlton. The Blues win the quarter by 1. So after leading by 2 at quarter time, they lead by 3 at the half. Game of runs so far. So Suns kick the first 3, Blues the next 2. Suns kick the first 3, Blues the next 3, and the Suns kick back-to-back goals. Carlton the next 4, and the Suns end the half by kicking the last 2. So it's we haven't had a single goal replied so far throughout the match. It's been multiples on every scoring run that we've seen. Carlton by 3 points. The goal kickers to half-time. 2 for Hayward, 2 for Byrne, 1 each for Hewitt, for Evans and for Young. That's Lewis Young. Meanwhile, for the Gold Coast Suns, 2 for Ben King. Singles for Walter, Anderson, Jeffrey, Humphrey and Patterson. Meanwhile, just repeating, Nick Newman in the opening moments of his 150th game. The Carlton vet, 33-year-old, has appeared to have done his left hamstring. He's got ice on that. There were some pictures that we got on our television monitors of him in the rooms with his young child, and his family met him down there, but not the day that he had planned. An early end for Nick Newman with a hamstring injury. All right, Adam Ramanauskas, Luke Ball, your thoughts at half-time. It is Carlton who lead it by 3.
Well, that quarter there, Carlton had 35 more uncontested disposals than Gold Coast. Now, that really then translates to what Ball and I have been speaking about all half around the Suns. Reactive to the ball, on their heels, not pushing up, not applying enough pressure. 45 marks to 19 in that quarter, also for the Blues. So again, that's just allowing your opponent the space.
Yep.
Allowing the easy hit up, allowing Carlton to get into flow with possession, allowing Carlton to play tempo football.
And they're not a highly skilled side, the Blues. I mean, they've improved certainly since Fraser's taken over with a bit of personnel, but they're not.
But if you're not up in the opposition's face, forcing a decision, they can just pick you apart. Like any team at the moment could, Richmond, Essendon, teams at the bottom of the ladder. If you give them time and space, they'll pick you apart. So 35 more disposals in that quarter for Carlton also. So look, I'd love to go in and listen to Dimmer and what he's talking about now, because really, when you look at those numbers, that's just effort. That's just, you know what?
Work rate, yep.
I actually just can't be bothered doing it. I can't be bothered going to man up. I can't be bothered pushing up.
They're a fascinating study, aren't they? Where if you glass half full, you say they're the little things that they can all focus in on, but you think they're competing with teams at AFL level really on talent alone.
That's what
they're just having a kick on a Saturday afternoon.
That half, so Noah Anderson's had 22 possessions.
Yeah.
Incredible half of football. 22 possessions, 8 contested.
Brilliant goal.
8 ground ball gets, 6 inside 50s and a goal. The next best is 11.
Yeah. But the other part of it, if they're not doing it now, when are they ever going to do it?
Well, there's a bit of a mismatch. I haven't seen them live for a while.
They've played 13 tackles.
Yeah, that is that has to be non-negotiable, regardless of your birth certificate or how many games you've played. But there is a tail, and they need a lift from a lot of players. But just looking at this, 4 or less possessions, Zeke Yulin, young, Adam Saul, Moyles, young, Caleb Lewis, young, Patterson, and Lombard and Murray. So they are young. Now, okay, they were high draft picks, but I'm just trying to give them a bit of an out, not for the effort, because these young guys, you mentioned Taylor Byrne, no one demonstrates it more for Carlton than him. So that's the message for these guys, because the problem that quarter was the ball came out, rebounded far too easily. They cannot win until the end there when King finally won a contest, be it in the air or at the fall of the ball. They cannot win or even halve a contest that quarter. The ball just rebounded out far too easily for Carlton down the other end. And really, a better team would have made them pay going the other way based on their lack of team defence, as you said. So they need a lift from those players. Not if it's not going to be possessions, it has to be effort. It has to be challenge. Like Ben Long, if you're not going to touch the footy, what are you in the team for? You've got to get back to work like you did last year and be that pressure for Lombard, Patterson.
So
wherever it is.
The margin's 3 points.
Yeah.
Right, at half time. So it's a close game, obviously. But 13 Gold Coast Suns haven't laid a tackle.
Yeah, amazing. It's not enough.
13 haven't laid a tackle.
Yeah. So you talk about what's the message? That's it.
That's it.
That's got to be it. If you're struggling to find the footy, roll your sleeves up and go and hunt a tackle, especially in our front half. Okay, you young players, go and hunt a body or a tackle, and it's amazing what will come off the back of that.
What about there's only 3 of them that have multiple tackles because the rest of them only have 1. Yeah. So it's not as if they're doing a lot of tackling.
Well, they're not tackling. They're not winning the footy.
No.
So, you're not doing much in a game of footy if you're not doing either.
Well, this is the thing. Carlton are leading this game, and we're sort of going, they're playing well. But I don't think Gold Coast could play any worse defensively. Any worse. And you look at Dimmer, who was a teammate of mine, and the way he played. His whole career was based on effort and intensity and energy and desperation. And he's not getting any. I can't think of a passage of play defensively other than Bodie Yulin in the first minute, I reckon it was, where he pushes up, intercepts, and they get a goal out of it. Other than that.
So if you haven't got that, how does a group collect and how does a group get that if that's not intrinsically in them? Is that a culture thing? Is it a club thing?
It's a confidence thing. It's in them. It's in. Like I've seen Lombard do it. Like young player, I've seen some of these other young players do it. Will Powell, like I've seen him. He's as brave as they come. They're just, for whatever reason, they're just off, aren't they? Both from a confidence point of view, but then a connection point of view. There's not a lot of Gold Coast last year. You think about that wave of running. You haven't seen a heap of that. No. And so that requires work rate, but then it requires sort of connection with your teammates. You go, I'm going to turn up for him because I know I'm going to get it, and then he's going to turn up for me, and then we'll overwhelm the opposition just through numbers. We're just not seeing it. It's such hard work for them at the moment, isn't it? To get to score.
Yeah, but this is the risk of drafting on talent alone. So a lot of these kids, as Bally mentioned, high draft picks.
Mm-hmm.
So, how often have they had to respect the defensive side of the game as a junior? Now, if it's not there, how do you go and find that as a football club?
Even Miller's lost it a bit, hasn't he?
He has.
Yeah.
Well, his defensive transition running was the best in the AFL for a period of time. Now it's just gone.
But even the way Dimmer speaks, like he spoke last week about, we haven't got a player that can play on Marcus Bontempelli, so we'll just get it done by committee. And ultimately they didn't. Like he was able to run around and do it himself. Miller was once a lockdown tagger.
That's how he cut his teeth, So it's there, it's in them, and this game is there for them. Like there's no one. Carlton are having a fight and scrap, and create ways to score as well. There's no one blowing them off the park. So it's, can they dial it up? And it's got to start from there, though. That's the message. If you can bring pressure for 20 minutes this quarter, this game is right there for them to win, isn't it?
And it's the opposite. If Carlton come out for 10 minutes in this third quarter and kick a couple of goals, the game's probably over.
Off the SMS, Chris says, loving the broadcast on, and I'm not even going to try and pronounce that. Is that the train, I take it, from Kyoto to Tokyo? Excellent win by my Freo boys last night from Chris. Chris, appreciate it.
That says the bullet train, Corbin.
Oh, that's like the bullet train. It's the Japanese word for it. I apologise on that front. Rob in WA, don't mind the stand rule. What I don't like is the penalty. Nearly always results in a goal. Not fair. Boys, do you think this theory of mine has any substance? I think because they are living, socialising and training in the relaxed paradise that we live in on the Gold Coast, that they naturally have a relaxed, laid-back mindset to their way of playing.
But that wasn't the case last year. So
No.
you can't pick and choose when you apply that theory.
I don't mind it. Didn't Sheeds not let you open the windows one day when you travelled over to WA? Open the blinds?
Oh.
I've heard a story from someone about someone travelling to WA. No, it might not have been Sheeds, but someone's told the story that their coach wouldn't let them. They were staying in Cottesloe or Scarborough or somewhere playing the West Coast Eagles, and their coach said, don't open the windows. Don't open the blinds.
Well, it is a Bermuda Triangle of sport. There's a reason sports franchises hasn't been a whole lot of success in that part of the world. And one from Joe in Rowville. Hi, boys. Heading to the MCG for the Hawthorn-Essendon game. Can you tell me what number do you think Ben King will wear for the Hawks next year? Jeez, I think number 34 is taken, isn't it?
Is it?
Jack Dalton wears it, who's a high pick from last year. So, it would depend a bit on what becomes available. Which that's a tough conversation. We'll see what we can do, Joe, to come up with a vacant number for you as it currently stands. All right, more of your thoughts, 0437 774 774, the SMS number. The Baggers by 3 points at halftime. Game on 7-7 to 7-4. More on Saturday footy on ABC Sport in just a moment. Second half around the corner, but for now, let's see what's happening in the ABC newsroom.
ABC News, hello, I'm Satyam Weinstein. Queensland has confirmed its first case of the deadly H5 bird flu. A dead petrel was found at Moreton Island in the state's southeast last Saturday and sent to the CSIRO for testing. The Department of Primary Industries has today confirmed a positive test result. There are now 18 confirmed cases of the virus in Australia. Factional bosses have teamed up to block debate on Israel and Palestine at Labor's National Conference in Adelaide. The three-day conference is wrapped up with delegates endorsing the party's platform, which guides Labor policy. Labor MP Ed Husick had drafted an amendment to toughen Labor's stance on Israel, but was forced to withdraw the motion. Mr Husick says he's disappointed members weren't given a chance to debate important issues.
Australians watching us reckon that people should be able to have a go, take a stand on the issues that they care about, and they really want to see that, and they don't want to see us as robots.
Spanish authorities say the emergency services don't have the capacity to contain a huge wildfire raging near Madrid. More than 60,000 people have either been evacuated or ordered to remain indoors. Forest fires are also burning in southwestern France, where the flames are now heading towards the city of Bordeaux. French President Emmanuel Macron has ordered the military to mobilise. Defence officials in Ukraine are demanding answers to why a drone exhibition was being openly held on the outskirts of the capital, Kyiv, making it an easy target for Russian ballistic missiles. Representatives of Ukraine's defence industry were present, and at least 10 people were killed and 100 injured in a Russian attack. It comes as Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says Russia's preparing a new offensive, warning of a fresh wave of strikes within the next 48 hours.
We have clear intelligence indicating that Russia is preparing a new and substantial wave of mobilization for this autumn. At present, Russia is losing more troops on the battlefield than it is recruiting, yet Putin intends to intensify the attacks and further expand this war.
US President Donald Trump has told the rescheduled White House Correspondents' Dinner that he would show restraint and not deliver his original speech, which he said would have been a doozy. Emily Gramens reports from Washington, D.C.
An alleged assassination attempt on the US president disrupted the annual gala in April this year. A smaller event with tighter security is taking place today. Donald Trump has delivered a speech but says it wasn't what he'd originally prepared, where he planned to go after some of the journalists present.
Your lives were really in danger the last time for an opposite reason.
He went on to reel off some insults and make jokes, including a joke that he planned to run for a third presidential term. The dinner traditionally celebrates free speech and an independent press. Emily Gramens, ABC News, Washington.
Major chemical manufacturer Syngenta has announced it will stop selling the controversial herbicide Paraquat in Australia and New Zealand. The Australian Pesticides and Veterinary Medicines Authority announced new restrictions on the chemical last month, but stopped short of an outright ban, despite concerns about links to Parkinson's disease. Generic versions of Paraquat will still be sold by other companies in Australia. Police have confirmed 2 women and 2 children were inside a home when an armed man allegedly shot a Queensland police officer. Police were called to a domestic violence incident at a property in Yingari on the Fraser Coast. Officials allege the 45-year-old man shot at them, hitting a first-year constable in the leg before he was later found dead inside the home. District Acting Superintendent Brad Inskip says the man allegedly shot multiple rounds at responding officers.
The initial response was 10 police officers plus 1 dog handler and his dog. That was very shortly after the officers arrived that the offender started shooting at police.
WA beekeepers are playing a part in protecting South Australia's almond industry. Andrew Hanlon explains.
In one of WA's largest commercial consignments of live beehives, more than 7,500 hives have been sent across the border to South Australia to support almond flower pollination. WA bees are currently free from pests and diseases like the varroa mite, a parasite that attacks European honeybees. The beehives were gathered in Donnybrook, Gingin and Esperance before being transported to South Australia. The hives are scheduled to arrive ahead of the almond flowering period in late July and early August.
And the New South Wales Waratahs have taken out the Super Rugby Women's Final, beating the Fijian Drua 34-17 in Umbah. You're up to date with ABC News.
Some invitations are just too good to refuse, like conversations in the kitchen with our most prominent politicians. Surprises are plenty.
New Kitchen Cabinet with Annabelle Crabb. Streaming now on ABC iView.
Get ready for a year of Test cricket like you've never heard before.
Hits him hard and high, straight back down the ground for 6.
That's an amazing shot. 12 months, 20 Test matches. New Zealand at home over summer. The 3 most iconic overseas tours. The 150th anniversary Test under lights at the MCG. And it all begins August 13 with Australia versus Bangladesh on ABC Listen.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Noble gives it away to Anderson. Anderson trying to run the gauntlet. He does extremely well. Shakes a tackle.
What a goal.
Noah Anderson kicks it on the run. What a superstar he is. He's the reigning Goal of the Year winner. And he's got a contender in 2026. Ball comes back to Petrarca. Handball inside the defensive arc for the Suns. Cowgate Stella. He's mowed down. Taylor Byrne with a huge chase down tackle. And the young man will get a shot at goal here. Taylor Byrne, the 18-year-old, moves in. Drop punt is pure. Straight through it goes. Andrew with a little stint in the ruck, wins the hit out, but straight to Cripps. Handball away to Florent. Kicks the Blues over halfway. Byrne marks. Plays on. Gives a handball away to Hewitt. Hewitt decides to go for home and knocks it through.
Miller knocks it out to Anderson, and the Suns can rebound off halfback. Off to Lombard. Driving kick inside 50. 1-on-1. Dean and King. Haynes comes to help out. King takes a bounce. Gets a Shepherd and goals.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Sounds there from the second term. This is Saturday footy on ABC Sport. The Baggers by 3 points, 7-7 to 7-4. It's been a game of runs so far. Haven't had a single goal answered throughout the 2 quarters so far. 4 lead changes, and at halftime the margin's 3 points in favour of the Blues. Still to come, it is the Hawks up against the Bombers at the MCG. Most of us are off there, off to the G next. For people that want to catch coverage of the game between the Giants and the Swans, best place to find that would be through ABC Listen, so you can stream it there. In fact, you can toggle between the 2 games if you choose. So the double header in the twilight spot. And then tonight, we're all back together for a standalone game, Saturday night footy, back here at Docklands. The Bulldogs and the Tigers. 2 games at the same venue, something they started trialling last year, and it's been worked in a few times throughout the 2026 fixture. So Docklands Stadium hosting a game in the afternoon slot and another game tonight, which is a big job for all involved to be able to turn the stadium over from a Carlton home game to a Bulldogs home game tonight. Earlier today, AFL Saturday with Luke Ball and Mick Malthouse. Of course, the award-winning AFL Saturday. You can also find it wherever you get your podcast through ABC AFL Daily. That's ABC AFL Daily, the home of your footy conversation. Patrick Dangerfield was our feature guest, and we asked him about his newly signed contract extension going on into a 20th season in 2027.
400 has genuinely zero to do with it. I just love the game. I love turning up to training and even the bad games where you played poorly and you lost. It's still, I think, the best job in the world. And I think there's more wins to be gotten, and that's sort of how I see it. So, I love the building. I've loved my entire journey.
If you want to hear that interview in full, you can find it through ABC AFL Daily. Patrick Dangerfield, his team winners last night. Of course, the Cats' 20-point win on Friday night footy over Melbourne. The Dockers way too good for the Eagles, and back on Thursday night, as we know, the Magpies by 34 over the Crows. What are you looking for here, Bally? Second half adjustments. Who needs to change the look of this game more?
Well, I'm looking at the Gold Coast forward line here, which on paper in particular looms as a real strength. And as I said, that quarter, for one late there, they really could not find a winner, both in the air and then on the ground. So we mentioned it at half time. A lot of these Gold Coast players, okay, there might be some inexperience there, but there's got to be a minimum standard of effort. You can't be producing another half of no tackles and no possessions to an extent. So there's the opportunity.
Brendan off the SMS. That might have been a Malcolm Blight story about the blinds in Cottesloe Beach, Ben.
So I think Brendan's having a lend to me because I always mention the Blighty stories and the Sunday team get into me. But I actually think it was Blighty who did that.
There you go.
With the Adelaide Crows.
Here we go. Second half upon us. Blues by 3 points. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. You're with Ben Cameron.
Moyle hooks it down. Anderson slung down in a tackle. Rao rather. Anderson then eventually goes in, gets it out to Moyle, feeds a handball forward. That's a turnover. Chera away to Pitnet to Ainsworth, who swings it out wide. Cottrell running through the logo, kicks into the pocket.
It's been good, Andrew.
In front of his opponent, takes a defensive mark for the Suns.
Yeah, he's been good. He's been really strong behind the footy. Can be a little bit, ball in hand at times. Can be a bit dangerous, but I think he's been pretty solid today.
Carlton leading by 3 points. Kicks it up to the wing off the hands of the pack. Petrarca out to Jeffrey. He'll snap it up to half forward. Bouncing ball. Walters down there with Dirksen. The latter does well. Wins it. Takes it away from Walter. His kick is shocker. Cold turnover. Miller back the other way for the Suns. Dinks it inside 50. And Humphrey is on the end of it. 40 out directly in front. The same spot he kicked a goal from earlier on in the game.
Oh, he's lucky there, Jed Walter. That's screaming about at half time, just losing, just cold that contest to Wade Dirksen, but a little bit too cute there, Wade. I think he was all excited about winning that 50-50 ball and just tried to pull one inside and completely shanked it, didn't he? Took Miller, good enough.
Rammer, I've got a question for you in a minute too. Bailey Humphrey from right on 50, thumps it through. That ball had some penetration on it.
Makes a different noise when he kicks it, doesn't it?
It's his second goal of the afternoon. And the Gold Coast Suns swing the lead with that. 5 lead changes, 8-4-52. Plays 7-7-49, a minute and a half into this second half. Adam Ramanauskas, 5 lead changes. You up to 5 pastries for the afternoon yet, or what?
Yeah, I'm going well.
Long from me to criticise.
No, well, exactly. But I'm happy to talk about it, unlike you, who hides it.
Sneak eater.
Well, the canteen wasn't open at the local football this morning.
Oh, no.
And I was planning on having, a bacon and egg roll or something like that.
Tide you over?
Yeah, just to get me through, but was closed, so my hunger's just gained momentum as the days progressed. And so when I got here first, I went for a pie, then I had another pie, now I'm into a sausage roll.
Threefer. In the middle, Moyle bombs it down to Miller. Got a hand pass away towards Pitternet, who's dispossessed. Ball back in the middle of the ground. Miller, handball away to Rao. Rao hurried kick inside 50 for the Suns. Petrarca couldn't trap it, and the Blues win it back. As Walsh back edge of the centre square. Long kick up towards half forward. Spills through to Andrew. Tackled by Camp. Pack forms around him. Ump says ball up. Half forward for the Blues. It's nice of Ben to keep track of such things too. He's a good teammate on that front.
Keeping stats.
3-point lead for the Suns. They've kicked the opening goal in the third.
Pitternet palms it inside 50. Evans gathers it off the Cripps. Handball to the pocket. McGovern swings his snap on goal out of bounds on the full. So free kick going the way of the Gold Coast Suns in their back pocket. No new deal signed by Mitch McGovern as yet. Was queried about that recently and asked him if he'd be at the Blues, and he said, who knows?
Well, he was left hanging pretty late last year, wasn't he, too?
And that's what he referenced. Anderson, his kick smothered by McGovern.
Well, more of that. If he keeps doing that.
Great defensive effort. He is leading the Blues goal kicking this year. Throwing coming right forward pocket for the Blues. The Suns lead it by 3 minutes into this second half.
Happy to answer questions about it, I'm sure. Let's keep it.
What is he? 32 this year, so not ancient.
Boundary throw in. There's a free kick out of zone. Umpire spotted a free here, and it is going to go to the Blues and Paddy Cripps. Came from the middle of the ground to spot something, and Patrick Cripps is going to receive a free kick right half forward for Carlton.
Gee whiz.
Waiting for a replay on
this one. He's clever, Paddy.
Yeah.
That's just using all his guile and experience there. He just sort of arches his back as if to say, hey, up. He's got a hold of me here as I'm working through the stoppage. Matt Rowell probably rightfully says, well, that happens to me at every stoppage that I attend. Right.
Cripper leading the way again for the Blues. His goal kicking has never been the strong suit. He misses out to the left or behind.
He's well under 50% conversion ratio this season, Paddy Cripps.
2-point lead for the Suns. 5 minutes gone in the third. This is Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Kicked the last 3 goals of the game, the Suns, and all of the goals in this match have come in runs as Howe looks out wide looking for Lombard, and Billy Wilson does well to punch it out, throw in 60 around from the attacking goal for the Blues.
Example of what I'm talking about there. Like how does that end up being the option? They kick it to one of the smallest guys on the ground. I'm looking at Ned Moyle. He's 20 metres back here on the wing. Surely he's got to be the one there for that bailout kick from the kick out.
Moyle brings it down in front. Pitternet doing the roving. Handball back into the mark. Rouse spinning in the Cripps tackle. Manages to dump it on the boot. Wilson and Walter meet. Neither take the football. Dirksen does. Handball to Chera. Handball backwards, a turnover. Petrarca takes it. Now the Suns on the attack to Humphrey. Thumping kick. King in a one-on-one with Dean. Can't mark. Comes down. Jeffrey bursting through. Sweet gather. Steps a couple. He'll snap the goal. That is brilliant. Magical from Joel Jeffrey. His second. And the Suns lead it by 8 points. 5.5 into the third term. 9-4-54 plays 7-8-50. Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball.
We're just agreeing, aren't we? Yep. Right here on the wing. That's much better from Jed Walter. He took on 2, created the contest and forced the turnover in the end. Christian Petrarca was clever, just setting up a beautiful long kick from Bailey Humphrey. Ben King, he probably should be marking that. Harry Dean did a sensational job to bring that to ground, out of position. And then a little bit of individual brilliance from Joel Jeffrey, who was just dancing, wasn't he? He just had them dancing all around him. Started as a forward. He's gone back to see if he can recapture some form, and that's what he's capable of doing. He's got to be marking that Ben King, doesn't he?
Yeah. I'm just on tackle watch with Gold Coast in this quarter. They've had 1 in 6 minutes.
The game of runs continues, so 4 in a row now for Gold Coast. Either side of half-time. Straight down to Cripps at the restart. He little 1-2 waxes with Walsh. Now Cripps is under the pump. Coughs it up. Moyle under pressure. Got it out for the Suns to Petrarca. Missed a target by hand. Picked up by Lord of the Blues. Carlton win it on the wing. Handball away to Hewitt. Hand pass over the top to Florent. Florent kicks in the middle of the ground, just shoved as he got a kick away by Rao. Impacted the kick. Powell intercepts, gives it to Lombard. Hand pass over the top to Humphrey. Hand pass away to Adam Saul. He's trying to work back onto his right side. Dabs the kick over the top to Long. Dean does well, leaves his man Spoils, breaks it up. Florent to Dean by hand. Hand pass away to Cowan. 2 goes at exiting defensive 50 and finds Ainsworth on the back flank for the Blues.
I'm not sure if it was when Dimmer was at Port Adelaide, but Mark Williams told them one week, if you don't record a tackle in the game we're playing this week, you will not be playing the next week. So Dimmer might have to turn to that at some point. As Haynes kicks around the wing. Off the hands of the pack. It comes down for Bodie Hewlin. Handball knocked on by Walsh. Rao goes and wins it again, and the Suns are away. Petrarca to Bailey Humphrey. Looking forward now. Handball trying to get it to Lombard. He fumbles it. Long comes and takes it back, gives it back to Humphrey. Dinks a kick for Adensall into the pocket. Bad bounce. Favours Evans and the Blues. He'll go back to Haynes. Kick partially smothered beyond the defensive 50.
Still a scrap for the footy here. Half forward for the Suns. Long eventually wins it. Gives it to Bodie Hewlin under pressure. Hand pass back to Long. He's under the pump too. Dean tackles him out of play. And it's going to be a last disposal free for the Blues. As Long's handball went out of bounds.
Messy, scrappy, both teams.
Another missed opportunity there, though. Just through poor execution, Suns. Wrong options at times and then poor execution. They were out there through the corridor.
Oh, gee, Dean. Short kick straight into the path of Petrarca. Got hands to it. Couldn't complete the mark. Spills to Adensall. He's tackled. Ball up. Half forward for the Suns. The tackle watch Rammer. So 4 tackles for the Suns. 2 for Rao, 2 for Miller. In the opening 10 minutes or so of this third term. From the ball up, comes down to
There's
Smith.
one.
Took on too many.
Rao, of course.
And Rao joins, or connects, collects rather, another tackle. That makes him... that means he's got 3 tackles for the quarter. That's what I'm trying to spit out. As my brain's not quite braining at the moment as Rao kicks inside 50.
Use your fingers.
Intercept mark away for Lord, who swings the kick out to left half back, and the mark taken by Hayward. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. 8-point lead for the Suns.
Hayward goes back to Florent, who shorts it to Lord.
Be careful, Betty. You'll cause a divide in this box. I don't like your chances of winning.
Short kick away to Ainsworth. We can laugh at ourselves here.
Of course we can.
Ainsworth turns it over. Mark taken by Petrarca. Suns lead by 8 points. 9 minutes into this third term. Petrarca onto Rao, who kicks it to Powell. His handball misses Petrarca. Has to gather a tackle. Gets the handball out. Wilson, he takes it for the Blues. Handball back into the mark and tackle applied, holding the ball. So pinned is Moyle. Free kick going the way of Mitch McGovern, centre half back for the Blues. Suns by 8 points, nearly 10 played in the third.
McGovern, long kick out wide for Lord. Looks inside. Short spearing pass finds Ainsworth. Keen to go corridor all day, the Blues. Short to Smith. One of their 6 debutants in the season so far. Finds another one in Dean. Short kick to Florent. Florent kicks inside the forward 50. McGovern the target, no mark. Spills down to Rowell. Rowell a hand pass away for the Suns to Walter. His handball intercepted. Picked up by Cottrell. Away to Haynes. High half forward for Carlton. Gives it to Walsh. Walsh kicks inside the attacking 50. Burn underneath it. Pitternet touched it on the way through. Then Ballard collects and Pitternet's got him. Ball up. 25 out from the Blues goal.
Well, they've forgotten what to do, the Suns, when they turn the ball over at half back, haven't they? Yeah. They're just, they've lost that instinct, that run and dare. And
ball bobbles out from the restart. Paddy Cripps with a flying snap. Misses the set, out of bounds on the full back pocket. Lockett end of the ground. Suns leading by 8. Hannah Ramanauskas and Luke Ball, our premiership pair. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
At their best last year. We haven't seen Rioli and Noble, have we? Running off half-back and breaking lines.
Noble short for Miller. Socks up as is customary. Short kick away to Petrarca. Petrarca steps his man. Now kicks from the back flank. Up towards the wing in the Moyle direction. Hands to it, doesn't mark. There to Rove though, Walter. Shrugs off his opponent there in Dean, who's a little staggered. And then he's caught. Cottrell came in with the help of Walsh. And he's pinged Rowell holding the ball. So a free kick going the way of Walsh in the end. Recipient, Suns lead by 8 points, nearly 12 played third term.
Now he's told to play on. This is going to be a dangerous kick. Long ball from one side of the centre square to the other. Nice work. Patterson gave away the free. Took the arms of Florent trying to spoil. A bit of help from Blair in Ivanhoe off the SMS. Hi, guys. The only Hawks number available is number 45.
Who's got 47? Their favourite number.
Yeah. So we can chase that one up. But this is in relation to Ben King. We got a text before half-time as to what number he'll take at the Hawks. John Ralph's report yesterday that he's already started telling players he's off to Hawthorn, reportedly. The Blues just mucking around with it here in their back half. Dean gives it to Dirksen under pressure. Handball back to Wilson trying to run away from Patterson. Hurried handball to Smith. Blues under the pump at halfback. Red jumpers swarming. Lord's handball into the centre square. Rowell attacks it. Takes on Burns. Somehow got a kick away to centre half forward. Humphrey spills a mark he should have taken. And Florent able to calm it down for the Blues. Kicks wide for Haynes at halfback.
Haynes pokes it on. Byrne trying to get on the end of it. Coming across. Nice pick up from Ballard. Suns ball. Not sure what he was trying with the kick. Turns it over. Kicks it straight back to Haynes. Carlton in possession. He goes backwards on the 45 to Wilson. Suns 8 points to the good. 13 minutes into the third term. Wilson shorts it again for Walsh. Offensive point of the square.
How good was that Rowell Byrne one-on-one?
Well, he's had 8 possessions this quarter, Matty Rowell. 3 tackles. 6 of those have been contested.
Then Humphrey drops a sitter.
Walsh to Akers, who swings it towards half forward. Nice mark from Cottrell. Cottrell looks deep. Kicks it towards full forward. Kemp goes up. Spoiled away by Collins. Evans roves to Byrne on the right. He floats it on goal. It'll come down in the goal square. Cripps is there. Nearly marks it. Gets it on the boot. He goes. Paddy Cripps. If he doesn't get you in the air, he'll get you at ground level. And he brings it back to a 2-point game. 9-4-58 the Suns. Carlton 8-8-56. 14 minutes into the third term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, look, terrific by Paddy Cripps there to compete. But again, that ball should have been spoiled through. Moyle should have just got a fist onto it.
Just wanted it more than Noble too, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
They just got too many. Yeah, I mean, well done, Paddy Cripps. It's ugly. It's a hard watch at the moment. Both teams really.
Skill level this quarter has been horrible.
So sometimes it just takes a bit of grit and a bit of effort. And how many times have we seen the Carlton skipper do that over the journey? Much needed goal. It just feels like they've got so many players out of form at the moment. And Noble, that's a great example. He's only had the 10 possessions. Rioli only 7. And again, they were such key parts of their resurgence last year. Andrews into the ruck. Umpires are throwing it up too low here. Where's Ray?
I'm 100% with you.
What's going on?
This has become a trend. There's not much height in the ball up at the restart. Anyway, Carlton win it. Chera eventually on the end of a handball chain. Got it away to Young, to Florence. Sweeping handball forward to Smith. Smith kicks inside the attacking arc for the Blues. Collins gets back, spoils. Ball still alive. Noble collects. Tackled. Ump says ball up.
Even that there, Collins last year, he just goes back and swallows that.
Just marks it.
Yep.
Full forward for the Blues. Cripps grabs it out of the ruck. Andrew tackles him. Spills down to Miller. Handball to Zeke Yuland. He gives it away to Noble. Handball along the ground to Collins. Byrne comes to get him. Collins handball back looking for Noble. Great tackle, Kemp. Blues win it inside 50. Evans handball away to Lord. Hand pass away to Cottrell against the boundary line. Up and under to the hot spot. They all bang bodies. The ball hits the deck. It's going to go to Andrews. Had his body taken in the air.
It was a free kick. The umpire there didn't. It was the outer zoner.
Mac Andrews going to get the free at fullback.
Very little.
Not much in it.
Nah.
2-point lead for the Suns. Blues coming. They've kicked the last goal. And as we know, not a single goal has been answered today. So the game of runs. It's Carlton's turn to score. What can the Suns do about it? Gold Coast by 2 points. 16 gone in the third.
He's gone out of it a bit, Anderson. Just his second possession for the quarter.
Kicks up towards the wing and Dirksen snatches it back for the Blues. Right on the centre line. Dock side of the ground. Will kick towards centre half back where he has Florent. Suns by a couple of points. Florent pokes it very laterally to Chera. Not a lot of go forward for the Blues at the moment. Now Chera just trots off. Runs into the corridor. Kicks towards half forward, punched away by Andrew. Ball spills out towards the half forward flank for the Blues. Kemp makes it his. Sweeps a handball to Hewitt. Hewitt's tackled by Rowell. Spits it out towards Kemp again. He gives it off to Byrne, and now Ainsworth back into the middle of the ground, and he finds Chera.
Chera kicks down to centre-half forward for Haynes, who's been excellent. Front edge of the centre square. Haynes just lays it up to full forward. Andrew floats across the pack. No mark. Heavy landing. Spills to Rioli. Tackled by Akers. Ball up again. Full forward for the Blues.
Doing well, Andrew. He's getting himself in the way. Isn't he, Carlton? Certainly not looking like it airily inside 50.
17 gone in the third. Cripps grabs it out of the ruck. Trickles a kick goalward. Arriving late. Byrne sockers it through on the line. Carlton back in front. Byrne's got 3. Lead change number 6. Carlton 9-8-62. Gold Coast 9-4-58. 17 and a half gone in the third term. Back-to-back goals for the Blues, and they both come from the goal line.
And they're both just scrappy, workman-like goals. So Cripps involved again in that passage of play. It's just there's simply Carlton's last 2 goals have come through more desperation than the opposition in Gold Coast. Both on the goal line, both could have been rushed through. Carlton just much more desperate and wanting to keep the ball alive and score.
Still been a game of runs. So the Gold Coast Suns first 3 goals. Blues kick the next 3. Suns the next 2. Blues the next 4. Suns the next 4. Blues the last 2 in the game.
Certainly has had the runs this game at certain times.
6 lead change. Young in the ruck, taps it down, gives it off to Jagger Smith, who's bursting out of the middle, chips it short through the hands of Hayward. Gathered by Ballard, run down court. Holding the ball, and the Blues pressure just getting dialed up. Frankie Evans at centre-half forward. He'll look inside 50. Goes with a low bullet to the pocket. Bit of separation, McGovern. Collins slips over. And that's all the gap McGovern needs. Marks 20 out. Very acute angle. We'll go with the right foot snap. Mitch McGovern closing in on 150 goals in his career. 2 away from that milestone at the moment. The Blues leading goal kicker this season. Veers out to his right. Hooks it through. And the Blues lead by 10 points. They've kicked the last 3 goals in the game. Approaching time on third term. 10-8-68 plays 9-4-58. Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball.
3 and 5 minutes now, Paulie.
Yep.
So they've just taken their moment here, the Blues, and they've ramped it up through their work rate. So we mentioned earlier in this quarter there's been scrappy mistakes, skill errors and the like. But Carlton have embraced that. They've embraced it in just pushing the ball forward, surging it forward, doing the little things well that we've spoken about in the first half to kick the last 3 goals of this match.
Yeah, you're right. Blue collar stuff. Great chase and tackle Evans. And it was a really clever kick, actually. Just identified the space.
Great kick.
Jenny from Broadbeach off the SMS. Boys, if I live close by, I'll drop off some of my Vietnamese-inspired pork sausage rolls.
Delicious.
Dip in a little chili sauce and Bob's your uncle. As Rao takes it out of the middle for the Suns, kicks to full forward.
Not good enough.
Picked off by Young.
No contest whatsoever. It's just got to come to ground. Sometimes, okay, young player, you've got to find a way to fight and scrap and bring it to ground. At least halve the contest.
It's Caleb Lewis in his second game, who's one to forget so far as the Blues work it up to halfway. Lord marks on that City wing. Kick goes down the wing and a good mark overhead there from Ainsworth. Rips it down. Strong contested grab. Keeps it moving. Now the inside 50 kick. Andrew in the vicinity. Again had his body taken in the air. Free kick.
Yeah, Taylor Byrne wasn't looking at the footy there.
It's the one touch, unfortunately, for Caleb Lewis so far. 22-year-old in his second game, mid-season recruit from last year.
Anderson, a long kick up to the wing, and Haynes marks it. So Blues ball again. The push, in fact, so a free kick going to Walter.
An overrule, I think. Yeah, one umpire paid the mark. Overrule. I think it was there.
I wouldn't mind being in Broadbeach, and I don't think those sausage rolls would last long with us, Rama.
I was just thinking the same thing. with your dipping fingers that you've got, you're double dip, so none of us will get any.
Walter, short kick away to Bodie Hewland, sends the Suns inside 50. In front of the pack, Joel Jeffrey.
That's sticky fingers right there, Benny.
Just drifted in from the side, went up in front and takes the mark, 25 out on slightly better than a 45-degree angle.
So talented, Joel Jeffrey. Just want to probably see it a bit more consistently within.
Mercurial, isn't he?
Yeah.
Well, Ben King's been on the bench. He's coming on now for young Lewis. So Jeffrey's looked the most likely, hasn't he, this quarter?
Try and start another Gold Coast Suns run. Joel Jeffrey, drop punt, never looked like missing. Splits the middle for his third. And it's a 4-point ball game again. 10-8-68 the Blues. Gold Coast 10-4-64. 23 minutes into the third term. Neither team has got out beyond a 3-goal lead in this game. 17 points for the Gold Coast Suns after they kicked the first 3 of the game. The biggest it's been either way. 4 points to the Blues at the moment.
Well, credit to both teams because they've been able to break the momentum of the opposition. So Gold Coast in this quarter kicked the first 2. Then Carlton break that momentum, go and kick the next 3. Now Gold Coast break Carlton's momentum by going and kick the next one. So, yep, okay, it's a bit messy and a bit of a scrap this game, but it's entertaining.
Robin Greensborough off the SMS. Skills on display here validate Mick Moldhouse's view and mine that for a wildcard round.
Yeah, that's a fair comment on evidence today.
Auburn's looking forward to seeing this clash in September.
So am I.
I'm pro wildcard.
Yeah, I'm very pro wildcard.
We're out of it as is Bally. Long kick inside 50 from Cripps, but picked off as Murray gives it to Noble. Back to Murray. Caught, rolled over by Akers, holding the ball.
But this game is at the MCG for a final, Benny. There's 90,000 people there.
A short kick away to Walsh. What else would you be watching that weekend, Ben? It beats nothing at the moment is what's on the schedule. As Walsh kicks inside the forward 50, spills through to Evans, hand pass to Burns, snaps, hits the post.
Need to straighten up there, Bally.
Yeah.
Square the shoulders up to the target. No need to kick a snap there.
That's, of course, at AFL level. There's state league games and all the rest of it. AFLW's underway that time of year, but that's what it's replacing the wild card. Currently a bye in the AFL fixture.
Might just get rid of the bye and start the finals a week earlier. Kick up to the wing, won by Florent, quickly back the other way. Kicks inside 50. After it, Frankie Evans brings it down, turns tackler, and we'll get a ball up. Right forward pocket for the Blues. Carlton lead by 5 points. Approaching three-quarter time. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Up it goes, the ruck share it. Byrne coming through. So to Hewitt, high free kick. Going the way of George Hewitt, right forward pocket. And he'll have a shot on goal to give us the first time this afternoon, Corb, where we've seen a goal immediately responded to by the opposition. Setting up for the left foot snap. Right forward pocket.
Test out the hip flexor here.
They're lined up, ready to spoil it. Hewitt snaps, goes! Carlton out by 11 points. They keep the Suns at arm's length. He's got a couple. 11-9, 75 plays 10-4, 25 minutes into the third.
Just, again, another example, remember, just getting down lower and harder, drawing the error. John Noble, who's having a pretty ordinary day, it must be said.
It's interesting with when you actually put pressure on him inside defensive, your own forward 50, he tends to make a mistake. He's a bit rushed, and there that's an example. Now, doesn't have the ball in his hand, but he still has to lay the tackle, but he's rushed into a decision and gives away a free kick.
Jennings actually sent through a photo of the Vietnamese-inspired.
They look so good.
How quickly can you get them here, Jen?
Pork sausage rolls, and Ben just leant over to me off mic and said, how good do they look? As Hewitt kicks out of the centre square for the Blues. Picked off here by Andrew at centre half back for the Suns. Hand pass away towards Powell. He gives it to Rowell. Handball away towards Zeke Ewell, and the Blue Jumpers now swarming, trying to mow down Rioli. He receives the handball, gives it back to Rowell, who's done plenty. He gives a hand pass even wider to Zeke Ewell, kicks down that city wing, and Haynes, desperate, gets across, got a hand on it to force it out of play.
Nearly went through the fence.
crashes into the advertising hoardings. Might have hurt his wrist too as he gets up holding his right hand. But
he hit it hard.
Those LEDs are hard.
Yeah.
They're spiky little thick lights. Yeah.
11-point lead for the Blues. 26, almost 27 minutes gone in the third.
On the wing. Big bump on Humphrey coming from Florent. And he's tackled quickly as well, and we'll get a ball up again on the wing.
So 9 tackles for Gold Coast this quarter, and it's only 5 players that have laid a tackle.
Tim Morgan on the boundary.
Suns keeper raising the Bruce Lee sign at the moment. They want their side to raise the fight to respond to this challenge.
They are inspired by it. The Karate Kid.
There you go.
Sort of spec perhaps as the kick goes inside 50. Off the hands of their pack, out of play it goes.
I think Bruce Lee more sort of ninja skills.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah. I think it was karate, though.
Yeah.
Be water. Kung Fu.
Kung
Fu, yeah. Carlton lead by 11, 27 and a half minutes into the third term.
Boundary throw in. Ruxera down. Walsh got a hand pass away in the row tackle to Lord. Sweeps a hand pass forward to Smith, and he gives it away to Hewitt. Works it further forward again to Hayward. Hayward back out wide by hand to Smith. Another handball to Hewitt. Blues up to halfway. Short kick to Walsh. Wanted to move it on. A little too eager. Coughs it up. Petrarca. Hand pass away to Humphrey. He gives it to Anderson. Loops a hand pass inside to Lombard. Kicks inside the forward 50 is Rammer called. Not a good kick.
Jeez, Ben King was out on the lead there.
The team takes the intercept mark. Here go the Blues the other way. Short to Akers. Left half back. Carlton by 11 points. 11-9 to 10-4. 28 minutes played in the third. Kicks down the wing, dock side, and Smith takes the mark uncontested. He's had another good afternoon, the highest rated Carlton player on the ground.
Reminder, the Blues are only outside the 10 on percentage. Trying to keep winning and keep their hopes alive. Dirksen to Akers, kicks inside 50. Bodie Hewlin comes across, drops the mark. Cripps goes in, tries to get the handball out, not in time, ball up. Deep in the left forward pocket here for Carlton.
I think Ben will be happy with that top message there, Corb, when you get a chance to read it.
Throw up in the pocket. Pitnet slaps it down. Coming through Andrew. He can't quite gather it. Ball goes to full forward for the Blues. Bodie Hewlin goes low and hard. And pinged. Holding the ball. It's a hot whistle. But he is pinged holding the ball. And they crowd around the umpire, the Suns, to protest that decision. And going back to take the shot on goal will be Byrne.
Well, he's had a bad minute there, Bodie. Yeah. And he's probably rightfully asking the question, but he just dropped an absolute sitter chest mark that could have taken the pressure off it. And then he, again, credit to Carlton. They're the ones that have wanted to work defensively more this game. And this young man has done it again inside 50.
Maybe it was a burning hot whistle. Taylor Byrne in on their set shot. 20 out, directly in front. Hammers it through for a behind.
It's a let-off.
Slews off the side of the boot and misses. Ball doesn't lie, perhaps. Carlton by 12 points. 30 minutes into this third term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Would have been the Blues' biggest lead of the game. So biggest lead either way. 18 points in favour of the Suns back in the opening term. Ball worked up to the wing and the Suns thought they were out. As Bailey Humphrey just kicks it in frustration into a vacant forward 50 after the bell. It is three-quarter time here and Carlton by 12 points. It's a let-off from Byrne right on the three-quarter time siren. The Blues 11-10-76. They lead the Suns 10-4-64, a game which has had 6 lead changes and hasn't been beyond 3 goals either way. For the Baggers, 3 for Taylor Byrne, 2 for Will Hayward and for George Hewitt, 1 each for Cripps, McGovern, Evans and Young. Meanwhile, for the Gold Coast, 3 for Joel Jeffrey, 2 for Humphrey, 2 for King, and then singles for Walter, Anderson and Patterson. The Blues by 2 points at quarter time, 3 at the half, and now by 12 points at three-quarter time. Borg's Rammer off the SMS. Afternoon, boys, on/off topic. Mythbusters proved that double dipping doesn't contaminate the sauce.
You've rapped with that, Benny, because I know you've always felt guilty doing it in the past.
I don't do it. I don't do it.
You do.
Oh, I love our listeners. 0437 774. There's just a message here which just reads, I love Ben Cameron.
That's nice because there's plenty that'll send him the opposite.
There you go.
Hello to Mrs. Cameron.
Yes.
Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Back with the thoughts of Rammer and Bally next.
I'm Maureen McGillicuddy.
And I'm Edith Vale.
And we host Another Cuppa.
Will we natter away with some of Australia's biggest names?
Pop the kettle on with Granny Bingo.
Woke garbage. Exactly.
Search Another Cuppa podcast on ABC Listen.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Jim goes up, scored away by Collins. Evans roves to Byrne on the right. He floats it on goal. It'll come down in the goal square. Cripps is there, nearly marks it. Gets it on the boot. He goes. Paddy Cripps. If he doesn't get you in the air, he'll get you at ground level.
Cripps grabs it out of the ruck, trickles a kick goalward. Arriving late. Byrne sockers it through on the line. Carlton back in front.
Walter, short kick away to Bodie Hewland, sends the Suns inside 50. In front of the pack, Joel Jeffrey. Joel Jeffrey, drop punt, never looked like missing. Splits the middle for his third. Up it goes, the ruck share it. Byrne coming through. So to Hewitt, high free kick. Going the way of George Hewitt, right forward pocket. They're lined up, ready to spoil it. Hewitt snaps, goals!
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Blues by 12 points. They've kicked 4 of the last 5 in the game, and they've led for most of the day, but it's been close throughout. Carlton by 12 at three-quarter time. Coming up next, 2 games in the twilight. You can stream the match between GWS and Sydney through ABC Listen. The Sydney Derby, the Swans have controlled this game, having won 6 of the last 7. But 2 arch rivals made across town from us at the MCG. Aaron Bryans heading up the call for the Hawks and the Bombers. Good afternoon, Az.
Afternoon, Corby. Very excited for the 172nd edition of one of the oldest rivalries in the game. Hawthorn and Essendon. Recently, their issues have been more off-field than on it. Obviously, the future of Zach Merritt again in the spotlight. But Hawthorn seems like one of the most enticing places to be in footy right now. So Jack Gunston re-signing for an 18th season. Mitch Lewis on a 4-year deal as well. Ben King expected to join them, and a win today could move them into the top 2 depending on the result in the Battle of the Bridge. The Bombers, meanwhile, they have a big chance to burst their rivals' bubble and maybe back up the belief that last week's victory restored if they can snag a huge upset here at the G. The question is, can they reproduce the effort that they showed that unravelled the Giants? It hasn't really been there over the last 2 campaigns. Let's see if they can do it across a fortnight. Excited to have a Hall of Famer in the box with Bruma Harvey alongside the dual Australian Chad Wingard. Ray Chamberlain's going to be on the boundary and Joel Peterson will be alongside me. It is Hawthorn and Essendon next, Corby, on ABC Sport.
Thanks, Az. Look after Ray for us there at the MCG this afternoon. Carlton by 12 points here through 3 quarters. Adam Ramanaskas and Luke Ball with their take.
Well, Bally, I mentioned I was on tackle watch for the Suns in that third quarter. So they had 13 only in the first half, with 13 players not laying a tackle. They laid 13 in that third quarter alone. 7 players had a tackle.
And there's a lot of missed ones too, isn't there? There's a lot. They're just a step away.
Yeah, it's not unconditional.
No, or they're getting there, but they're not really imposing themselves physically, and it's an easy hands-free release to the next player for the Blues. So, yeah, it really is. Just looking down at the list too, and I know it's all about possessions, but when you're not doing that as well, they've just got so many players, the Suns, that appear out of form, don't they? We mentioned Johnny Noble a couple of times that quarter. Dan Rioli, okay, he's been out with injury, but only the 7 possessions, and that sort of, you know, that their version of the tsunami, the Suns, which was so strong last year, just isn't there at all. There's just too heavy a reliance on Anderson and Rao in particular, who are trying their backside off, aren't they?
Rao had 13 that quarter. He was incredible. So he had 13, 5 inside 50s. He had 4 tackles himself of those 13. So he did try to put him on the shoulders a little bit, the Brownlow medalist, and have a real go, particularly early in that quarter. I thought he was terrific. But to Carlton's credit, Paulie, They hung around. Yep. The Gold Coast kicked the first 2 goals of that quarter. You thought, oh, okay. But then what Carlton did is they embraced the scrap. Now, their goals really came through work rate, desperation, not through genuine great play. It was just a scrap, and they were happy to get them that way. So, what's the margin here?
Only 2 goals, so it's right there.
It's right there.
It's right up for grabs. Yeah. What can they find, the Gold Coast? Is it a magnet thing? Does Mac Andrew, I think, has been pretty good behind the ball, to be fair.
I'd flip him.
Can he go into the ruck? Yeah, or forward. Yeah, like they're just not winning enough. Now, the ball use hasn't been great, but not getting enough out of Walter and even King, who's got his hands full with Harry Dean. And then when the ball hits the ground, so it looks like Petrarca's going to start forward alongside Humphrey. So can they produce something?
Put Petrarca out of the goal square. Try to steal an early goal. put the pressure back on Carlton. Don't have him just as a high half forward coming up and playing as a fifth midfielder. Put him back deep. Christian, go and kick us a couple of goals here early in this last quarter.
All right, final term upon us. Blues by 2 goals as we enter the 4th term Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Under the roof at Docklands. Comes down to Rowell. Hand pass away to Anderson. Hurried kick to centre half forward. That's a good ball.
I think he's got the leg here.
Yeah, the way he's hitting them, the way he's teeing them up, Benny, like you off the tee at the National.
Like the thud of Ben's driver.
So Bailey Humphrey, the man on the mark, stands 51 metres out.
Go out of bounds on the full, unfortunately.
Man who's got a deal until...
Matt, what are you doing? That run past for the handball.
2028, he's been closely linked to a move back to this city. Bailey Humphrey. The Gold Coasters need this one right now. That is an absolute foot cannon. Straight through it goes for his 3rd. And the Suns are back on the doorstep. And neither side can run away from the other. We are 50 seconds into the final term, and it is a one-score game. 11-4-70 the Gold Coast. Carlton 11-10-76. Woolley and Rammer, you were hot on that early.
It's amazing. It just sounds different. Some players, doesn't it? And that one was a bit more of the driving iron, I think. Just compressed it a bit.
Almost a low stinger.
Yeah, stinger. Yeah, but gee whiz, I mean, that's cleared. It's cleared. It's hit row 8 to 10.
In baseball, they call it a no-doubter.
Yeah.
No doubt about that.
Yeah.
The moment he hit it.
But started at the centre bounce, so quick hands from Rao and then on the boot. I like that. Don't try and overdo the handball. Let's get forward, get it down to our dangerous players who are so good one-on-one.
Who wants to be in that wildcard spot? Tapping it down is Moyle. Rao runs around, gives off the handball to Miller. Kick inside 50. Walter launches. Petrarca roves outside of the boot. Misses left-hand side. Couldn't quite get it on target.
Rao, 2 centre bounce clearances.
Jed Walter, he's got to mark that. Yeah, exactly. Get the jukes out.
Down in Albury, I like this off the SMS. Taylor Byrne, any chance of a rising star nom this week?
Has he not had one this year? No. Surely.
No, hasn't had one. And it's going to be 50 here as Dirksen spotted at half back, and that was silly. Went straight after Walter after receiving the 50-metre penalty.
Which I think it was. I mean, Humphrey had the first touch. Sometimes they give him the benefit of the doubt.
He's lucky he didn't get the 50 reversed.
Wasn't too far after the whistle, so little break there for the Blues.
He'll let her go and just run into someone's back now in a slow play. As Dirksen goes long inside the forward 50. Offhand spills through to Kemp. Kemp brushes aside the would-be tacklers. Oh, that's an ugly left-footed kick inboard. Turns it over. Collins got a hand pass away towards Adamsall. He links up with Ballard, who just chips it short.
It's good composure by Ballard.
To Lombard.
Could have bombed and blasted away, but Carlton was sitting behind the ball.
Short to Adamsall again. The Blues have only had 2 rising star noms. 2 of the favourites.
Yeah.
Jagger Smith and Harry Dane.
They'll have the winner, you'd think. Oh, God.
No Willem Dersma for you then, Wally?
I think Jagger Smith's rightfully in the box seat, albeit it's his 2nd year. No, he didn't feature at all last year, but Smith for me at the moment.
Adamsall kicks around the wing, turnover, mark taken by Florent, who moves it to Haynes, kicks just backward of the wing. Wilson accepts it. Carlton 5 points to the good. Early stages of the 4th. Wilson wants to switch back to Chera. He'll look out towards the dockside wing, kicks out for a leading Cottrell. Has to gather on the bounce. Now he's under pressure, sweeps the handball to Walsh, who comes infield to Hewitt. Hewitt can turn and go, look out. King closing him down.
The chase.
Kick is a turnover, the pressure from King. Anderson takes it back on the back flank for the Suns.
Problem with the Rising Star Award too is that nominations are probably dealt a little differently depending on what stage of the season it is, as Anderson kicks down the wing to Rao, hand pass away to Rioli, he gives it to Patterson, kicks inside 50, here's Walter, who marks out wide at left half forward. And what I mean by that, in the early part of the season, you have one standout game, you get a Rising Star nom. Back end of the season, it feels like they try and catch a few of the guys that have had good years that have fallen through the cracks, so it's more of a body of work.
Yep. Well, here's his opportunity. He's finally got his hands around one. Big Jed. What can he do here? Tough shot. Very wide.
He's only had the 2 kicks today. This is 3rd from a tight angle, and that is superb. He slots it from out wide. A 2nd for Walter, and the Suns suddenly lead. Lead change number 7. And the Gold Coast put their nose in front early in the final term, which is now 5 minutes old. Gold Coast by 1, 12-5. They lead Carlton. 11-10 Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, it's really over to you now, Carlton. So 3 inside 50s for 2 goals, 1 in this quarter for the Suns. So scoring every time they go in. Matt Rouse had a terrific start to this quarter. As mentioned, he's trying to just lift the team around him from a defensive point of view. Clearly, he wants to set the standard there. That's what his game has been renowned for so many years now. I just love that he's trying to lift this team. He's not the most vocal leader out there, Matty Rao, but he just leads by the actions.
Young wins the tap from the restart. Onto it, Smith. Might have been helped by Rowley. Was.
Me too, yeah.
His ankle
just as you pump him up.
Jagger Smith. Might have been caught underneath him, just hobbling, gives it off to Walsh. Low kick into the pocket, and Young slipped forward.
It's too easy.
He takes the mark. 40 out, 45-degree angle.
Well,
that's the young ruckman.
Yeah, that's right. Lewis Young, who's been in and out of the team. He's a bit of a whipping boy for Blues fans, but he's had some big moments, hasn't he, this game?
And last played round 17 against Richmond.
His first goal of the year earlier, and that was a nice bit of ruck work too. And then a bit of ruck craft just to sneak out the back of his opponent. And nice kick from Walsh.
Let's get Timmy to keep an eye on Jagger Smith too. He's got a little hitch in his giddy up at the moment at centre-half forward.
Young comes in with the drop punt. It's swinging left and across the goal face. Minor score. Scores level. We've had 7 lead changes. That would have been the 8th had he kicked it. But scores level instead. 6.5 minutes into this final term.
I feel like it's going to come down to the big guns from both teams. Isn't it? It's going to be Cripps, Walsh versus Rowell, Anderson. Who's going to have the moments in this last 15 minutes?
Game starts now. Scores level final term. Moyle puts his knee straight in the back of Young on the wing. Ball spills out towards Patterson. Somehow an escape artist got his way out of there and kicks down to half forward. Hits Walter. Suns moving it inside 50. Walters kick into the pocket. Humphrey collects on the hop. Turns, kicks back to a dangerous position. Great mark, Adamsall. He can walk it in. Suns out by that kick. Adamsall goals. And the Suns lead it by 6 points. And that is his first in AFL footy. And what a time to kick it. 7 gone final quarter. Suns on top 13-5. They lead Carlton 11-11. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
He'll love that, Damien Hardwick, because initially here right in front of us centre wing it was Dylan Patterson. And then it was Jed Walter involved. Then it was Bailey Humphrey involved. Then it was Adamsall to finish off the work. So 3 of the Gold Coast youngsters standing up in a critical moment in this final quarter. 3-0 to start this quarter by the Suns. So really, really testing, really putting the foot down at the moment and asking Carlton to chase them.
A win for the Blues, at least temporarily, would move them into the top 10. Moore wins the tap, but the Blues are there through Walsh and then Jagger Smith. He gives it off to Cottrell, who waits a neat kick for Byrne. Byrne feeds the handball. Running past Wilson, thumps it towards full forward. Touched away by the Suns, and then out after it, Collins in the back pocket. They work it out through Rioli. Gets it away to Jai Murray, who kicks to fullback. And the mark taken by the goal kicker, Adamsall. On the last line, so working goal square to goal square. He gives it off to Ballard, who gives it back, lifts the handball to Powell. Tight ropes the boundary line here for the Suns. Kicks around it now. City side of the ground. Massive fly from Walter. Overzealous. Infringes. Free kick going the way of Dirksen.
He's going to take a few of those in his career, Jed Walter, I think.
A jumping Jed. Not to beat. 9 minutes into the fourth. Suns by 1 straight kick.
Oh, dangerous kick down the wing. The Blues had it knocked away from Ainsworth, picked up by Walter. His hand pass comes back towards Lombard, knocks it away to Adamsall. Now a handball inside to Rioli. No, gives it to Bodie Yulin, who kicks it into the head of Walsh, and Walsh is off his feet down. Gee, that was an absolute thud. He kicked that full pelt, short range, straight into the bonds of Walsh. Blues go back the other way. Florin inside 50, and there's a grab from Ben Ainsworth. Rips it down in a one-on-one with Powell. Ainsworth doesn't want to think about it. Hooks it through for a goal. And we're all square again. Gee, we got a game on our hands here. 10 minutes into the final term. We're all tied up. 12-11 plays 13-5. 83 points apiece. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Tim Morgan on the boundary.
Yeah, the Blues players quick to get around Sam Walsh there for that incredible smother with Ed. He's coming from the ground now. I reckon he's going to get his head checked out. The doctor was straight out to him, so I think they're going to check him out for concussion now.
Bodie Yulin is a long kick.
You can roost it.
He gave that kick everything.
Full-blooded drop punt.
Yeah.
What, less than 5 metres away off the temple of Walsh.
Yeah, that's he's going to have to be careful with that. Sam Walsh. I mean, it's won his team, or it's created a goal, and they rightfully ran to him because they were out the Suns too. So that's a big play. He's certainly meant to use his hands, but however you get there,
hit him flush, didn't it?
Yeah.
Back in the middle, hitting it to a bursting Cripps out of the middle. Kicks the Blues into the pocket, one-on-one. Hayward and Bodie Yulin. The latter gets a hand on it. Collins slaps it out. Umpire says insufficient intent.
Both of them said that.
So we reached a consensus. Mark's at 46 metres out, right on the boundary line. As you would understand, Ainsworth to take it. Kicked the last goal in the game. Playing against his old team, who he played 158 games for.
Just again, Sammy Collins, so reliable usually. He's just out of sorts a bit.
Ainsworth sets it up towards the goal square. Off the hands of the pack, it trickles out, right forward pocket. Scores level. 11 played, fourth term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Game on the line.
Top 10 on the line.
The Suns have won only 6 final quarters this year. Have started well. Scores level. Forward 50 stoppage for the Blues. Hewitt hands it out to Hayward. Going in reverse. Handball though to Kemp. Handball back to Evans. Now 45 out. Hurried kick forward. Pitternet tries to reel it in. Not to be. Hewitt attacks it. Taken high by Miller. Free kick inside 50 for the Blues.
Yep, it was there.
Just again, Carlton lower. Winning the footy. Gold Coast reactive. Mistake. It's just Damien Harbour could be tearing his hair out. How many times has that happened today?
Basic. They're basic mistakes.
Took an experienced player.
So George Hewitt, he's already kicked 2 today. Slightly right of centre, skips in, 40 metres out, drop punt is good. The Blues lead again. For the 8th time today, the lead changes hands. Hewitt's got 3, and Carlton have a 6-point advantage. 13 gone in the final term. Carlton 13-11. They lead the Suns 13-5. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Adam Ramanauskas, Luke Ball.
I mentioned Bally was over to Carlton when Gold Coast kicked the first 3 goals of the quarter. Carlton have now bounced back, hit back with the last 2. So again, it's not through terrific play from Carlton. I actually like how they're embracing the mess today, the chaos of the game, rather than trying to, kick a perfect goal, have the perfect centre bounce clearance, have a perfect pass inside forward 50. It's work rate. They're simply working harder than Gold Coast. Gold Coast want to win the game on talent. Carlton want to win the game on hard work.
McAndrew in the ruck. Beautiful tap for Petrarca, who goes bursting out of the middle and shorts it for a leading long.
Well, I think this is the play now. Yeah, Andrew's got to play the rest of this game in the ruck if he can. Just because he makes stuff happen, doesn't he? Just use his athleticism. That was brilliant from Petrarca as well. It just allows him to get on the fly a bit more, be a bit more proactive.
Second game back from suspension.
We're close.
Close to the man on the mark. Starts it right. Can't bring it back. Carlton lead by 5 points. Nearing the 14-minute mark of the final term.
Second kick of the day for Ben Long. All Australian mix last year in the initial squad. Wilson with the kick-out duties. Takes a bounce. Goes long to the wing. Byrne got separation from Yulin. As Zeke and rips it down. What a day he's had. Hand pass to Smith. Kicks down the wing. Trying to reel it in his Kemp. Mark will be paid. Caleb Byrne jumping back thudding off the turf, takes the mark anyway. Kemp able to step his way around Collins. Kicks inside the forward 50 for the Blues. Leaping up Ainsworth, no mark, spills to Noble. Handball knocked down, Young gives it to Evans, squirts a kick goalward, misses. Wrong side of the post and behind, a 6-point lead again for the Blues. 13-12 to 13-6. Almost halfway through the final term, Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Short kick into Bodie Hewland, who whacks it to the wing for Jeffrey. Big ball to be won in the air. Cowan and Jeffrey Harvard. Jeffrey goes again at ground level, wins it for the Suns. Hooks across his body up towards half forward. King might have given his opponent a shove, he did. Just nudged Dirksen out of the way. Tim Morgan.
Well, it's just Sam Walsh just preparing to come back out onto the ground, so no worries with that head knock.
Thanks, Morgs. Carlton leading by 6 points, quarter-hour mark, final term. A win would move them into the 10 at least for the time being.
Beansy off the SMS, early call, but could be another goal after the siren game at Docklands for the Suns. Been on both sides of that, of course, with Ken Zerha earlier this year in the North win, and Mac Andrew kicked one after the bell last year to beat the Dons.
Dirksen shorts it to Dean, who moves it on to Lord. Still on their back flank here, the Blues. His kick, a poor one, a turnover, along with the intercept mark.
6 point lead for the Blues. 16 and almost 16 minutes gone, final term. Short kick to Jeffrey. Has it on the wing for Gold Coast. They're headed inside 50 again. Long to the pocket. Walter to target. Dean does well. Knocks it out of bounds. Matt Rowland, Dan Rioli just screaming to try and get back on the ground beneath us.
I love that from Harry Dean. Affects the spoil, then goes over to the crowd to pump them up. Got to be a terrific play for the Blues.
Carlton by 6 points. Forward 50 though for the Suns. Andrew knocks it down. Straight though to Cripps. Cripps sweeping hand pass out of defence. Coming up to meet up McGovern. Tackled straight away by Bodie Hewland. Ball up between wing and half forward for the Suns.
I've been saying best first-year key defender since Ben Hart in 1992.
Dustin Fletcher was pretty good.
Yeah, Dustin was good. Did have some people challenge me on that. But Ben Hart, definitely a key defender in his first year.
Yep, Cosy won the Rising Star in his first year, centre-half back.
Yeah. It's a good argument, Paulie. The Blues finally get it going forward. Akers away to Wilson, kicks inside 50. Punched away by Ballard. Ball hits the deck. Byrne gathers it. Flicks it over the top. Kemp in the pocket. Centering ball. And McGovern. He marks in the other pocket. 20 out. Slight angle. He'll kick around the corner, you would think, and the Blues could lead by 2 goals.
Great composure by Brodie Kemp. A lot of other players would just rush there. Kicked the goal. He steadied. He had a look. Saw Mitch McGovern, who should convert.
1 goal today for Mitch McGovern. The Blues lead by a goal. McGovern arcs out, hooks it through, doubles the advantage. Carlton by 2 straight kicks. 14-12, 96 plays 13-6, 84. 17 minutes into the fourth, and the Blues are within touching distance of a spot in the 10 at the end of this game.
It'll just work rate and transition again. Rama just bring the ball from back half to their front half. Billy Wilson involved, Taylor Byrne involved again. Clever player, isn't he? Just gets to the right spot at the fall of the ball. Draws a Suns opponent. Handballs over the top to release Kemp. And you're right, he's low on confidence in terms of his goal kicking, but looked inside and they were queuing up, weren't they? McGovern and Cottrell working down the fat side of the ground, and it's back out to 2 goals.
Scoring.
3/4 time margin.
Scoring's back today, Bally. So 39 points in the big wet against the Hawks, 69 points last week against the Pies, 96 and counting today for the Blues. They've kicked the last 3 of the game. Smith takes it out of the middle, gets the break for the Blues to Byrne, who takes a superb mark. Plays on quickly, down to half forward, Cottrell marks. Geez, been good, Taylor Byrne. I know we've sung his praises today, but he's a small forward. He gives you everything that you'd hope for in that position. And now Cottrell, who can give it a whack, thought about the look from outside 50, lays it up into the pocket, and Andrew punches it out of bounds. Throw in, forward pocket for the Blues. Coming up next, it is the Hawks and the Bombers for most of the network. If you want to find the Sydney Derby, you can stream it on ABC Listen. For those of you on ABC Radio on the Gold Coast, you're off to NRL action. You'll be getting the game there between the Raiders and the West Tigers.
Forward 50 stoppage for the Blues. Moyle taps it down. On his way through, Kemp takes it, cuffs it up. Noble clears with a tumble punt to the wing. Haynes slaps it towards the boundary. Chera's there. Tackled out by Walter. Throw in between wing and half forward. Carlton lead by 12 points. 8 minutes of game time remaining, so plenty of time for the Suns if they're good enough. Boundary umpire flings it back in. Moyle taps it into his own head. Cottrell takes it. Hurries a high kick inside 50. Bodie Hewland defensive mark for the Suns. So they can try and recycle it from fullback here, the Gold Coast Suns, and get an attacking foray going.
Oh, Bodie out towards half-back. Got it to Andrew eventually. Hand pass away to Rioli. He's got to go. He's off and running. 3 bounces down that wing city side. Now the kick down to half forward for the Suns. To no one in particular. In the end, Long manages to half the contest. Spills down towards King. Hand pass to Bodie Hewland. Hurried kick inside 50. Petrarca one-handed, not quite. Got a handball away to Adams Hall. Changes his mind. Now he's under pressure. Hand pass to Lombard. Extra handball to Humphrey. Walsh has got him. Ball up.
He's kept pressing up, forcing Gold Coast to make a decision. Loopy handballs allows the next Carlton player to push up. And eventually Walsh is able to lay the tackle on Humphrey.
Moyle down for Lombard. Bursts into a tackle court holding the ball. To give it, Lockie Cowan with the defensive tackle. Carlton hold up at fullback.
Yeah, and look, if they go on and win, it's going to be the difference today, isn't it?
They lead by 12 points. 21 minutes into the fourth. Cowan waits a kick neatly for Wilson. Right back flank. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Wilson just lifts a kick to a contest on the wing. Pitnet. Bodie Hewland gets there and punches it out. Throw in alongside the interchange gates. Carlton still 2 goals to the good. Time on fourth term.
Checker Smith, number 1 rated player on the ground, ahead of Walsh and Anderson as it currently stands. 12-point lead for the Blues. From the boundary throw-in, Cripps. A hand pass back into dispute. Adams Hall fights with the tackle, lost it. Sat for Petrarca. Handball goes back to Noble. Dangerous kick across the centre square for the Suns. Jeffrey the target, broken up on the way through. And copped a knock. Lord, he keeps on fighting for it. Loose ball on the wing. Blues win it. Slick handball from Ainsworth away to Byrne. Kicks inside the forward 50. Here's Kemp. Hits up. Handball over his head to Hayward. Hand pass for Hewitt. Clever kick along the ground. Tumbles it away to Young. Young snaps goalward. And he bends it completely across the goal face from one pocket to the other. Out of bounds and a throw-in the opposite pocket.
It's kick a drop punt, Lewis.
Hasn't got that in a kit bag, has he?
No.
If he was going to...
That's the passenger play there, though. I mean, the poor decision from John Noble. That switch had to go forward. But 50-50 ball. Blues win out.
Blues by 12, 23 gone in the last.
Would have been a handy point. Perhaps had he at least scored as well. Will that moment come back to haunt the Blues? Handball from Powell, turnover. Lord kicks a high ball. Hayward takes a great contested mark under closing pressure from Bodie Hewland. 40 out directly in front, and you would think Hayward would at least score from here, which would mean the Suns would need 3 goals.
What's he had today? Will Hayward. He's had moments, hasn't he? Yeah, this will be 12 possessions. He kicked 2. His hands have been pretty good. That was a good contested mark in the end.
Goalless in his last 3 games, has kicked 2 today. Hayward's drop punt is a goal. And the Blues have finished strong. They're out by 18 points. And they're in the 10 on the live ladder. 15-12, 102, plays 13-6, 84, 24 minutes into the fourth.
Good centering kick there. I think that was Lord. I think Cooper Lord. I'm pretty certain it was Cooper Lord. There's a lot of times there, you're sort of inside forward 50, you see the goals, the eyes light up, but centering the ball back into a more dangerous position, Hayward takes that mark and goals. 4 in a row for the Blues. Really impressive. The second part of this first quarter after the Suns kicked the first 3.
Biggest lead of the day for the Blues. Equal game high at margin too. So the Suns got it out by 18 in the opening quarter. It's 18 now. The Suns with it all to do as we're inside the final 5 minutes. Blues out of the middle. Cripps, long kick to full forward. In from the side comes Bodie Hewlin. No mark. Byrne breaks it up. Knocks it away to Hayward. Tumbles into the goal face and Noble back to save the day. Got a touch on it right on the line. So a 19-point lead for Carlton.
Byrne again. He just gets to the right spot, doesn't he?
Yep.
Front and centre.
25 gone, final term. Blues by 19.
He's active.
Yep.
Noble with the kick in to Powell in the pocket. Moves it on short to Matty Rao. He's tried hard all day.
Yeah, it's been a problem for the Suns, and it's again indicative of where they're at the moment. Their inability to move the ball with any fluency.
Kicks to Moyle on the wing. Handball to Rioli. They know they've got to get the ball in motion. Attensul receives the handball off the Petrarca. Floats a kick. It might work out for Andrew. Doesn't. Drops it. Long gathers it though. Snaps on goal right to the line. It's there. There's life for the Suns yet.
Yeah, there's life.
It's back to 13 points. 25 and a half minutes into the fourth. Long's first of the afternoon. Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball.
It's a great finish, wasn't it? Isn't it a great day at all?
No, it's been very quiet.
He's had a good moment there.
Only 8 possessions.
And plenty of time. 4 minutes. Plenty of time on the clock. 2 goals. It's been a game of runs, as you said.
Ferry didn't touch this one.
Sort of looked like he got a bit confused, didn't he?
No. Probably.
Put his hands
right on
through
the
his head
line.
after.
Yeah. Maybe, yeah.
I think he may have been thinking, it's going through for a point.
It's been a great final term.
Terrific.
Suns kicked the first 3 goals after trailing by 12 at three-quarter time. Blues the next 4.
Where's Andrew? I'd have him in the ruck here. Let's play a bit of surge footy. Get it going forward. Cripps has been great. Here he is again out of the middle.
Suns kick the last goal. Cripps takes on Petrarca. Got a hand pass out to Walsh, who's back on the ground after his heavy falcon earlier in the quarter. Hand pass wide to Hewitt. Blues going forward. Kicks to centre half forward for Young through the hands. Scooped up by Noble. There's a whistle on the play. Young's getting a free. A marking contest. And there's not a whole lot of that against Charlie Ballard.
Noah Anderson in the background. He's punching the air in frustration, screaming at the umpire, saying, no, no, no.
Crowd's posted, by the way, less than 27,000, so starts at 26.
Good crowd. 1 o'clock Saturday afternoon. Good.
You're a forgiving man.
Well, there's a lot of good sport going on.
Look at this. Louis Young's gone right back to the middle of the ground for his run up here to take as much time as possible off the clock once he's in motion.
Been a bit of a loophole, hasn't it?
It's pretty clever. It's pretty clever.
Seen it a bit lately.
Bradley run up. Man on the mark, he's standing 47 metres out. And Young's on the approach. He gets to about 55, 60 now. He thumps it all the way to the goal line and it lands short. Rushed through by Ned Moyles.
Up the middle here.
14-point lead for the Blues. 27 and a half gone to final term. 3 to play.
So he chips to the back pocket.
Yeah, Noble takes a bounce after receiving it. Doesn't come back to him. Hayward pinches it. Gives it off towards Kemp. Little goose step. It was like David Campese. And he kicks infield. And the mark is taken low down by Frankie Evans.
He's had a horrible day. John Nobles.
Love Johnny. He might need a spell in the twos, Johnny. Love him as a player at his best, but he just looks so low on confidence, doesn't he?
It's a disobedient ball, wasn't it? Just did not come back as intended.
Even the decision by Bodie Hewlin, I've sung his praises today. Go into the back pocket with 3 minutes to go when you need goals.
Frankie Evans calls game. His second. The Blues are out by 20. 28 minutes into the fourth. Game high lead. 16-14, 110. Plays 14-6-90. And they are going to be in the 10 tonight. St Kilda to play tomorrow.
Yeah, just one or too many players, just well below their best. And I just watched there, and that's good. They've rallied around him. They didn't leave him there. It's a pretty lonely place when you make a mistake like that. He's going to come from the ground, Johnny Noble. But Collins and the rest of the defenders got around him and made sure that he didn't feel worse than he already did. So just, again, that's just the game. Too many mistakes. Just too many players not quite playing it. They were anywhere near their best. Too relied on too few. The Blues have been good enough to take those opportunities.
Just to clarify, the Blues will be in the 10 for now. The Giants could knock them out of that position should they win later this afternoon in the Sydney Derby.
Hawks Dons coming up next. No late change there at the G. Out of the middle, Miller got a hand pass away to Adam Saul on the wing. And the young man drives it deep to full forward. They're all down there. King floats through and takes the pack mark. And trots back to take his kick. Tick, 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 tick. We're in the final 2 minutes now. And the Suns racing the clock. They got plenty to do, down 20. King moves in and he goals. Brings it back to 14. So Ben King's got 3. And Carlton 16-14, 110. They lead Gold Coast 15-6, 96. We're in the final 2 minutes. Blues by 14 points.
What?
Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Can they do what the Kangaroos did?
It's got to be perfect.
10 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Can they do that?
It's just got to be perfect from here on out now for the Suns. So centre, ball back to the centre. Centre clearance, inside 50 goal. So 1:47 left on the clock.
Yeah. Andrew's gone forward. So
you've got to empty out more.
Get on the fly, that's right. Give him some space. Just haven't seen enough of it today from King. He's going to end up with 3 goals, but only the 3 marks. Not enough.
They've done in the clearances again today too. So -11 and -4 at centre bounce the Suns.
Restart in the middle. Louis Young taps it down. Miller takes it, gives it off to Rao. He'll kick inside 50, wide out, shallow entry, making it his Cowan.
Been good Cowan, isn't he?
And
he's had Ben Long match up.
Yep. He falls on top of the ball like the soccer goalkeepers when they're taking time out of the game. Carlton by 14 points. Cowan kicks to the wing. Big contest to be won off the hands of the pack, down at ground level. In they go. Young gets it out to Walsh. She'll take territory. Kicks the Blues towards Kemp, half forward. Collins punches it away. And the ball lands on its point, tumbles out. Throw in, that's good for the Blues. More sand just slips through the hourglass. Carlton by 14. 31 minutes and change into the fourth.
Bangers
big numbers, aren't they?
Yeah.
As you said, +30 contested footy, +12 clearance. Hard to win a game when you're out of form, moving the ball from the back half from there.
Oh, it's not unconditional anymore with the Suns.
Double-fisted hit out inside the forward 50 for Young as Powell scoops it up. 1-2 with Patterson. Powell kicks out of defence. Up into the middle of the ground. Petrarca hands it out towards Rioli. Through the centre go the Suns. Lombard slips a tackle. Got it away to Rioli. On to Miller. Kicks inside the forward arc. King the target. Marks. Tick, tick, tick. Inside the final 2 minutes, Ben King's got to knock it through. Time running down, 14 points the deficit. And this is a speedy game of footy, a bit like Ryan Fox, as the kick misses out to the right-hand side of behind. It's a 13-point lead for the Blues, and that'll do us. 32 and a bit gone in the final term. Brisbane next week for the Baggers, by the way, so if they want to get there, they're going to have to beat some contenders on the way through. Doesn't get any easier against the 2-time reigning premiers for the Blues.
Florent kicks to a contest on the wing. Moyle taps it down. Addensill snaps inside 50. Bailey Humphrey waiting for the bounce in the pocket. Slapped away from him by Florent. Away to Haynes, who dribbles a kick to the wing. Bouncing ball. Stays in. Collins goes and wins it. The Blues are keeping the wild card dream alive. At least for now, they're in the 10. They take down the Suns, who have lost 9 straight by 13 points.
We are the Navy Blues. We are the old dark Navy Blues. We're the team that never lets you down. We're the only team old Carlton knows. With all the champions they like to send up, we'll keep our end up. And they will know that they've been playing against the famous old dark Blues.
It was a game of great runs. Carlton led by 2 points at quarter time. They led by 3 at the half, 12 at three-quarter time, and in the end, they win by 13 points. So extending their lead at every change to win 16-14, 110, plays 15-7, 97. And as I said, on the live ladder, they are 10th. GWS play later today against the Sydney Swans. If they win, they'll go above Carlton. If St Kilda win tomorrow, they will too. But for now, Carlton are in the 10.
We are the Navy Blues. We are the old dark Navy Blues. We're the team that never lets you down. We're the only team old Carlton knows. With all the champions they like to send up, we'll keep our end up, and they will know that they've been playing against the famous old dark Blues.
So the goal kickers for the Blues, Byrne with 3, Hayward with 3, Hewitt the same, and then 2 going the way of Evans and McGovern. Singles to Ainsworth, to Young, to Cripps, and also, no, just to Cripps.
That's
while for the Gold Coast Suns, 3 to Ben King, 3 to Jeffrey, 3 to Humphrey, 2 to Walter, and singles going the way of Long, Adensel, Anderson and Patterson.
So if I told you at the start that the Blues won every quarter and they went on to win and beat the Suns, it doesn't really tell the story of the game. 8 lead changes. With margin never got beyond 20 either way. So 2 points at quarter time, 3 at the half, 12 at three-quarter time and 13 in the finish. The Blues too good for the Gold Coast in the finish. As Ben said, it keeps our wildcard dream alive. The Fraser Freight Train back on the track. So 8-2 his record as the caretaker coach, while for the Suns, 9 straight defeats for a team that we thought was in the premiership window at the start of the season. They're done. You can pack them up for the season. Damien Hardwick had a line through them 2 weeks ago. I think the rest of us are on board now. 26,945. Carlton by 13. Rama and Bawley. What do you make of all that?
Oh, well, well done to Carlton. I think, as much as we spoke about Gold Coast today and the disappointment, Carlton won that game scrappy and dirty. In the end, they've had 117 more possessions, 56 more marks, plus 29 in contested possession, plus 9 in clearance. So it wasn't necessarily individual brilliance, although Carlton did have some really good players today. I just think they worked, and I think that was evident by the last quarter. 3-0 to start that final term, then they go on and kick the next 4. So it just shows you're up for the fight.
Yeah.
Other teams could go, this is going to be too hard. The Gold Coast is going to run over the top of us and run away with the game. Let's put the kit back in the bag and go home. But they fought and fought and fought. Gold Coast incredibly disappointing for me. 7 tackles only in the last quarter. They were laid by 5 players. They had 34 tackles only for the game. 8 players didn't lay a tackle at all for the Suns. So it's very conditional with their effort at the moment. It's, okay, yep, we can play in patches where our talent is incredible, but then when there's patches of the game where it's a scrap and it's fight and it's chaos, they're just not up for it at the moment, the Suns. And that'd be really disappointing for Damien Hardwick, because I know he came into this season with high expectations of what they could do, but those expectations now have been blown out of the water. It's almost back to the drawing board.
Yeah, well, playing for pride, isn't it? Yeah, he'd be scratching his head. He really would, because he feels like an effort-based coach, doesn't he? I mean, that was the... Yes, they had superstars, but that was Richmond. The core of what made those Richmond teams so successful was just blue-collar work rate, and he's just not getting it at all. And seeing here live, there's just so many of them that look so down on form and confidence. I mentioned a few of them, and we possibly don't need to go back over it, but yeah, that's the challenge he's got. And there's a month to go. He shouldn't be wasting that month of footy. There's plenty of opportunities there for the young kids, and they bob up here or there and show moments. But it doesn't matter what number they were drafted or what their level of talent is. They need to build the foundation, or rebuild the foundation of their game around effort and defensive efforts, and they're just not getting enough of that across the board at the moment. And they came up against a side today, as you said, Rama, who did, and plus the 30 more contested possessions, but then 90 more uncontested possessions. That's the thing, which says that they're getting down and dirty inside, and then when the ball gets out into space, they're putting their head down and working harder than their opponents, and they thoroughly deserve their 4 points today. They've kicked 110 points, kicked 16 goals, and with no real dominant forward, they've just found a way to patch together. 3 from Taylor Byrne, really liked his game again. Hayward bobs up, kicks 3. Hewitt, who was out of the team 10 weeks ago, wasn't he? He kicks 3. Frankie Evans 2, McGovern 2, and then they get contributions across the board. I think it's a really good midfield battle. I don't think Matt Rao could have tried any harder today, nor Noah Anderson, whose first half was just brilliant. Just faded out of the game, which he was probably entitled to a little bit in the second half. Versus Cripps, Walsh, and Smith, the 3 amigos for the Blues, who were all pretty good as well, and led the way for for Carlton. Just nudge them at clearance. So, you probably say that as a collective, the Carlton midfield took the chocolates and just again, not enough support, not enough from the support cast for Farrell and Anderson. Petrarca in and out of the game. Only the 7 kicks, no goals, two behinds. Took Miller's just down on confidence and form. And then, Noble and Rioli, they're 2 run and gun half-backers, are nowhere near their best either. So, plenty to work, plenty to do for Gold Coast and their coaching staff. But, all plaudits go to the winning team today. They get back on track.
You talk about the star-studded Gold Coast midfield, and I thought they were probably shown up in the end by...
Well, I think we've probably got to stop talking about them like that too. I think that's part of it. Yeah, and there is plenty of youth there too. Well, yes, they're high draft picks, but
captain didn't lay a tackle.
Yeah. Which is again, it's the whole. Yeah, well, that's Anderson. You're right. So, but Miller, where's that real defensive intent, desire gone?
Baggers by 13 points, full-time. They were in the 10 as it stands currently, of course, with a few other teams still to play this weekend. Down to the winners' rooms and Tim Morgan.
Yeah,
Tim.
we're down to the Blues' rooms. The side just starting to make their way in. Nick Haynes had a terrific game today. Just having a chat to the kids as the boys circle up here. It's a fairly full room, as we said, not the biggest crowd in the house for the Blues today, but certainly a full house here in the rooms as the Blues, for now, find themselves back inside the top 10. They snap a run of back-to-back losses, and the Fraser Freight run is back underway. Here's the song.
Who's got us? We are the Navy Blues. We are the old Navy Blues. We're the team, we'll never let you down. We're the only team on Carlton. We're all the champions. They'd like to send us, keep your hands up, and they know that they'll be playing against the famous Soldier Blues.
Pretty impressive. The Blues, they got it done in winning time after falling behind in that final term. They then kicked the next 4 goals of the game, and all told, 5 of the last 7. They win by 13 points. They won every quarter, as it turned out, edging them in what was a pretty close game. 2 points at quarter time, 3 at the half. 12 at three-quarter time and 13 in the finish. Don't forget, wherever you get your podcasts, ABC AFL Daily. So ABC AFL Daily, wherever you get your podcasts, home of your footy conversation with 5 episodes a week. Today's drop includes Patrick Dangerfield, who's, of course, a former president of the Players Association. He's just inked a new contract with the Cats to go into a 20th season. So you'll hear from Danger on today's show with Mick Moldhouse, Luke Ball and myself. That is AFL Saturday, available through ABC AFL Daily. Should we do the votes to clear a bit more time on the back end? You've got them today, Ram?
I do. 1-2, Paddy Cripps, 30 possessions, 21 of those contested. He had 15 clearance, 7 centre bounce clearances, 10 score involvements and a goal. I gave 2 votes to Taylor Byrne, 17 possessions, 4 tackles, 12 score involvements, 3 goals to himself. I thought he was terrific for a first-year player. I gave 3 to Jagger Smith today. I just thought he was everywhere. He's had 31 possessions, 6 clearances, 4 inside 50s, but it was probably his ball use. He kicked the footy at 92% today, so he was really effective by foot, which has probably let him down a little bit at times this season. But I think that was the best of Jagger Smith today.
I love it. Rammer's votes, 3 for Smith, 2 for Byrne, 1 for Cripps. The votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year. Let's hear from the winners. Back into the Carlton rooms with Tim Morgan.
Yeah, I've got Adam Chera alongside me. Adam, back on the winners list. How's it feel?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's a good feeling, but we've obviously the last couple of weeks have been on the winners list and have been getting back to work during the week and getting back chasing that process and each week's just a new challenge for us, so good to get back on the good side of the winners list.
Happy to be back on the winners list. How do you assess the performance you put in today?
I thought the group showed a lot of grit. Like, they challenged us multiple times throughout the game and we're chasing our process each week and trying to build something for the long term still. So every week we know there's a lot to play for this year, and we're working our asses off. But we're still chasing our process, our method, and sometimes we're going to overdo it. But I thought tonight we're able to find a good balance and stay in the hunt.
We just heard Jagger with the 3 votes. How impressive has he been for you this season?
Yeah, super. I mean, he plays like a 28-year-old, to be honest, with the maturity on his head on his shoulders. And, tonight I thought, he had a really nice balanced game. And, he's going to be a good player for a long time, and we love having him in the group.
All right, Adam, I'll throw you upstairs to Adam Romanascus and Luke Ball.
Adam, firstly, well done on the win. Take us through your week. So obviously you come off the ground late last week with hamstring tightness. Now you've had a real history of hamstring issues. When was the decision made to play, and when were you comfortable with that decision?
Probably the next morning when we did a bit more analysis, had a scan, and everything was all clear. So, we had a pretty good feeling that it was precautionary decision based on, as you said, my history. We knew once I got that good result the next morning that my week was just per normal and focused on Gold Coast.
Because we hear so many players come off the ground now, hamstring tightness, hamstring awareness. So what was it when were you just feeling tight in the hamstring last week?
Yeah, tightness. So just sort of probably a bit early, a bit of tightness, a bit of awareness, and then we sort of tested a couple of times, and it wasn't getting any better. So sometimes in this situation you take the risk out of it, especially for players with a history, and you miss. It's annoying missing a couple of quarters of footy, but it's a lot better than missing 4 to 6 weeks. So it's just a decision we made on the night.
So how much prehab work do you do before training and the like? Because as mentioned, you have had a history of hamstring injuries, and you're still a relatively young player in this competition. How much work goes into your week just on your hamstrings and glutes?
Yeah, it's probably the majority of the week is taken up by that sort of stuff. I mean, I was lucky enough, as many players around the comp, to go overseas and see a specialist, and we were able to get a really good program out of that. For me, is probably the most important part of my weekly prep. And touch wood, I've had one soft tissue injury in about two and a half years. So it's obviously it's working, but as you get older, there's still times we might take the risk out of it when things get tight, as they do this time of the year. So it'll be a constant thing that constantly manage. But availability is my best ability, so just trying to get back up each week.
It was a blue-collar performance, you're right, Adam, and it was a momentum shift. I think there were 8 or 9 lead changes, as you shared. We thought just in the end you just worked a bit harder than the Gold Coast, and one player who is growing to epitomise that in your team, and I think he's the youngest player on the list, is Taylor Byrne. Just tell us a little bit about him. I think he's still only a teenager. How impressive has he been this year?
Super impressive. I mean, for a first-year player to come in and invest in the defensive side of the game, the pressure, it's not common. So, tonight he got some good reward on the back of that, but we know every week he's coming in to apply pressure, and, he probably doesn't realise it, but he's a leader out there for us in that sense and really sets the tone.
Yeah, and he was part of obviously without Harry down there, a focal point today. He was a little bit of a makeshift forward line, but in the end it worked pretty well. He kicked 3. I think Georgie Hewitt bobbed up with 3. Mitch kicked 2, and Will Hayward kicked 3 as well. So if you had have said before the game you'd end up with 16 goals, via all those different avenues, I think the coach would be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, stoked. I mean, we're not relying on 1 or 2 blokes, so it's always a collective effort. And I think when you get some forward half footy and your smalls are getting to work with pressure and keeping it in there, doesn't matter how tall your forward line is, you're going to get looks.
Adam, I know you're a very learned Liverpool fan, which I appreciate about you, but you're not a Philadelphia 76ers fan, are you? Because I think you hit us with a few chasing the process. It was very nearly trusting the process. What's the backstory there?
It's similar. Maybe I was reading some news this morning. That's why it's in front of my mind. That's he's got a good message there, and that's simply since Fraser's come in, that's been our mindset. So we're trying to build something to get the most out of this year, firstly, but also for the long term, how we want to play. We really want to energise our fans and play an exciting style of footy. So, week to week, win or loss, even the last 2 weeks, that's what we review. We know we've got to bring effort, but we've just got to keep chasing us, and that puts us in the best spot possible.
What does he do well as a coach, Adam? Josh Fraser, obviously us in the press, we're fascinated by him, and very rarely you have a caretaker coach come in and go 8-2, but as a player, what's special about him? I'm
probably not the analysis of coaches, but he's come in with a really simple, clear messaging. We sort of lean into our strengths as a group, and in the first few weeks sort of figured out what our best style will look like, and I think we've got a pretty good idea now. It's just a matter of consistency and executing that over 4 quarters. And yeah, Fraser hasn't tried chasing too many things. We know what we're good at, and we just keep trying to bring that each week and really just play each moment throughout the game. So yeah, it's been good. Our players have also stepped up as well. I reckon we took some ownership at the start of the season, and both young and old. Obviously, you're talking about Taylor Byrne before, but even like Cripper tonight, Mitch McGovern, there's across the board, guys are really leading out there and putting out some good performances as well.
He's doing a great job, as are you, Adam, and the whole group. There's been very few Carlton teams that have won 8 out of 10 games, even stretching back over the last 30 years. So you got something pretty special going there at the Blues. Appreciate your time, and all the best in Brisbane next week.
No worries. Thanks, guys.
When I say in Brisbane, that's Brisbane here,
right here
at Dockland. So we'll see how the Baggers go there. But it is worth noting. I mean, I know Carlton are trying to suppress the hype around Josh Fraser as much as possible, but this is 8 out of 10 games they've won. How many Carlton teams have done that? Like, they've been in the doldrums for the better part of 30 years. And it's going to be a tough decision for them to decide, you know what, are we really better with something else other than what we've got at the moment, which is as good as it's been for a long time.
There's no good outcome for them, is there? Like, they're thinking this is Teague Train 2.0 and we have to appoint him because of the groundswell of emotion, or they don't appoint him, they get someone else. That doesn't work. What if Josh Fraser goes somewhere else and has success? Everyone will go, you had him, he was right there, and
I think they
let him go.
I don't think they can think like that. I can't come back to. I think with those in charge at the moment, it wouldn't have wavered at all. I don't think, regardless of what happens.
But maybe they should. Yeah. Maybe they should.
Maybe they should.
Like, they won 8 of 10.
Yeah, I don't know.
This historically doesn't happen.
Not at Carlton. Jeez.
But I mean, even like he was the first caretaker coach to win 4 games in a row. He won 7 in a row. Like, this just doesn't happen.
The Baggers winners today by 13 points in a thrilling game of footy. 8 lead changes. The Blues get it done by 13. If you're listening on ABC Radio on the Gold Coast, you're off to NRL action. The Raiders up against the Tigers. For everybody else, we're off to the G. If you want to stream coverage of the Sydney Derby, you can find it through ABC Listen.
Bombers, can they put 2 in a row?
Why not? Why not?
I think they need the heavens to open up.
They didn't quite do the victory lap like last time.
All right, we're out of here. Thanks to the whole crew. Thanks to Tim
guys.
Morgan, to Craig back in the studio, to Stuart Hollywood Baker, to Bawley and Rammer, to Ben